Call this meeting to order. It's our regular meeting of the Montana Board of Public Education. It is Thursday, July 17th. We are meeting at the Montana School Boards Association building, and we will begin with our pledge of allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Chrissy, let's call the roll.
Sheriff Tharp.
Here.
Ron Slinger.
Here.
Lisa Schmidt.
Here.
Julie Maxwell.
Here.
Madeline Quinlan.
She's online.
Hannah Neeskins.
Here.
Renee Rasmussen. Present. Lydia Comstock.
Excuse.
Superintendent Headland's office.
Present.
Commissioner Christian's office.
Present.
Governor Jean Forte's office.
Madeline, will you try again? We could not hear you earlier.
I think, can you hear me now?
The Board of Public Education encourages the public to participate in board discussions. Persons who wish to participate should sign the public comment sign-in sheet and identify themselves to the board chair or executive director prior to the board's consideration of the matter in which the persons are concerned. Anyone wishing to participate in board discussions will be recognized by the chair and given you with normal board parliamentary procedure. We discourage public comment on personnel matters and ask you to discuss these items in private with the board chair. Montana Board of Public Education is a professional development unit provider. Attending a Board of Public Education meeting may qualify you to receive professional development units. Please complete the necessary information on the sign-in sheet if you are applying for professional development units. We'll welcome any visitors joining us either in person or online today. Anybody want to do so? Move on to our consent agenda. Board members, we have a motion to approve the consent agenda. I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda as written. A motion by Dr. Slinger, seconded by Board Member Smith to approve the consent agenda. For discussion. Public comment. All in favor of approving the consent agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Our next item is strategic planning session, and we've got 2 hours set aside for this. Thank you to Vice Chair Dr. Slinger. We have thinking cap for us. So at any point you feel like you need a little bit of extra boost, put on your thinking hat, and it will certainly help you proceed to our plan. Thank you, Ron. Madeline, yours is sitting at your desk when you arrive here this afternoon.
No, I can barely hear you.
All right, well, we will, I don't know what more we can do on this end.
Okay, I might go get some headphones.
Okay, all right. So, you see underneath strategic planning, we have a variety of different things here. These are some things that we've talked about in the executive committee over the last few weeks as what we want kind of thinking this to look like. And so we'll just hand things over to McCall to lead us through these various items in your packet. We are on page 42.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you know, every July we go through sort of various strategic planning items. These are the items that sort of guide us as a board. You'll see that there's a number of items in here. We also added a few different items that we think are helpful to us. We've been doing a lot of rulemaking. I think it's also really good for us to kind of get a refresh on the MAPA requirements as well as open meeting laws. So we'll also go through some of the requirements there. First, we're going to go through our bylaws. There's a couple changes in the packet that I'll go through. And these are just a couple different things that I've caught. And just kind of a couple refresh. Dr. Tharp also caught something. So on page 1 under membership, you'll see in the Article 3, that statute actually isn't relevant to anything that has to do with boards. And so I struck that and replaced it with 2-15-156, which is the statute that deals with District 1 and District 2. That statute actually was revised this last session. There was a revision to the counties in which each of those districts includes. Just so you know, there is specific language in there that does say that it won't change any of the makeups of boards that currently exist, so you shouldn't worry about that, but I did make sure that that was currently updated there. And then the next update that you'll see in your packet is in Article 6 under meetings. There's a lot of this language is somewhat outdated, I would say, and it has to do with when we used to use conference calling when we didn't meet in person. There really wasn't any type of remote meetings. Honestly, that really came into play when COVID hit. And so I haven't done a complete overhaul of this. I'd certainly be happy to do so if I were directed by the board to do so. But I did add in here, participate remotely. Also, Dr. Tharp caught that the term principal before that probably should be principal LE, not AL. And so I will also make that change. I don't know how that's lasted there so long. But that's just something to think about. If you guys want me to update this, maybe in terms of in-person versus remote in the way that we do it now, I'm happy to do that. Also, if it's fine the way it is, I'm happy to just leave it as well. So I won't change anything unless you all direct me to do so. But I will make the changes that you've seen here. And then finally, under Article 9, order of business, you'll see that some of it was just a little repetitive in there. And so I took out some of the things that we don't actually have on our agenda, like we don't actually have something that says items pulled from consent agenda, or like there's just some things that were repetitive. So I took out the repetitive pieces. And so I guess I'll stop there and see if there were comments or additional suggestions from board members.
I really think that you should rework the Article 6 meetings. It should say something like either by meeting in person or maybe by appropriate remote method or something, because there's no sense in boxing us into something that may later in 2 years we find something brand new or whatever that will be better. So because otherwise we're supposed to meet in person or by conference call. So I think that at least that sentence in there should be reworked.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Just a minor thing, but what is Article 9 actually has a IV, which is Roman numeral 4. So that needs to change to a IX.
Oh, yeah.
As I was scrolling to find Article 9.
Oh, too many.
Not costing.
Embarrassing.
Other suggestion, and I agree with member Rasmussen. Yeah, it makes sense to try to get this up to date, especially with our process for meetings.
And I guess I'll say to that point too, I mean, the legislature did just make some changes to their own statutes around conference calls and remote, the language in which they use and require for boards. And so I think, yeah, it probably makes sense just to make sure that we're in alignment with that as well.
I just don't think we should box ourselves. Who knows? In 5 years, my hip may bother me enough that I'll send my robot.
And make AI comments. I think so.
Any other suggestions, changes?
I don't know whether the committee assignments are part of our bylaws, but McCulsa, does the Montana Early Childhood Advisory Council no longer exist?
They're not part of that, Madeline, so can we wait just one more minute till we get
Okay,
to that?
okay, great. Thank you.
So procedurally, what call then would we then direct you to make some edits there, then bring it back to our next meeting for approval?
Yeah, correct, Mr. Chair. All of the items, with the exception of the MAPPA and open meeting laws, those will come back to you at your meeting in September for action, assuming that there's changes.
Anybody have anything else on the bylaws that we'd like to? That's Director Flynn to speak to. I like the way Article 11 is worded, as a guide, board to use Robert Rules Board as a guide on questions of parliamentary procedure. It doesn't lock us in. While we were in Salt Lake last week, we attended a session on Robert's rules, and there was a board member, was she from Utah? I think it was a board member, and she is actually a certified parliamentarian, and they were hardcore on Robert's rules and the whole, you know, I love the fact that there are places that need to have certain, you need to have order, you need to have a procedure and things like that, but I appreciate the fact that we can, as we need to, be a little bit more lax on some things here and then tighten up where necessary, and so I really like this wording as a guide.
Mr. Chair, so considering the gravity yesterday when we were talking about the Indian education for all and so forth, I'm just wondering, where would the importance of that issue fall among our current committee structures? Or should we as a board consider adding that is specifically focused on addressing it? Or does that duty fall within one of our other committees?
Good question. Let's have a discussion. Does that fall under accreditation, or should we look at it? Do we want to consider something more?
Do we still have our liaison, our Macy liaison?
Yes. So
Good job.
if I can just jump in on that too, we do still have our Macy liaison, that has not changed.
Well, there you are.
Yeah, that will still exist. Julia has taken on that role. Gotten rid of the ad hoc legal complaint committee, and that was an ad hoc committee that sort of took on the role of working on the settlement with the ACLU and the plaintiffs. Madeline, board member Quinlan and I actually had a conversation about where the sort of settlement requirements in Indian Ed for All would live after this ad hoc committee went away. And we did think that the accreditation committee made a lot of sense. And the reasons for that are because a lot of the requirements that came out of this settlement do have to do with accreditation. And a lot of the Indian Ed for All requirements generally and the accountability for that lives in accreditation. And so the accreditation committee, I think, is where that will belong. And you'll see on Friday when we talk a lot about Indian Ed for All, the Indian Ed for All report lives in accreditation, the intensive assistance process that we'll talk about. We talk a lot about that new process for potentially non-accreditation that will live in accreditation. So I think that's where it belongs. I'm not opposed to continuing conversation if you want to.
I'm completely comfortable.
Grow
with that. I just
that,
wanna
but
make
yeah.
sure that we identify who's owning that as a committee
Yes.
for the board. So,
It'll be
That's great.
accreditation.
thank you.
I think that makes sense.
Do you want me to jump? Sorry.
Yeah, anything else under bylaws? All right, go ahead.
The other, sorry, the only other thing I'll say, Mr. Chair, on committees is, to your question, board member Quinlan, the Montana Early Childhood Advisory Council, yes, that has gone away. They may have a different structure for that at this point, but the council as it existed before and the membership for that no longer exists. And so, I've just struck that at some point they have something new that comes about. I'll certainly bring that to this board and see if there's an appetite for members to sit on that before I certainly have myself participate in that. I think it would be good to see if there's other board members that want to participate in any of those, that council work before, I do any of that. And then, the only other, questions I would have, I guess, before we move forward is, if this meeting is sort of just a gut check, like, are the committees make sense? Are members happy with their committee assignments? does anyone have any questions about their committee assignments? And then I guess to board member or Dr. Slinger's question, you know, it was a good one of like, where does Indian Ed for All live? So if there are other questions like that, please let me know.
I know that, excuse me, I know you've done a good job of making the committees even, but if our Indian Ed for All efforts are going to rest inside the accreditation committee, wouldn't it make sense that Julia would also be on that committee?
Well, that board member Rasmussen, that would make sense, but then it would be uneven.
Uneven.
Yeah.
I know that, I know it would be uneven, but I'm bringing it up, because I think it should be said.
Well, you might want to make that change in February.
I'm less concerned about the uneven,
Yeah, me too.
to the fact that that big committee then would constitute a quorum of membership.
Yeah. Oh, yeah,
Well, that's
Okay.
what I know.
Yeah, oh, okay.
yeah, that's right. Okay, at some time, could we keep that in mind?
Yeah, I think that's a great idea for the future for sure. And I guess one of the things I'm trying to think about too as we continue with our committees is trying to maybe keep them a little bit more stable as well. One of the things I don't want to do is to,
Don't pressure us, man.
well,
We're unstable all over.
no, but I think for a lot of you guys work in school districts, and so you have a lot of the expertise in the background of education. And I'm not putting Dr. Slinger on the spot, but I think like for Dr. Slinger, we're putting him in the position of like licensure committee chair, and so I think he's doing a really good job of learning that position and learning educator licensure. But if we were to switch him every year from one committee to the next, I think it's really hard for him to learn the ins and outs of each of those committees and to really get a good idea of how to best serve those committees well and the expertise of those committees well. And so I'm trying really hard not to sort of whiplash each of the board members committee to committee. And so not to say that we can't do that. I think aligning Macy liaison and the accreditation committee makes a lot of sense for the future. That one in particular, but one of my goals for the future is trying to keep stability for our committees so that you guys don't feel like you're having a lot of back and forth as much as possible.
Well, board member Quinlan mentioned that could occur in January. I won't be rolling off.
Yeah, for sure.
In looking at these standing committees, the advisory groups, the other committee appointments, I do think we should consider in one of those, whether it's a standing committee or an advisory group, some sort of artificial intelligence / technology committee. I do think that based upon the federal legislation, it was removed from the one big beautiful bill, that the feds would dictate what is happening with AI. I was in Washington DC last week. I spoke to each congressional delegation and I asked them what their vision was in regards to artificial intelligence, and it will be a state by state decision about regulations, guidelines, etc. There is going to be a need for us to insert ourselves in that conversation, and I would argue even drive it to a certain extent. I do think it needs to include people from outside of this group, so I would suggest some sort of advisory group to that end. I would gladly volunteer to be on it. I actually have a degree in educational technology, so anyhow, I just think that if we aren't on the leading edge of that, we're going to be behind, and so I would respectfully suggest that we create.
Since last, ECS last week and then advanced the significant keynote addresses and discussions about AI in education and significant changes. There's, I got guilty of being one of the people that say, look, I don't understand it. I'm just gonna bury my head in the sand and pretend it's not there. But for the next generation coming up, it is huge and it is significant, and I recognize that. One of the things that I got from our final keynote at ECS last week was talking about that these changes are not on the way, they're already here.
Right.
And they are significantly impacting without even wanting it or asking for it. My email automatically has this little AI summary of my emails. I'm seeing that on my Adobe, when I pull up a PDF document, it automatically says, hey, do you want to see it? It's powerful, but it's also kind of scary how easy it is. And then in fact, at my work at the hospital, a couple weeks ago, I had to take an online safety thing, and it talked about how easy it is for a person to be fooled by an AI simulation of a coworker calling and giving you directions to be able to hack into the system. So yeah, I agree. And so what would be the best way to address this?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I actually, if you don't mind, I have a couple of questions before I suggest, well, so one thing is that I'm currently the board's sort of liaison or appointment to the Digital Academy Governing Board, and I think that they're probably going to be doing some work on this. During the last session, the legislature appropriated some funding for the Frontier Learning Lab, which is going to be supporting the Digital Academy to be doing some work in AI and specifically to be supporting school districts. So I guess I would suggest and offer that if you wanted to work with the Digital Academy on behalf of the board, certainly that is this board's prerogative. I don't want to insert myself if that was something that you wanted to do. So certainly be thinking about that. If you wanted to
I would
fill
be
that
very
position on
interested.
behalf of the board, I think that makes sense. I would also offer that maybe if there's something that this board could be more involved in with that, I think that we should ask Dr. Nye for that as well. And see if, you know, there's any kind of committee or work group that they're going to be putting together. There's something that we could do or maybe support them more on that, you know, we could get more engaged. If you want to add another committee, that's certainly up to you all. You have the ability to add ad hoc committees at any point. It's in the bylaws. We just went over them. You could certainly do that, just like we did the legal complaint committee. You would just add it like an ad hoc committee. You would appoint the members. You would go about it that way. That would be no problem at all. So I think that would be another avenue to do that. And then I guess the only other question I have, and not to Joe put you on the spot, but I'd just be kind of curious to hear what you guys are doing, maybe at the commissioner's office or the university system around AI, and maybe see if there's any way that we could partner with you guys. And I just know there's a lot going on, and I don't think it makes any sense for us to do anything in a silo. Just kind of hear what you guys are doing, and yeah.
And while Joe's answering, Ty, same question.
Yeah. I think it'd just be helpful for us to hear.
Well, I'll say we've really had a common theme to our approach thus far, which is we need to have folks at the front line testing and using these tools, and then have feedback mechanisms to understand what their impacts might be. And that's looked like a couple of different things, particularly I'll say the University of Montana, perhaps influenced by their hosting of the Digital Academy on their campus, has, I think, run some useful tests to see where this can impact how they operate as an institution. Things like AI and some of their admissions outreach to be more responsive to students when they come on board, testing and licensing some locally hosted and trained AI models to think about some of the challenges with privacy if it's something that's hosted in the cloud or where the data is external to the institution. And then doing some analysis through a Missoula-based consultant of, hey, within a lot of our disciplines, what is AI going to mean in terms of what we need to teach? At the state office level, we have done an annual exercise of supporting what we call MUS teaching scholars. So these are faculty around the state who are on front end of something related to pedagogy. And each year we have a theme. Last year, the theme was artificial intelligence in the classroom. So 15 individuals recognized as an MUS teaching scholar were then funded to structure faculty learning communities on their institutions. And they all came back together at an annual teaching and learning conference that we host called the Extended Learning Institute, which was held in Missoula this spring, kind of unpack some of what they've experienced. What we're hoping to do is this fall, following our September board meeting, a lot of organizing yet to happen. Have a report out from a lot of those teams who've tested AI in a small leadership summit to see areas in a pretty quickly moving space where we think that there's some value in having some broader conversation. But writ large, I think that we have a lot of institutions who are out ahead. I'm looking at Dr. Slinger in part. I think MCC's on that list and going to be on that list. And some of our goal is, hey, how can we facilitate the conversations to figure out these folks who are perhaps beyond a few of us in testing out how AI should be changing our institutions, might change how we teach, some of its pitfalls and challenges. Where are the key conversations where we need to have some alignment? And I would absolutely welcome this board's involvement and participation in any of those events that we structure this fall.
Fantastic. I would say that this is definitely, oh, I'm sorry, board member Neese, consider.
Oh, Lauren, I just have to see.
I would say that it's definitely a goal as we continue our time in office, in the superintendent's office, to focus on this. We'd love to create a guidance document for educators. It's something that we discussed earlier this week when we met with members of OCHI and with the EPP deans about how can we prepare educators going to the next step. I think that that is something obviously that the superintendent and I think about as we just came out of the field, is how can we, prepare those educators and partner with OCHI and partner with the board as well. And then the superintendent does have a seat on the Digital Academy board and proxy for that as well. So been attending those and talking with Dr. Neiffer about how can we work with MTDA and with our partners in education to make sure that we're providing the best guidance we can.
I would encourage everyone to read the April 23rd executive order from the president, which was titled Advancing Artificial Intelligence Education for American Youth. The current philosophy being pushed at the federal level and also embraced by our own congressional delegation is exactly what is in this document, which is that is critical. It makes some pretty bold statements, which I want to read. While AI education in kindergarten through 12th grade is critical, I mean, they're basically saying this must happen even at the lowest levels. It goes on in section 4 to establish an artificial intelligence education task force. You can see at the federal level who's involved in that effort. We could replicate that somewhat at the state level. It establishes the Presidential Artificial Intelligence Challenge, which should roll out in within 90 days of this order. It's a challenge for school districts right now to be involved in developing kind of how to utilize this. Section 6, improving education through artificial intelligence, kind of lays out the vision there. And then enhancing training for educators on artificial intelligence, section 7, and then promoting registered apprenticeships that are AI related. Again, if this is really what's happening at the national level, we kind of either choose to be on the leading end or the trailing edge of that. And so I really think I did specifically ask about AI to every single one of our congressional delegation congressmen last week. And this is kind of the philosophy that's being embraced. So I feel like we definitely, as the Board of Public Ed, need to have a significant role in how this plays out in our own state.
Would you send that link to?
Yeah, would you?
I can do it. I'll send it to you. And so my thought is we're not alone in this. Is there a work committee throughout the state that that the state's organizing that we can be a part of so that we're kind of on the same?
There's a number of committees. That's the problem as I see it right now. So there is obviously Digital Academy kind of leading with some of these thoughts. Jason Neiffer is truly probably one of the best experts in the state on AI and education, right? But then we have the educational technologist group, Meta, right? And their cohort of members. Obviously, we have administrators who want to be on the leading edge of this and are taking initiative to do things in their own districts. OPI is creating a guidance document. There's just a lot of bits and pieces, but how does it all fit together? And I would argue that task force or some sort of I mean, if that is led by Digital Academy, so be it, but I think there's a lot of, there's a lot of players that need to be involved for it to be a meaningful effort.
I was only half kidding when I said my AI would come in place of me. And I'm glad you picked up and that started because as I think of AI, I think when we use the term AI, we use it in two ways. One is adjunct to a certified teacher. How long is it going to be before some enterprising textbook company develops an AI that you can buy or lease or whatever that will teach that class? It will actually come to the classroom, be a physical presence. We'll grade the papers, we'll do all those kinds of things. You know, how long is that gonna be? Are we gonna certify them? Will they be licensed? There's a lot of things at the 60,000 foot level that we do that I think that we need to begin thinking about. And you're talking about in adjunct to humanity, and I'm talking about there's a shortage of teachers. If an AI can learn the textbook in 3 hours, and it can be licensed in history and math and science, or just biology because our teacher isn't licensed there. How long are we good before we're going to be presented with that? And those are some of the conversations I think that we should be having as a board, and that's beyond what you guys are having, isn't it?
Yes, to some degree. I mean, we certainly had questions from our board early on.
About that same thing.
Do we need standards? Do we need guideposts? Do we need rules? And in some cases, I think that we do. I think our determination at that time was this technology is evolving so quickly.
Yeah.
That the standards we set are going to be short-sighted.
Yeah.
And that there's perhaps too great a danger that we're going to miss the boat because we set standards that prevent folks from testing and adopting. And so our philosophy has been, we need to have some early adopters and to encourage that use and testing. And then we need to have the conversations of what is coming out of this kind of informed use, human in the loop use of AI to think about, okay, now that we have a little broader baseline of informed users across teaching, across operations, across threats. Can we forecast what are the standards that we need that might make sense when we look back on them 5 years from now? And I'll say if we put in place the standards that maybe we were considering a year and a half ago, they would not have made sense 6 months after we put them in place. So, I think from the university system, our board, we've proceeded with some caution on the let's put some firm guardrails in place from that philosophy of this is moving so quickly, and we think that there is a danger of folks due to fear not testing out something that does need to be tried in a lot of different contexts, not just the teaching context, also the standards context of what students need to know in different disciplines and curricula, and from an operations context of how schools operate. At some point, standards do need to follow, and I think, at least from our perspective, there will be some different contexts in higher education than from K-12. There's probably a lot that's going to be similar. I think the Digital Academy team is a great course to bet on in terms of providing some framing and expertise that bridge some of those divides on some of the key topics. And so I'd encourage us to think, how can we build around that funding and expertise to have some of these perhaps more visioning and policy conversations.
So I like the idea of having an advisory committee just on whether it's AI or whether it's technology, whether it's emerging things of that nature. Because I think it's much bigger than just in the classroom, I think. So as Joe was alluding, so that's actually why I won't be able to join for lunch today at noon, I'll be on a Zoom, but it's the very first meeting. Mouse Community College is one of 30 community colleges in the nation that's been selected by the American Association of Community Colleges and Microsoft to be on a AI for All initiative. We're gonna be doing that for the next 18 months, but yeah, that's a higher ed level, right? But we'll be exploring best practices for classroom use, best practices also for the administrative side of the house, best practice policy procedures, and so forth. And then we're supposed to, this group, initiative group is supposed to then present on that over about every 6 months to the larger block. So it's exciting, but it's also amazing. We're not unsimilar to many of our school districts. We're a very flat organization, not very many levels. You talk to financial aid, you're talking to the financial aid person. Okay, and they need help, right? This tool could help that office. Right? So I think of that also for our school districts. We're struggling with these things. So I would just ask us to think even broader than just the instructional side of the house of how the AI conversation could be as for districts or schools for all of these things. It's powerful. So we're very excited about it. I think it's gonna sharpen our ability to operate and function at a higher level for years to come.
But at some point, there will be some kind of guidance, whether those are hard and fast rules, or some kind of guidance, you know. Maybe it'll be like a charter school, that kind of guidance, you know, where it's not hard and fast rules, but it's more of a narrative that will need to come before the board, you know. And I don't want us to be behind that. I don't know that we can get in front of it because we don't know what it is.
So board members, do you think, is this rise to the level, should we have this as a standing committee, an AI tech or an ad hoc? Thoughts?
I like it as an advisory group, because I think it's changing and it's additional complexities that we're bringing in. I really like what we do about throwing up a committee. They give us, we put the experts in the room to guide us.
Yeah.
And now I will say, I see this group just
Staying.
continue.
Yeah.
Because this thing's changing so quickly, so differently. But as far as, I don't think we have the expertise to run other.
I would not trust to be an expert.
Us.
But between you and Ron's work with clouds, the best expertise in right now. Paul, explain the difference then for us for an advisory committee versus what's our processes now on an advisory?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, so the advisory groups are typically other groups that have been created like by other organizations that the Board of Public Ed has a seat on. So for example, the liaisons, obviously Macy is an organization that was created by the Board of Public Education in conjunction with the Office of Public Instruction. Board member Maxwell is the liaison to that. Montana State School Safety Advisory Committee is something that's created out of the Office of Public Instruction. I typically just attend those meetings, liaise on those on behalf of the Board of Public Ed. I think what you're explaining, if I understand correctly, is an advisory group. I'm hearing you say that you want to bring in other experts and have more discussions around like how we get in front of this, how we better support K-12 education, but also like how we work with higher ed. That would be something much larger. That would be creating potentially like an advisory committee. It would be like what we did with early literacy advisory
So look at
council.
one, it just went away. That to me,
That's it.
The one that went away though wasn't created by us. That was created by the Department of Public Health and Human Services.
our bylaws give us the ability to create anything we want as far as advisory.
Correct, Dr. Singer, and that would be an ad hoc committee, and that's just of the board members, though. You can do that, you can create an ad hoc committee of your board members. That doesn't mean you can't invite other people to go to those. It just means that you have 3 people of the board.
Gotcha.
So you can do that, and then you can
Yeah, I
still
like that.
invite other people to attend.
Then it's yours.
It's yours.
I
Yeah.
like that.
If you wanna create something more formal, that would be like what we did with the Early Literacy Advisory Council, where we created an advisory council. You all approved the membership of that. We submit that to the Secretary of State and the Governor's Office. That then allows you, those meetings have to be public, like that is different.
Thank you.
Yes, there are
appreciate that.
differences in each
So
of
I
those,
really
yes,
like ad hoc committee.
yes,
Yeah.
okay.
And with that, what she just described, that's where I fear that we'd be stepping on toes with everybody else, and we need to
Correct.
figure out who is the entity that's best to be taking the lead on this, and it sounds like it's Digital Academy. But we,
Is it,
I don't know.
I mean, are they worried about the finances of schools? Are they worried about the accreditation? Are they worried, I mean, there's.
Yeah, that's right.
Digital Academy's doing.
well, and I think from the, at least from the bringing in the wide concepts, and then, but I'm not, I'm, like I said, I'm at a point wondering, do we want a standing committee or do we want an ad hoc committee at this point?
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead.
I would suggest that we start with an ad hoc committee to do a little research. Since we need to figure out what you just said, we need to figure out who the players are and who can support this. And probably if we created an ad hoc committee for a couple of meetings, we could build up our, we could make a more informed decision about a standing committee or a advisory council if we take a little time to plan it out.
My recommendation then that we establish an ad hoc AI/technology committee with Dr. Neeskens possibly as chair and Dr. Slinger as a member. He's bringing in specific expertise, working with community colleges. And then also consideration then with knowledge and interest in the area, having Hannah become our digital academy appointment. And then, and yeah, not at all disagree with you, Ron, as far as that, I see what the digital academy might be the kind of global looking at AI, but then everybody individually is gonna have their specific issues and ideas. I mean, you're gonna, at Miles, you guys have a very specific interest in what you can do with it. We will have very specific interest, OPI, whatever it is, and each individually have to drill down, but if we all go out and try to figure this beast out on our own, we're not going to be able to accomplish that. What are your thoughts on creation of that ad hoc committee?
Yeah, I think it's necessary.
I really thank you for bringing that up, because I think the broader question is, how do we help kids navigate this? And there's a lot more, there are all the details, but.
Got a key concept, well, and then key concept I took out of that last section at ECS last Friday. We're now doing a postmortem on social media. We see what it has done. With AI, we're able to do, they call it a pre-mortem. We can actually predict what's going to be happening and that changes the whole world of research in it. We don't have to wait and see. And that's what Joe was describing. I mean, any policies, we might come into this thinking for the best interest, we need to have some guardrails around, we can predict. We don't have a clue where this is going and what this is gonna look like. And ignoring it is not the solution at all. Other thoughts?
Well, I just want to tell you all that, that I am looking with great interest at, instead of going to a nursing home, looking at, with great interest at having a robot come in and be trained to take care of my husband and I, so this will be, and I'm not laughing.
No, that's great.
There are those companies that are already training for that. And it looks like there's a good possibility that they could be paid for by Medicare. So, I mean, I think this is something we really need to keep an eye on.
Hold on.
So. Anything else on standing? All right, let's continue on, Director Flynn, agenda calendar.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, I love this next one. It is a ton of fun for us at the board because we get to plan 2026. So you'll see in here, we've got our meeting scheduled for 2026 calendar year. We've got a couple dates thrown out there for the meetings. In all transparency, I've run these both by Dr. Slinger, Dr. Tharp. These also avoid the Board of Regents meetings, which is obviously very important. And so we've done that homework. You'll see in red that these are sort of few things to note that I think are important. In January, we will take action on the ABCTE program approval. As you know that they are currently under a provisional. That is something that we will be doing this year. That is not done. Also in January, something that I feel like has been on our plate for quite a while now is the Transformational Learning and Advanced Opportunity Grants. There was a piece of legislation this last session, House Bill 573 by Representative Beatty, that really changed the transformational learning grant process. And so we will actually no longer be approving the transformational learning grants in the same way that we had in the past, and rather we'll be taking action on the transformational learning phase 2 grants. And so those recommendations will be coming from the Office of Public Instruction, and you'll be taking action to approve their recommendation on school districts that'll be moving into phase 2 of that grant program. Advanced opportunities will stay the same. And then in March, I'm making somewhat of a bold suggestion that maybe we travel to one of our new charter school locations, either in Butte or Lewistown. I realize March can be sort of a dicey time to travel. And so certainly open for suggestion there and discussion. And then nothing really of note in May. July, really wanted to sort of highlight again that joint Macy meeting and tribal consultation. September is also one of our travel meetings. I included Glendive and Evergreen. Those have been on our list for quite some time now. I'm just kind of leaving those on there. Of course, we can open that up to other places. Julia's face is like, ah. So I know one of those is very close in her area. But just wanted to
still in Montana.
yeah. And then at the bottom there, I did just put in red our other 2025 charter schools that were approved are Ronan, Hardin, and Libby. Just wanted to kind of keep those on your radar. Certainly it is a heck of a lot less than the 17 that I went to last year, 11 locations, but 17 charters. So just wanted to keep in mind that, you know, I will be traveling to all 5 next year, but I know only 5, like a drop in the bucket, but you know, as many as we can get the board to, I think that was a really nice thing for you guys to. It's a very different experience when the board does a site visit versus when it's me going to a site visit. And if it's not the board, hopefully we can get board members there. That was very nice when Lisa was able to, board member Schmidt was able to attend, Dr. Slinger was able to attend. So we'll try to continue doing that. Yes, I will do so. And I know that Dr. Tharp popped in as well. Okay, so I will open this up, see if other board members have conflicts on any of these dates. If folks have thoughts, suggestions on locations. We'll go from there.
One at a time, folks.
All right.
Calendars.
I am very happy to see that there's some up in my area. Makes me very excited.
Well, maybe.
Maybe.
Still up for debate.
There's options.
I thought it was brilliant of you to pair Butte and Lewistown, because although Lewistown would be further, sometimes Butte is just as getting to there is just as dastardly, you know. I thought, I looked at that and I kind of smiled. Nice job. Make it hard
For
for us.
us, it's not hard, but.
Over.
Yesterday, Madeline had remarked upon the fact that we might want to consider doing, I don't want to throw too much branch into this, but going to one of our reservation schools.
Right.
And I do think in light of the important discussions we're having around. Some of, perhaps modifying some of the structures in place to support the failing schools. It might be good to visit one of the schools that is considered. In danger.
Is that where we would maybe have our July meeting, joint meeting with Macy?
The only thing is they wouldn't be in school.
That's true.
What about our September?
It wouldn't be the first year.
It would not be the first one, second.
They wouldn't be in their first year. So this would be September 2026. See what I'm saying? It'd have to be. Like.
Oh, so.
You're talking about Rodan?
Yeah.
Yeah,
no.
Cross purposes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We were talking about that.
I was
The
thinking.
schools we talked about yesterday.
Yeah, so perhaps like. Hardin or,
In March, I mean.
oh. Wherever, maybe perhaps March, yeah, March probably makes the most sense, to be honest.
Or maybe Hart Butte. Although in March.
I have to say, I kind of question the Board of Public Ed meeting at a school that, I don't know, I would prefer it, I won't be on the board at this point, but I would prefer that really the board get an opportunity to visit a school that has exciting things going on. Things that might be, well, exciting things in general and things that might be a model for other schools where the practices that of success can transfer. I mean, I feel like it would help the board more to see more of the good stuff. I think it's a bit awkward to have the whole board meet in an area
That we go in with, honestly, I think there are good things happening in these schools. I was a little prickly yesterday just because I was in Wolf Point for a number of years. There are some really rock star educators there doing really good things. And there's a lot of adverse childhood experiences that are occurring in the communities and the families and more broad than the school, which are contributing to why kids aren't successful. And the school is not the sole answer to creating success for kids. And I do think that these schools can showcase a lot of good things. I know a lot of administrators in those districts personally, and I think it would give us good perspective on that this is not just failing schools and educators that don't care or poor educators. This is a more complicated question, and there's much more going on than that. And so I don't think, for me, I guess, I'm not proposing this because I believe we'd be going in there with some sort of punitive mindset. I think we actually need to go in with open minds and see the great things happening. And maybe have a bit of a realization that there is a lot of good things happening in a number of these things.
I totally appreciate your elaborating on that, because I agree with you that that's the right approach for the board to take to go visit.
So if we went to Glendive in September, could we visit? Sorry. Could we visit a school with the approach that Anna's talking about?
So the closest schools would be like Plenty Coup and Lodge Grass, which is still a ways from Glendive. I think we'd almost have to completely change the location if we were to consider this, and maybe if it doesn't happen this year, if these are really locked in. But I mean, obviously we could do Evergreen and we could do something with Sailors Kootenai, but I don't think that any of those schools were on the list. So I do think we need to think more like Hardin. We could make our building, we could actually have our meeting in Billings potentially and go down to Hardin. That's an easy trip. Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and we're
I
not
think
down
Hardin
there now.
actually makes good sense. I could probably call Tobin right now and
Yeah.
be like, sure.
When I have to go there.
Yeah.
that'd be fun.
It would be nice to get in a different. No, and like you were saying a couple months ago, get as many parts of the state as we can, so they feel. Like we're seeing the whole. The state as a whole.
Do people feel comfortable traveling to Hardin in March?
I don't know, comfortable traveling anywhere in March, but I'll make it work.
As long as we're not going on the 26th and 27th.
I feel like, you know, obviously March travel anywhere in Montana is dicey, whether it's to Butte, Lewistown, Hardin, like. All of those, it could be great or it could be terrible.
It's absolutely, it could be completely bare and dry, or we are buried in 8 feet of snow. We have no idea yet. So
I will tell you.
AI will tell us in the future what it's gonna be
Yes.
against them, be in March of 26, but we don't know yet.
I would though, because that is personally, selfishly, of course, that's a really long drive. For me, huge. I actually would prefer March because May is the insane time of the year, so is January.
Well, in May you wouldn't because we always go to Great
Yeah.
Falls.
Yep.
But
So, yeah.
any other time is like, that's,
So,
Okay,
Mr. Chair, could we focus on, and right now we're talking about this month, that month, could we just start going through calendars, say January, what's the dates, and where are we at, then March? Just my suggestion, sir.
If we,
One last thought too, right outside of Great Falls, there's easily accessible schools that were on that list, Hayes, for example. So, just a thought there. Or,
if we were, and I appreciate you kind of be sequential, that's the way I am too, but if we could look at which, if we did want to visit one of these schools, which, want to look at March for that? Okay, that in mind, let's go ahead and get back to the January then. Take a look at your calendar, which one of those weekends do you prefer?
I have no problems with that.
Well, let's pick does anybody have a problem with the 15th and 16th?
Let's pick it in case, and then if there's problems, we always have the other one left.
Which March one you pick, yeah.
Okay, so January 15, 16, okay? Look at March. A variety of dates there.
The 26th and 27th are hard. The 19th and 20th, is that?
When it's Easter.
Yeah.
yeah, what is Easter?
Oh, yeah, spring break.
That's what I was thinking, spring break, is that?
Yes.
Well, spring break is, will be probably both of those weeks for some schools.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I agree with that.
it's most likely to be the 19th through 20th or 26th.
Sunday, April 5th is Easter next year.
Okay.
Do we try the March 5th and 6th?
Yeah.
To avoid,
Spring breaks.
I think so.
Yeah, especially if we're gonna go to a school.
right,
Anybody know what state basketball looks like?
I just.
Conrad.
Probably that's the first week of basketball. I know March is our tournaments. March, first week of March is always our tournaments.
oh, that's.
Yeah, I looked at them because I know. I believe state DC was like right in the middle of that, but that second, I just.
26, 27 dates, state events.
That's the March 12th.
All right, state C basketball is 10 through 13.
Yeah, 12th through 14th is all the state basketball tournaments, except for C is 11th through 14th. So it's that middle week that we don't have anything scheduled, but presumably there's maybe some divisional
But then
basketball.
5, 6 means that's the bit, that would be the big.
Right, so we wanna go to the 19th and 20th.
Well, we can set it for the 19th and 20th, but let's say perhaps we choose to go to Ronan on the 19th and 20th, and they're in spring break.
Would you like me to look their calendar?
Do they have that? What? Then we can change it, right?
No. If we're choosing a date, we're choosing a date.
Yeah, so let's,
If they can't do it, we throw somewhere.
Okay,
That's when 1920,
Yeah.
what location?
well, I think to Julia's point, she's looking up the Ronan calendar. I'll look up the Hardin calendar right now. I think those are maybe the most easily accessible by the interstate schools, or perhaps in March, the best travel.
Ronan has no days off in March.
Hardin has a vacation day on March 20th. So that would be in the middle. Or the second day of the meeting.
There is his last, let's see, early release. On the 20th in Ronan. But they still are in school.
We're usually done by half noon. Should we try Ronan?
Yeah.
You guys okay with that? We can find out more, we can always talk about it at the next meeting, that's what you all. Vote on it anyways, so do you think of anything else?
Are we having the meetings at Ronan?
I mean, that's the thought process, I'll reach out to them. September, to them.
and if they can't, or if they, for some reason they can't, our second choice would be Hardin then.
I'll talk to Tobin and see what their schedule is, because if they're not gonna have school, it doesn't make sense for us to be.
That's right.
But they're gonna have school on the 19th, not correct?
Hey,
We do the 21st and 22nd.
That'd be good if that's with graduation. Should I just reach out to Colin?
7th and 8th.
hey, 21, 22, had MSTV work for folks.
And I think, is that what day is the 22nd? What day of the month?
Friday.
Right.
Served. So yeah.
Is that their graduation?
I'm looking at their calendar.
Might be a crazy time, but
Might be fun if we would have their graduation.
We don't have their calendar posted yet.
pretty sure we already took action on it, it's probably one of your packets.
So,
yeah.
Yeah, they graduate later. They graduate like after Memorial Day. At least this year, so I'm presuming it'll stay similar.
July.
Well, we should meet in Helena once. I guess this is the place.
Maybe we'll get to use the Capitol next year. It'll be done, doubtful.
Even if they just have one room done.
It would be July 15 or
So this week will be the same as if. What's next year like it is this year, like the week after, yes.
ECS National Forum is on East and
DC.
15th is on.
I'm not gonna lie, if the 22nd to the 24th is an option, I would actually like to have an extra week, if that's okay.
Sure.
Selfishly
Okay.
in the office.
That's fine.
It is somewhat challenging having like the 4th of July and people being gone. I don't know if that would be helpful for OPI as well, to have that extra week.
I think you're right.
Thank you.
40 seconds.
That'd be great, thank you.
Jennifer,
Well, if I had an option for dates, I'd choose the 24th or 25th, where we're going, because it's most likely we would find homecoming.
Oh,
Yeah. I also would second the 24th and 25th, leaving that close to the beginning of the school year is really, really hard.
yeah. If we go to Ronan in March, could we go to Hardin in September? Do we want to?
How long has Glenda been asking us to come there?
Since it was,
I will say Glendive and Evergreen were the very first two after, Mr. Johnson, Superintendent Johnson were the ones to invite us. When they found out that we were going to Livingston because of the invitation, they were like, oh my God, well, come to us.
Yeah.
And so they were the first ones I put on our list. And obviously, so we've kind of. But
I think it depends upon which school we've gone to in March, which part of the state we target for September. Unfortunately, now that it's kind of deviated from the list.
yeah, so if we go to Ronan, are folks thinking then we go to Glen? If we go to Hardin, folks think we should go to Evergreen.
Correct.
Okay,
Yes,
okay, I think that's a good way to do it.
yes.
Others think that's a, okay.
And it prevents us from arm wrestling because he lose.
we meet Glenda, I'm sleeping in my bed.
Okay, well, we can't have that.
Okay, so the 24th through 25th, though, that seems to be the date that works generally though, okay.
And I like because the two schools we selected are the 2025 charter schools, Ronan and Hardin, and Libby are the three 2025 charter schools that, so it really makes sense that those are the schools that we also, so we would essentially be viewing their charters and just their general education program at the same time, which I think is fabulous use of our time, very efficient.
All right, and then November, you don't get a say, that is when it is. And we'll be in Bozeman. You also don't get to say there.
Okay.
And thank you, Julie, in advance for all of you for getting us the coolest hotel ever. For that meeting. Julie does extra work. Julie does extra work for that, so thank you. All right, any other questions? Obviously after, September, or maybe even, I can go back now and put these on your calendars, and if anything changes after September, we can change them, but, we'll put a save the date on there, so you guys have it, and if you don't have any questions, I think
It's great for planning.
yeah, it's good for planning, and I think, you know, you guys are busy people, you have lots going on, so having something on your calendars early and often is good practice. What I will do is I will reach out to, folks in Ronan sooner than later and just see if they are able to host us, on March 19th and 20th, and see if that's going to be possible for them, and then we will, based on their response, then I'll reach out to folks in Endeavor Evergreen and go from there.
Alrighty, else on calendar agendas? Okay, open meeting laws.
All right, Mr. Chair, I thought this would be, hopefully fun and not super boring. But this was one of the things that, was brought to me as something that would probably be worthwhile for us to sort of refresh and reorient ourselves, at the board, just kind of as a reminder on what our sunshine laws are in the state of Montana. And actually it's kind of timely because as we were at the NASB conference this last week, for the New Member Institute, I was able to join them sort of as the token executive director member. And, it was really interesting to hear from other states and how different all of our laws are. And certainly, Board Member Maxwell and Dr. Tharp can speak more to, that process. And boy, is it very different from state to state. And so I thought it would make sense to sort of highlight some of the really important pieces and maybe surprising pieces of our sunshine laws. And now you'll have them handy anytime that you have questions. They are in your handbook if you ever need to access them. And one thing I meant to actually mention before I jumped into all this, and it kind of just came to me, all of this information is on our website and easily accessible to each of you if you ever need to get to it. It's under the board members tab. You should be able to access it there as well if you ever need it. Okay. There are 3 parts to our sunshine laws. Part 1 is the notice and opportunity to be heard. Part 2 is open meetings, and part 3 is the electronic mailing systems. I purposely left the history sections under each of these so that you could see how outdated some of them are. I kind of joked this morning about our bylaws and how some of those are so outdated, but boy, are some of these statutes outdated. So as we go through them at the bottom, you'll be able to see under history, for example, this first one is from 1947. But it is legislative intent, so that's probably by design. But I just think it's interesting to see as you go through this of like what sections have been updated and which ones haven't. And so I left that in there because I thought it was relevant. So obviously part 1, the notice of an opportunity to be heard is really important. Legislative intent in this section really to secure the people of Montana their constitutional rights to be afforded reasonable opportunity to participate in the operation of government agencies prior to any final decision of the agency. That blew people's mind at the conference last week. Dr. Tharp had mentioned that a woman from Utah, the parliamentarian, was going through sort of the steps of parliamentary procedure and Robert's Rules of Order. And I was looking at it and I said, aren't you missing a step? Don't you have to include public participation before you take action? And I thought the room was going to blow up. Everyone gasped and looked at us and said, you take public comment on every action item? And I said, don't you? And they like about died. None of them do. So it was very interesting that that was something that we do as a state, and it is because it's in our sunshine laws. So I just think that that is actually very interesting to us. Next, I think it's really important that as you read these, keep in mind that agency, as it's defined in the sunshine laws, does include boards. So anytime it talks about an agency, it is referencing the Board of Public Ed as well. When we think about public participation, it does include items allowing public comment on any public matter that's not on the agenda. That's why at the beginning of every one of our meetings, Dr. Tharp says, you know, now is there any public comment on any item that's not on the agenda? We actually allow even more opportunity. We do it at the beginning of our meetings. We also allow it at the end of our meetings. And that's because we typically do a 2-day meeting. And so we want people who might be there on day 1 and people who are there probably on day 2. So we do that actually twice. And then also, obviously we allow, we afford in any person the opportunity to submit data, views, arguments, either orally or in written format, prior to making any formal decision. They email us, I send all that information to you. If we get lots of written comment, I will compile that, I send it to you. There's actually language on our website that says if you want to send comments to the Board of Public Ed prior to any meeting, send that 48 hours in advance. I compile that, I send that to all of you. We actually put that on our webpage. If you look under the events calendar, it says agenda, packet, public comment. So if we get public comment pertaining to items on the agenda, we'll publish that. And then that goes on our agenda and meetings information as well. And then part 2 for open meetings, this section really exists to aid in the conduct of people's business, ensuring that anything that this body does is open to the public. Any of your deliberations are conducted openly, open to the public, open for people to view the work that you are doing. All of the meetings that you do, including this board, have to be open to the public. And I think that's also important to note that the presiding officer, Dr. Tharp, he can close the meeting, and I know he's done this. There's language that he uses anytime that we close the meeting, either for my evaluation, or you've probably noted that sometimes when we do contested case hearings, close the meeting. Sometimes we've done litigation strategy, we've closed the meeting, but those are the only 2 times, according to our sunshine laws, that we are allowed to close a meeting. Other states allow other reasons to close a meeting, but according to our sunshine laws, it's individual privacy and litigation strategy are the only 2 reasons that you can close.
Unless you're in litigation with another state agency.
Yes,
And then they both have to keep the meetings open.
Yes.
And talk about each other.
correct. Isn't that good? And then minutes of meetings, minutes of all meetings must be open and available for inspection to the public. I think that's really interesting. This section has changed a lot. If there's an official recording of your meetings, a written record of the meeting must also be made and must include the information specific to the meeting. So as you know, because we're all using Zoom these days, we are required to both put the Zoom link on our web pages, or include like the Zoom recording on our web page, and do the minutes. And so we're sort of doing double duty these days of like what the Zoom recording is and the meeting minutes. And then you'll also see that the next section, 2-3-214, this is the newest section that's really been changed. This was from 2023. And it sort of started out and caused a stir. And I know that folks in our school districts probably, this was a big change for them. It says that for any of the boards that you have to make publicly available your audio and video recordings within 1 business day after your meeting. So as soon as we're done with our meetings, Chris basically has to make sure that all of our stuff is up on our webpage immediately.
Thank you, Chris.
And that has been a big difference, but because we stream our meetings to our YouTube page, that has actually been a sort of big gift for us, because it's an immediate streaming, right? We can just go and get that link and put it on our page. And so that has actually been okay for us. Obviously, the minutes for our meetings, we won't approve those until the next meeting, and so those lag until a couple months. But the recording is immediate. And then I think it's really important just to remember that all of this only applies when we're actually in a meeting doing business. And I'm bringing this up because the next item, or maybe the last item of strategic planning that we're going to talk about, is like legit strategic planning, and actually going into talking about like work session and strategic planning as we think of like boardmanship and coming up with an actual strategic plan. Those are very different than taking action on accreditation status of schools. And so I want to bring that up, because if this board does decide that we want to go into more of a strategic planning, like a facilitated strategic planning process, we won't have to go through those same steps. It is different. So I wanted to bring that up just in case there were questions about that. And then lastly, part 3 of our sunshine laws is the use of electronic mailing systems. This section was really included just as, email sort of came into existence, which is kind of funny, 2015. An agency that accepts public comment, you must also be able to accept public comment via email. You must also be able to respond to them via email if they ask for something from the office via email, whether it be from MAPPA or public comment, for rulemaking. If they want the rules, for example, or the rulemaking documents, you should be able to send those to them via email. Pretty straightforward, but I guess we needed a sunshine law for that, so there it is. So, Mr. Chair, I just included those because I thought it was a good refresher, and I'm certainly happy to ask members, but now you have them in your packets. They're updated as the most recent ones from, I don't think there was anything this last session, but 2023, so I thought I would share those with you.
Anybody have any questions? Next item here is mapper process.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is the last one. I'm gonna do a bunch of talking and then I'm gonna turn it over to you guys to do a lot of talking. But the mapping process is one that I feel like we've done a lot of rulemaking the last several years. And I think that's something that is somewhat unique to this board. I don't remember a time, at least, we've talked in the office that this office has done so much rulemaking, and this board has done so much rulemaking. And so I wanted just to put together a memo so that you guys had it and somewhat of a flow chart. The flow chart that's in the packet is better than the one if it's printed for you, because I think it probably got cut off. Oh, maybe you're just there. Anyways, so the memo that I included in there has some really good links to Secretary of State web pages and different web pages that you can, and different statutes that you can access, rules and regulations by which we have to follow, processes that the state requires. And I just think that it's a good reminder of sort of the different requirements that each agency has to follow when doing rulemaking. The Board of Public Education is a bit different because unlike the Board of Regents, who just does policies, they don't go through rulemaking. We chose at the Board of Public Ed to go through rulemaking like other agencies do. We could have made a different decision to do policies like the Board of Regents do, but we do rulemaking, and so we follow the process like every other agency does. And so, again, this memo just kind of outlines for you the process and how we tackle it as a board. This flow chart just kind of helps you think through all of the processes and why sometimes when we have special meetings, you might be thinking like, why didn't we just do this when we had a meeting last week? Well, there are different timelines and, you know, very specific dates that we have to submit things to the Secretary of State. They have their own timelines. We can't just submit something in the middle of a week when we get it. Like I said, they have different timelines as well. And so we're kind of bound to the Secretary of State in a different way than we would maybe be if it was, we were doing it separate from a rulemaking process. So I just put this flow chart together so you guys had it, and certainly if you know you have additional questions, I won't go through this unless you guys have questions, but I just wanted to put it together so you had it and give you a better idea of what those timelines are. Because I do think it can be really confusing, and I also think that it can probably be pretty frustrating as a board member when we're asking you to have several special meetings to accommodate these processes, especially when it's like the week after a regularly scheduled meeting. And so I just want to thank you in advance and to want to sort of put this together for you. And Mr. Chair, and then on the last page, sorry, I also wanted to include in this memo a list of all of the rules that are under the Board of Public Ed purview. I think it's often forgotten of how many standards are under the board's purview. For example, I think we think of the obvious ones: assessment, accreditation, content standards, educator licensure. I think those are all really common ones that we think of a lot, probably because they come up, we have committees related to them. But I think there are other ones that we kind of forget about that just aren't very common and don't come up very often. And so I just wanted to put this list together. There's links to each of these if you're ever curious and you want to really go dig in. But I wanted you to have these just you know, kind of as a reminder of the expansive duties that you all have as board members, so. Mr. Chair, I will turn it back to you and go from there.
Okay. Comments, questions on the administrative rules process?
Mr. Chair. I just want, it was so professional until you got to the last two paragraphs.
Oh,
And
no,
that's really you, you know.
oh, yeah,
But I just want to draw attention to it's often unknown the depth and breadth of rules of the board is responsible for. And I think you've talked about that a lot with people, but even looking at it right now, educational media library, really, we've never looked at that standard, and I'm not suggesting we do. We've got enough to look at, but I wanted to draw your attention to that. I thought that was good.
Mr. Chair, Paul, thank you. Thank you. I love the visual of the chart. Really helps me. We're a lineal thinker and then learner, and so it really does help. And also, I just want to let you know that I don't speak for myself, but I never mind our additional meetings to meet some of these timelines.
Right.
When they're quick or easy, they're procedural, or don't feel like you're asking too much of us. I mean, I think we need to do our duty to keep following the timeline you need to make sure to keep us aligned. So I just appreciate you wrangling us and moving us along and keeping us aligned with these things. So so just know it's never, it's just part of the responsibility. So, but thank you for putting this all together.
Anything else? Yeah, like reading, check out all those chapters that we are responsible for. If you have any questions? Yeah, there's not all of them that I've had the opportunity to touch during my time on or in schools. And a lot from you still get involved. Yeah, and I like the flow chart. I know McCall spent a lot of time on that flow chart. That's this one page out of 348 in our packet, and that probably took a significant amount of time, but I think it looks great. And
Yeah.
I really appreciate that. And it emphasizes the fact, why does rulemaking take so long?
Right.
Well, it's because McCall likes to drag it out? No. Because she's following state law and the rules, the process, and that's why all of the timelines, all these different meetings that we have to be. And that's why we have the special meetings there. And then she has to do so much coordinating with the Secretary of State. And of course, these all start from the Office of Public Instruction Board, right? Thank you. Very, very helpful to see this process. And now that she's put the time into it, a great visual to share with the schools and our other partners when they have, why does it take so long? All right. Moving on. Review our strategic plan. Executive committee spent a lot of time talking about this over our last several meetings. What do we want to have? What is our strategic plan? What is our strategic planning process? And do we want to have something facilitated? How does this all work? And I've shared many times that the work of this board has evolved significantly from what it used to do 10 years ago. And we have a lot more things that we are involved with, a lot more touch with so many of these different things. And then plus, like we just brought up this morning, hey, if we're not getting involved with AI, we're gonna be the ones stuck afterwards trying to figure out what the heck just happened to us. So we need to be at the forefront of that. If we're gonna, follow up our discussion from yesterday, we're actually gonna do something about these schools that are not succeeding, we need to be able to take some action. So it caused us to do some inward reflection. Who are we and what are we here for? And not only what should we be doing, but what can we be doing? And with what can we do, what should our priorities be with that? We have access to a lot of other resources now to help us through that process. All encourage us, and I think we've benefited greatly from NASB, and I think that's been beneficial. We've got several members who are going to be attending the next NASB meeting, and hopefully you'll be able to participate on some of the NASB online meetings. There's a lot of support that we can get. We are unique. but we are similar to so many other states around the country. Everybody has different governance structures, everybody has different processes and procedures and authorities and what they can do, what they can't do, and how their processes all work, but we all have a common mission to serve the students of our state, so. For the next half hour or so here, we take a look at reviewing our strategic plan and then discussing how do we want to go from here? What sort of changes do we want to make? Do we want to look at something possibly next summer, bringing in a facilitator? And if we do that, then we should start that process now and start with some, some sort of surveys, some sort of reflective documents that we can get from an outside entity to help us. I think we've all been through strategic planning that kind of had the cake already baked for it. You go through and the facilitator comes in to convince you to get toward that outcome, which has already been predetermined. We don't want that. We want to make sure that this is stuff that is what we develop and have a good facilitator to lead us into a direction where we go. So you have your strategic plan updated 25-26 here, and so McCall kind of talk us through some of these different components of it. And then we can talk about some opportunities and options that we might have for the process. I'll lead us through what this says right now.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Chair. These are the 6 areas that the Board of Public Ed has highlighted as sort of the major goals for the Board of Public Education and sort of the big buckets that a lot of our sort of advocacy comes from. Really, the first one's about constitutional and statutory authority, promoting safe learning environment, evaluating and adopting the board's accreditation standards, fostering teaching and administration, supporting and preparing Montana students for employment, post-secondary education, and civic life, and then recognizing and fulfilling the board's statutory obligation in Montana School for the Deaf and Blind. And so those are really sort of the big 6 pillars that have guided the Board of Public Ed, and really how we've used this document in the past, at least for the legislative committee, and helping us think through how we want to prioritize the positions that we take as a board during the legislative session. Does it fit into our priorities and requirements for the board? Is it in our wheelhouse? Is it part of our constitutional authority? And so this plan has sort of guided that. I will say that it is a static plan. We've created it. We look at it annually, and then it goes on our website. We are required to submit a plan annually to the legislature. And so I've sort of revised this in the way in which the legislature has wanted it and sent it back to them. We've gotten somewhat of a pass from them because they want something that has measurements and metrics, and because the way in which we operate as a board and because of the nature of us as an agency, they've given us somewhat of a pass. We are not an implementation agency, and so we have to take that into consideration as well when we're putting this together. And so just keep that in mind as well. So I'm happy to take questions, but that's sort of the history and how this came to be. Before I got here, we really put this into place. It used to just be the 6. And when I came into this office, we really worked on putting together the bullets under the 6 to really think through, well, what does this mean in practice, and how do we work with our partners, and what does it look like for us sort of going even a step further than just the 6 sort of goals. So, Mr. Chair, I'll turn it back to you.
So, discussion.
Well, I'll jump in, Mr. Chair, that's okay. I don't like it. I don't think it's really a strategic plan. I think it's just statement of things that we do. I think a strategic plan should have more of a vision, and where do we want to take things. I feel like oftentimes we're incredibly we're reactionary in the legislative session constantly. What are we driving? What are we trying to, why are we letting people that are not in education make us do things to try and improve things? We should be doing those things. We should be trying to drive those conversations, and I think that comes from the strategic plan. I really appreciate you, reminding us though that, we're not, oh, yeah, we're not, darn it, we're gonna implement this, so I don't know how we balance that, right? But I mean, it's fine, I'm gonna vote to approve it, and it's fine, but I love that, I'm so grateful that we're having this conversation, and I would love to see us over this year. I'm very much in favor of doing a whole strategic planning workshop and have a facilitator, and actually, I'm good with it if it's a whole year-long process where we do these surveys and do some conversations with a facilitator. And I don't know what that would look like, especially because reminds us, we actually don't do some of these things, but I just, to me, this has always been just a jump pass. It's like, yeah, this is what we do, that's okay. I just don't think it's a living document, which is what strategic planning should be. It should be your guiding and then what you're doing. I also think the strategic planning goals, which in our company, we call them commitments. I can drive everything back to the commitment. Why are we doing this? Because it's part of our commitment. Commitment to this, commitment to institutional excellence, commitment to student success, and I constantly reminding people that. I think that would be very powerful for the call or Dr. Sharp, whoever is testifying in the legislature, to say, we are moving forward this legislation, asking to move this forward because of our strategic goal number 3, which is a commitment to K-12 excellence throughout the state. And what do we mean by that? We mean this, and that's where those bullets come in and explain it. But it just, there should be, there just should be something more. To me, it's just an explanation of kind of what we currently are doing, as opposed to a vision statement of where we want to go with K-12.
I'd like to add to that, in my mind, a strategic plan also has 1-year goals, 5-year goals, and 10-year goals. And if we're going to implement our vision, where do we need to be a year from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now? And not necessarily implementing things, but we can say, we'd really like more than 30% of our students to be able to read when they graduate. And so what do we need to do? We need to work with OPI. We need to work with and that's kind of stuff is kind of buried in here, but it doesn't give us a clear pathway. And I agree with member Ron. I'm sorry. That we don't implement things, but we absolutely can drive the conversation. We can drive the legislation. We can be more proactive as opposed to reactive if we have some guidance that we've all come up with together.
I would like to add something sideways to that. I think for coming from a superintendent principal, we're talking, that an action plan has data points, and I can see McCall's point that that's really hard to do because we don't necessarily drive effort in that method. But one thing I would, and like Member Schmidt said, it's buried in here, but education about what we are and who we do to our educational partners, I think should be addressed at least somehow more directly. I want teachers coming out of college knowing who we are, that they can reach out if they have concerns, not necessarily that we can, but they know that they can be heard by us at least. The amount of educators that I talk to that have no idea what we do or do for them, I think is upsetting, because they should be able to feel like they have to see the amount of representation that they have and can reach out to and get advice from. I think that is something that could be really impactful in the state of Montana, and then to see us here every few months working for their benefit.
The sentence I underlined, when I did this, I only underlined one sentence, was general supervision over the public school system. And the part that I didn't like so much, but it happens, the other public institutions as may be assigned by law, because, that has changed over the last couple of years. And I am for us doing a strategic, having someone come in and help us develop a strategic plan. But I think that strategic plan has to start with what's in the Constitution and what it is that our purpose is. Because I do believe, as I've been on the board, and Madeline probably should speak to this and I should be quiet. I think that our purpose is quite a bit different than many boards. That we don't have general supervision, that we are more 30, 40, 50, 60,000 feet, you know, and that makes it hard for us to implement. We have to be aware of the consequences of what we do at that level. So I think for us to build a strategic plan, we have to really re-examine what it is, the purpose of the Board of Public Ed is, what it was designed to do and what it was not designed to do. Because there are two entities that cover public education. There's the Board of Public Ed, which is the implementer, and there's us. Yeah. Yeah. So I would, with a caveat that we would start with that. I agree with you. Madeline, did I say anything wrong, please?
No, what I would add to what you said is, the guidance probably that we have to go to, is a brief statement, you know, barely a sentence in the Constitution about the Board of Public Education. And then what the legislature has assigned to us as duties. I think it's important that the board consider, based on our constitutional authority, what are there duties that we have taken on that we need to name as well. So even though they're not in the state statute, they're at least a guiding document for us. I don't know at what level we do that, whether it's a policy or whether it's adoption of a strategic plan, but and I do think listening to the recordings of the Constitutional Convention from 1972 might be an interesting thing to listen to as well, about what the role of the Board of Public Ed is. So I have a comment I'd like to make, but if you want to pursue Renee's comment there, then other people should speak up.
If I may, I really just look at this document, it's very mission driven with the mission statement. A strategic plan for me is vision driven with a vision statement. I think we actually need to start with a vision statement to build a strategic plan rather than a mission statement. When we have done our strategic planning process at my own district, we have a mission statement. And that really does fall in line with what are our duties and our responsibilities, which is undoubtedly very important. But then the vision statement is different. It is future thinking. It is goal driven, as some of you have mentioned. And then also there's this plan over time that kind of drives your actions. So I do think, I don't know, do we have a vision statement? Want me to look?
Yeah, very interesting. We go, you know, we look going back to our source documents, okay, with the Constitution. You know, I believe our Constitution for the state superintendent basically only says that they serve on the land board. It's the only responsibility for the state superintendent. But yet she runs a pretty good sized agency with a lot of folks doing a lot of things for only serving on the land board, which is, I believe, is where Susie is right now.
Yeah.
So, so she's, because of the one thing she's called to do, she's not with us. But and so it comes down to, yeah, what can we do versus what should we do? And I appreciate that, Madeline, you know, looking back and listen, what did the framers 72 expect from us? So Madeline, what did you have next?
I would just add that in the last couple of years, we've had a focus on professional development opportunities for board members, and also joining MASB adds to both the professional development opportunities plus the wider networking with other states. And I think that would be something to add to our strategic plan. As I look at these 6 categories, I'm not sure where to put it. I could see it going under 1 or perhaps under 4. And I also, if it makes more sense to leave this question to a year from now, when a more comprehensive process is followed to develop a strategic plan, I just think it's important that we demonstrate that the board works for board members to be prepared for these discussions and for the issues that are facing us. Because I think this board works really hard, and it's important to demonstrate we're taking this seriously.
It's reflecting upon the general supervision. And, we've got the local control issues, we've got locally elected trustees, we, as we said, we operate at an extremely high level. However, this board does have the authority to remove individual teachers' licenses.
Yeah.
And we also have the authority to remove schools accreditation status. Heavy items that we are responsible for, even though it's still that general supervision. So how do we balance that general oversight? And I like the idea of coming up with actual vision. I mean, our vision should be, obviously, the success of all of our students. But
I'd like to propose a thought to utilize NASB to bring in moderator, facilitator to lead us through a year-long discussion of starting with a survey of what we think maybe a vision statement needs to look like, or go through a process, and maybe at each one of our meetings, we address a smaller question in the process too, so that by a year from now, we can finalize a vision statement, we can finalize a timeline, we can finalize some of the things, but I think that a facilitator throughout the year, and maybe addressing just pieces of this at every meeting, would help us, first of all, keep it top of mind, and second of all, get some progress so that we're not kicking this down the road.
But yeah, absolutely. And so we talked about this in the executive committee, talked about ways to do this, and thought about, well, what if we did something at around this meeting, it's kind of a weird situation. We kind of have to have a vision to see where we want to go with our vision before we can develop a vision. And so to make sure we had time to think about this, time to process as we go and get ready to bring somebody in. Now NASB, McCall has been working with them for longer than we have, her role with the other executive directors. So McCall, describe what this might look like as far as working with NASB and what options would be available.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I actually reached out to them long before we were members of theirs, because I wanted to get an idea of what they could actually offer us if we became members. And so I went back in my emails and found what their member service offerings looks like. And so some of the things that they do that we could take advantage of are boardsmanship training, board effectiveness, or some kind of self-assessment. They do strategic planning, things that we're actually talking about. So I think each of those might be somewhat relevant in different ways. So one of the things that we had talked about, Chair Tharp and I, and this came after we were talking somewhat about this at the NASB meeting last week, because they just went through a big training with the team in Nebraska. They had more than half of their board members turn over this last year. And so they did a huge training in Nebraska where they brought all of their members together, and they went through all of these, right? They had to do boardsmanship training, they had to do a self-assessment, what are each of these members good at, what do they bring to the table? They didn't know one another. They're also each elected, and so they had different. Yes, so I'll just leave it at that. So one of the things that we had talked about that might make a lot of sense, and there's obviously going to be some preparation that we would need to do with NASB prior to doing this. We could have NASB join us online to do some work prior, but maybe next July, maybe next September, we could have them come in at the end of one of our board meetings. As you guys know, our board meetings usually end on a Friday about noonish. We could have them come in, it's probably gonna be Paolo, fly in and we would do some kind of work session where we would go through like the elements of a true strategic planning process with our board members. And we could do something like that, either a day and a half, we would just add that on to our board meeting. Now, remember, July's here, so that would be an easy place to get to. If we were in Evergreen, we could do it in Kalispell, or Missoula, whatever, you know, we could figure that out. It's not a big deal, but so those are things to think of. And I think if we wanted to get to that point, they could join us over Zoom at no cost. The only cost to us would be to get them here. And so I think those are certainly options for us. Now, I also don't want to pigeonhole all of you to thinking that that is our only option. If folks have other ideas, you certainly could do that as well, but they did talk a lot about some of the work that they had done in other states, mainly because they had a lot of new members, and so that they talked a lot about the work they had done. So I can send you this, and so you guys can at least look at what these member offerings look like and get an idea of how you might want to go about sort of preparing us to get to that place. And the reason I say next year and next September is because as the executive committee, we talked about maybe doing it next summer, next September. It gets us in a place, one, to give us some time to be in a good place to get there, but it also puts us in a good position to think about next session. Like, we'll be preparing ourselves to be thinking about the session, to be, you know, kind of putting together a plan to position ourselves as we go into the next session. So that was kind of why we were thinking about that timing. Anything else? Okay, I'll get this together and I'll send it to you guys.
Do we have a professional development budget? Line item?
Yeah, that is a great question. We did ask, not this session, but the last session for some extra funding for professional development, and we did get it, and I believe it was about 10 grand.
Okay.
I will also tell you that last session, when we asked for funding, when we were allocated 2 new charter school programs, it gave us funding for a position and a half. Now, we are actively working on hiring that additional position. We are actually going to be interviewing next week for that. But that funding came into our base. So and it is in our base for eternity. So we have a little bit wiggle room. Okay, how I will say that. Yes.
Any thoughts?
I like the idea of some, NASB, because this was, we're a member of that, purposely are a member of that.
For these.
And if they, part of the reason it's their area.
Yeah.
It seems to make sense.
So what do you think about trying to carve out half hour at our meetings or whatever is necessary at our meetings over the next few months? Bring them in via Zoom, get this process up and rolling, working with Paulo or his designee from NASB to get us toward a point with the idea of possibly next July or September, having a day and a half retreat, sort of a setting after a meeting so that we can kind of coalesce all of this and develop our vision.
Well, and I think, I like that, and I think as Carl said, typically we do have a half day that's open, so whether that's an hour session, a 2-hour session, throughout the year, I think we can carve that out.
I think so.
Any questions on that? All right, anything else? Any public comment on strategic planning items? Seeing none, let us take a recess before we continue on with item number 6. We will stand in recess for 10 minutes.
Hi,
And
Velocity, I was waiting for it like 7.
oh God, I was waiting for 15. So only give me 10 minutes to get my donuts. Chris,
Call the meeting back to order. Couple of points of personal privilege here. One, first of all, whoever from the BB staff that was purchasing snacks, thank you for taking more protein options. I appreciate the chickpeas and the beef sticks. Thank you. Also, follow up for our last discussion, MSTB's graduation is Friday, May 29th. We approved that at our March meeting. Hold up their calendar. All right, continuing on with our agenda, we are on item number 6. And this is my report. That's our last meeting in May. Wrapped up the school year at Brow and Robertson as a weekly executive committee meetings. Started the work on the school funding interim committee. We had one meeting in person here in Helena. That was on June 4th and 5th. After a day and a half of workshops on school funding. That have to be upstairs in this building. And then we've had one meeting online. And we're working on scheduling a face-to-face meeting in Helena, and I don't have any idea when that's gonna happen. It's, I'll just be honest, that, this legislative committee just has a lot of, angst and spillover from the last session is carried over into this meeting. From the very beginning, first meeting, but just the election of a chair and trying to get things organized. We need to get focused on what we need to get done and get it done and move beyond the politics. But honestly, out of the 20 members on the committee, 12 are legislators, and it is a legislative committee. So we're just hoping to get things rolling. We had our meeting that was supposed to, actually, we were supposed to have a meeting last week, no, next week. And then that got pushed back. And so there's nothing on the schedule right now. And I feel for Pat McCracken, everything is a constant, well, this doesn't work, so we next have another doodle poll. So we don't have any, not sure where we're going yet, but we've got to get some stuff rolling. I was able to get down to Helena on June 30th as a new member on the Education Data Governance Committee with Superintendent Helena now in her new role. She continues on that data governance committee, but as a state superintendent, so I filled the role of the BPE member on that. And I was really impressed with the work that's getting done there, and especially proud to watch Susie working with Commissioner Swanson. We're going to get some progress between superintendent's office, with Ochi, and with Sarah Swanson. I think we're going to really get some great work finally moving forward in that direction. And it's really makes me feel good to see that happening. I was part of the original data task force back, probably 12, 13 years ago when we first started these discussions. So we're finally making headway there. And our regular MSDB bi-monthly meetings, NASB information exchanges, and then last week was at the NASB New Member Institute in Salt Lake last week. I was asked to be there by Paulo as a veteran board member, and McCall and I did a session together on boardsmanship and with a couple of other folks, and being there as a resource to other people. It's always fascinating getting together with folks at the national level. You see how much we are alike and how much we are different. And this is something that Susie and I saw 9 years ago, going to national conferences and just seeing how the governance works so different in every other state. So many different states. You have states where the board is elected versus appointed, where they have they hire the superintendent, or the superintendent and much more directed by the governor's office. And you take any possible combination of the voters versus the governor versus all the different things. And then you have the whole issue of partisan or nonpartisan positions. And it's every conceivable combination is out there. And the only thing that every state has in common is that they believe their way is the best. We followed that up, that NASB meeting, with the Education Commission of the State's National Forum and Education Policy, and that was really interesting. I sat in on a bunch of very interesting sessions of that. Lots of other travel throughout the state. I'm spending more nights between July 1 and beginning of school year. I will be in hotels more than I'm in my own bed. Between all different travel, makes it church and DFW travel and stuff like that, but enjoying the work that we get to do. As I use the bully pulpit of my position here, continue to promote mental health activities. I presented at a United Church of Christ event in Miles City on mental health for folks. The most elite item on my resume now is that I can add that I have been an adjunct professor at Miles Community College. I taught a class there a couple of weeks ago on youth mental health first aid. And that's, of course, that's why we're all encouraged to wear blue. Thank you, Susie, for getting the memo. And then also talked to UPR several times, including I talked to a group of people in Maker just on Monday prior to coming here. And scheduled for lots of QPR and mental health first aid classes over the next few weeks with the legislative session, changing some of the rules regarding, mandated for suicide prevention. I will probably be teaching QPR to literally hundreds of different school members at a lot of different settings, anywhere from Baker to Plevna to Nashua, Sydney, and all points in between over these next few weeks. So appreciate the opportunity to be able to do that. So that is what I've been up to for my chair's report. If anybody has any questions.
May I make a comment, sir?
Yes.
I'm glad that, I'm really pleased about the news about you and Ms. Swanson, et cetera, and Susie, working together. If anybody reads the news as weirdly as I do, you'll see Fox Business Barron's at CNBC, San Francisco Examiner, Inc.com, Reuters, ITP Pro, on down the list, is talking about the need in the next few years for state nationwide between 500,000 and 1 million new not plumbers, electricians. So I really encourage the kind of work that you're doing and that kind of a pathway for our students.
Thank you.
IT is driving it.
Absolutely. All right, move on to item number 7, Executive Director's Report.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Honestly, a lot of what probably have to report are things that we've talked about already. But I will say I've worked a lot this summer on participating with a lot of our education partners and different events that they've been putting on and working on over this summer. Chair Tharp mentioned the education finance workshop that MTSBA hosted with some other partners. That was a really great workshop that was really helpful, I think, for me to think about as we go into working on the school finance commission or the school funding interim commission. I'll be attending those meetings and certainly working to support Dr. Tharp as he participates in those on behalf of the board. I attended the MASBO conference, which was really interesting. Not something that is in my wheelhouse at all, but really good, I think, as we partner more with the Office of Public Instruction, and I think just good for me to better understand sort of the finances of school districts in general. So that was a really great conference and working, better understanding the work that they do. They put on a great conference. They had hundreds of people there in Great Falls, and really great to see all the people from OPI really leading a lot of those sessions. They did an excellent job. And then next week or maybe the week after, I'll be heading to the SAM conference. I really enjoy their Summer Administrative Institute. It's really nice to see a lot of the administrators of that and work with them, sort of get to touch base with them. And so I really enjoy working with them at that as well. Earlier this summer, I know we've talked about this, but really reconvening the Early Literacy Advisory Council. I'll ask you guys, I think later today, to reinstitute that advisory council with a different name, a little different membership. So we'll be talking about that later, but reconvening that group, taking a little bit more time and working with them. We'll have an in-person meeting with them later in first week of August. Hoping to get a lot of work done, revising some of the standards, working on the early numeracy integration. So that'll be a really great meeting. I also attended the National Association of Charter School Authorizers. They had a webinar that they were talking about some of the best practices when working on applications for charter schools. And I thought that was a really interesting meeting. Obviously, it's a little bit different than the work that we're doing with our public charter schools and the process, but still really interesting. Actually, a lot of the things that were instituted here and the work that you guys do are some of the best practices that they've instituted. So I thought it really aligned well with the work that you guys are already doing. And then sort of in the same vein with charter schools, earlier this week, we held our first charter webinar for the year. I can't remember who it was, but one of you as board members at our main meeting suggested that maybe we need to convene our charter schools this year and really sort of bring them all together and, you know, help them prepare for the school year. And so myself and folks at OPI met with charter schools and just provided an opportunity for them to come together and sort of have a refresh on some of the ins and outs of what they're expected to do for accreditation and assessment and some of the requirements of like Infinite Campus and things like that. So we had our first meeting earlier this week. I think it went really well. I heard from quite a few of them that were really grateful that we did that. We allowed some time for the charters that were finishing up their first year to sort of give some lessons learned, some insight for the new folks. And I thought it went really well. We'll also have the second one later this month. And I do anticipate we'll probably add one more before the beginning of the year. So really grateful for folks that were able to join, and just want to thank the folks from the Office of Public Instruction for joining for that. One of the things I heard from numerous people that they were really grateful that we were working together to do that, because so much of what we do has to be together, and some of the things that we do has to be in coordination with OPI and vice versa. So just really want to say thank you to them for that. And I think it was great suggestion, whoever it was, I can't remember, but great suggestion. And I think it's going to be really worthwhile. So Mr. Chair, back to you, and happy to take questions.
Great, thank you for the call. Yeah, when we called Tony about that Zoom, so I thought, you know, maybe if I had a chance to jump on it and ask, well, so who from OPI is going to be joining you? And she said, the whole team. Wow. So thank you, Superintendent Helena, for having your staff be part of that. That's really key for it. And also at that SAM Administrative Institute, I'll be presenting along with Cognia at that. We've had a sectional, I think it's Tuesday, as on the along with OPI and the Cognia folks, looking at the memorandum of understanding, what that's going to mean for schools, and so we'll answer some questions for the field on that. So if there is nothing else, let's move on to item number 8, State Superintendent Report. Superintendent Hedlund.
Thank you, Chair Tharp. I appreciate it, and good morning, everyone. I am happy to be here. I'm going to jump around through our items just a little bit. I'm excited to have our team share some great information today as well. So I just wanted to say thank you for yesterday. It was great to have Macy at the OPI and have a lot of our team there with them, as well as then to come here. A big thank you to Chris and McCall and Ty for helping organize and set everything up. Tyler was excited to be part of that work and help getting that put together. And it was a definitely collaborative effort with all of us figuring out how to make sure we can support Macy and having, you know, meetings in person and taking them to the next step, and just the organization and everything that you guys put into that, I'm very grateful for. I also just want to say that I think it's important we move forward in a direction of supporting our schools and our schools that are struggling, just following up from our conversation yesterday, in a really collaborative and supportive way. I don't think blaming and those kinds of things are going to help us make any progress. So I think if we all put our heads together and use, you know, the best strategies and evidence and research that we can, and really take a positive, strength-based approach with the cultural awareness, I'm really hopeful that we can support those schools and make a difference for those students and communities. So looking forward to working collaboratively with all of you and our partners in education to make some change and support those students and communities and schools. So today we'll go over quite a few things, and I'm gonna run through my sections real quick so then I can introduce some of our team, like I said. So just a quick federal update. You have a federal update in your packet. We are checking in daily, and we are still optimistic and hopeful that we'll be receiving the title funds that are currently being held up. We have seen them trickle in, you know, we got the rural education funding, kind of randomly a week ago, they just seem to be trickling in. We are, getting IDEA allocations, notifications out, any moment now. I know the team's been working diligently on getting those out. And so we are, you know, those have been appropriated, and we have spoken to Senator Daines. He spoke with OMB for us in, you know, emphasizing that we really need to get these funds so that schools can put their planning in place and have their budgets ready to go. So we have been advocating, and we've been working with our partners to do that at the national, federal level. So we will keep you posted as soon as we receive any GANs. That's how they come to us, a notification that we've received the funding. We will notify the field right away, and then as soon as we can, we will quickly work on getting the preliminary allocations and the allocations out so that schools can get rolling. So for this year, we, like I said, we're very optimistic that they will come in. It sounds like Title III potentially could have some reduction. That's the one that seems to be under the most scrutiny, but we don't know anything at this time in regards to any changes in the funding that was previously appropriated. And so we're hopeful to keep that going. As stated before, pretty much everything has been level funded. Our Title I-A, I just want to reiterate, you might have heard me say it before, but we did receive level funding in Title I. However, they did change the eligibility requirements, so more districts were able to receive title funds than have in the past. So we had the same bucket of money, but it was spread further, right? So some districts did see a slight change. Because of the way that formulas work, it is always fluid. Some years schools go up a little bit, down a little bit. We did see a swing greater than we have in previous years, even with the additional schools being added to receiving the title funds, but some districts did have a greater impact than others, or even schools within district, right? So, but those were all due to the eligibility changes. So we will take a close look at that with the Department of Ed as we move forward and keep close eyes on that. And Dr. Mergel and her team did a great job of carefully analyzing those funds and understanding those and reaching out to the schools. We did reach out to the 5 that had the most change and have those conversations and do that reach out to talk to them about that. So with IDEA, I just want to let you know that we were level funded in that as well. We do have less funding at the state level for this coming year because there was less carryover than normal, because more money was distributed to schools directly in the previous year. So less money was carried over at the state level. So there are some slight changes in the state level activities that will be offered. And we did meet as a team and go through it and kind of prioritize and think about what was really critical and whatnot. So for example, the OPI has put on special ed law conferences from time to time. There are special ed law conferences put on by MTSBA and via Calaba and others as well. And that is what I'm excited to cut for this coming year so that we could do some other important work with like the CSPD regions. They will have a slight reduction in the CSPD funding pool, but we know that work's important, so we will continue that. So just had to be thoughtful and mindful about what was really important. The Para Pathways project with Dawson College is going really well. There's a ton of interest and enrollment in that, so we wanted to make sure there was adequate funding for that. So just balancing all of the different great opportunities and still plan to have the Summer Institute, which is partially funded through special ed funding and things like that. So we are putting out some communications on that because there was some concern and misunderstanding with some of the mixed messaging and some of the special ed directors and folks in the field. So we do have a letter coming out, just kind of clarifying what is continuing and what will be a little bit different. And then as far as OPI staffing, I want to introduce Craig Barrington. We're very excited to have Superintendent Barringer on board at the OPI. And do you want to say hi and introduce yourself a little bit?
I'm Craig. I've been in Montana education system 34 years. I was 12 years as a teacher, 13 years as a principal, and then 14 years as a superintendent. I completed 5 years in Green River, Wyoming. But I'm happy to be working for Superintendent Helena in this capacity. They do a good job on her behalf, so.
Thank you, Craig. We were really excited to have him come on board with his experience and understanding of Montana, as well as great work he was able to accomplish in Wyoming and CT and other areas that we are all excited about. So welcome aboard and thanks for joining us. Earlier this week, he was in Billings for the SWIM meeting, so the state workforce meeting. So got to get to know those folks and thank you for making that trip over there. Also, there is information in your packet on the staffing report. So we did not fill some positions from this winter until now because there was a budget deficit. And so we were making up that vacancy savings, especially in the executive office. We've been spread thin. So I'm very thankful to my team for working hard and wearing many hats and sticking it out. And we are getting ready to bring some additional folks on. And so that will be helpful. We are going to work on a updated organizational chart to reflect all those changes and make sure you guys all know who to contact for what. And we'll be getting all of that information out. So that's very exciting, as well as working within the agency to talk to each of the teams and units about their structure and what they really need, so that we can be very mindful about how we put new positions into place or update roles and work duties depending on the needs of the staff. And we're really listening and taking the input from them. You heard a little bit about some of the changes to Indian Ed and Native American Student Achievement yesterday. Really listening to them and letting them help us make those changes. They did not want to be separated and siloed. They wanted to come together and be back together as one complete unit with the same mission, but both components of work. So we really listened to them and asked them what they would like to see. And then talking to, data and IT, they're like, we need developers, we need more developers, we need people that can do this level of work. So we have developer positions open, licensure. We had amazing gals at OPI and licensure for many, many years that are retiring and have been kind enough to stay on to help us onboard some new folks. So we're working away, and there's a accreditation position open right now also. So we'll be staffing up and getting that updated org chart and those points of contact out to you soon. I've also been talking to special education. We had a great meeting the other day. Julie's behind the wall there, sorry, Joe. Patrick Cates is, the main point of contact for special education right now. If you guys need anything, and talking to their team about, what they need to make sure we're bringing that high level of customer service across the state in special ed. So I just want to thank Brooke Gondera again for her great leadership. The staff really were the ones that asked that she she'll be running the ship there, and she has a wealth of knowledge and experience, and the tribal consultation work she's bringing to the table is really exciting. So I believe that's it on staffing update. I'll just give you a couple of overviews of things we've been doing, but you guys touched on most of them. We've been at the same meetings, if you can tell. And also been thankful for my time with Joe and Angela at the commissioner's office. Really excited to have a spot in the room, a seat at the table, talking about educator prep. And so we're really excited about ideas we have for research, for math, for ways to improve our educator and administrator prep programs, and to partner. So just honored to be invited and get to spend the day with you on Monday. Next week, I'm going to the CCSSO Chiefs Conference. And so that will be a great opportunity for me to meet with other state leaders and share ideas on best practices. Later this month, I will be at the School Administrators Conference, as many of you will be. We will be talking, Dr. Tharp and I will get to talk about the benefits of the MOU we have with Cognia for accreditation. Mike Jetty and I will also be doing a session on Indian Ed for All and some of the legislative changes that came from this last session at that conference. I'm participating in the School Funding Interim Commission, of course. And one of the things I was really excited about, I don't know if I've gotten to share with you guys yet, is that Dr. Lee and I met when I was in Missoula meeting with some other folks not too long ago. And I mentioned, you know, how wonderful would it be if teachers came into the schools, you know, from their programs with CPI certification, crisis and prevention. And it's really a great program because it's about, you know, making sure that we can stop any incidents or struggle that a child's having before it escalates. And it's all about de-escalation and that crisis management. And he sent a team right away off to learn through the train the trainer program. So his staff is going to be working with the new teacher candidates on CPI now. So really exciting just to see that come up in a conversation and already have it in action. So we're excited about that. So I will now turn it over to Katie Bloodgood. She's our legislative director and does many other things. And she has our legislative booklet ready and has put a ton of work into that with Paul and many others in the agency. Like I said yesterday, we're really excited that she's going to be a constant part of our team and you know, not just there participating during session, but is going to really work to make sure all of this gets implemented well and in a collaborative manner. So one of the things I'll let you share about is the exciting news about the AAD program. And something that I've really appreciated is that I got to, you know, see her sitting down with Melissa Romano talking about it, and going over the plan and what we've gotten accomplished as far as the bill that she put forward, so that we're truly working with the legislators and all of our partners as we implement all of the legislation that's going to be fabulous for our schools. So I'll let you touch on that and the legislative session book.
Well, thank you, Chair and board members. So I did pass out our legislative session wrap-up book. There's about 98 bills in here that we touch on. I do recommend that you use our electronic version that's available on our homepage at OPI, because it does link to the bill text, and the document itself is searchable and linkable. I obviously won't go through all the bills here today, but it is broken down by section. So for instance, if you have some clerks that really just want to focus on the election bills, they can go to the election bills and see all the election bills that touch school elections. Superintendent started to go into was there a lot of these bills were in the process of implementing. Some of them are already implemented. One we were really excited about that we get to actually break the news to you guys here and break the first that we will be
launching the Montana AED reimbursement program. This is established under HB 869 by Representative Romano. That will go live tomorrow. Schools can start applying for reimbursements for their AEDs or to help maintain the AEDs in one window. We have a second window next year. That guidance document, all of that will be released tomorrow. So keep an eye out for that. And of course, as you're talking to school districts, make sure to highlight new programs like this so they know that they can apply for it. All districts will get a first bite of the apple. So our big schools and our small schools will have the same opportunity to apply for a $700 reimbursement. And then once that first window has expired, the second window, we will then try. Schools can come back and reimburse for further if they want an additional AED or additional maintenance costs. They can do that in the second window, even if they receive reimbursement. So we're really excited that that will be launchable tomorrow. Other than that, like I said, please visit the LEDGE page on our homepage and use electronic version. And I'm happy to answer any questions specifically in here, but it's quite hefty. As I said, there was about 98 bills that touch K-12 education, their OPI or directly to our schools. I hope this serves as a resource for you guys, and we'll continue to update our LEDGE web pages as we roll out more guidance documents and more programs, and just continue to update the programs based on the legislation that passed during 2025 session. Questions?
What a great document. Thank you.
It does go a bit in the weeds. One note is that some of the bills go, there's a lot to them, maybe stars on 515, HB 515. There we have a really great school finance team that includes Paul Taylor, which I'm sure many of you have worked with, and they have done really in-depth analysis. So there's a short summary, and then the back of the book, it actually goes like really in the weeds. So some of us, especially some of our clerks that may want to get in the weeds, they can, but there's shorter summaries kind of built too.
This is nice. Thank you, Pete. Appreciate it.
All right, next we will go to a short assessment update. I know we have a further discussion later on, but Cedar, if you would like to present that, I appreciate it. Oh. Good morning, Mr. Chair, and the board. Name is Cedar Rose, spelled R-O-S-E for the record. I serve as the assessment director of Office of Public Instruction. Your July assessment update is on page 64 of your board packet. I will be brief because I'll be going back to this afternoon to go more in depth on mass perception information. But our 25-26 testing windows are published. They are available to our field. You will notice the addition of DLM there since the approval in May. I'll talk about, we've been very busy ensuring that that is ready to go for our September window opening for that. Touched a little bit on field support for the upcoming year. We have a lot of things planned starting next month in August as our MAST scheduler opens. We will have a scheduler training on the first day of that to make sure that everyone knows how to access that and really focus on not just the technical side of that, but also who needs to be involved to ensure that that alignment is happening and involvement of teachers, which we talked a lot about past year. Not in your board packet, we are also including a teacher summit in August to focus on the instructional side of MAST, a big focus coming into our second operational year. We will also have our MAST virtual summit September 4th. We have that every year with our STCs just to ensure leading up to that administration, everything is in place. Also, our STC workshop series, which we usually have in October, is being moved to September just to get ahead of our earlier testing windows. We've also moving to more teacher-centered emails to support the assignment or the alignment of assessment, instruction, and data use. And this is in direct response to the feedback that teachers want more support to use our math data and our assessment data in general to support those student outcomes. DLM implementation update. There has been a lot of forward progress support approval in May. Last week, I was able to attend the DLM governance meeting with other DLM states to discuss assessment improvements. There are now 24 states that are using DLM in their alternate assessment. So it's great to talk through some of the things that they've experienced in implementation. We've already taken a lot of those training ideas back to us. We were able to hold a webinar as soon as we got that approval from the board. to ensure that our field was aware of the movement, the trainings that would be coming up, and we had 90 participants for that webinar. So we were really pleased how many educators were able to come. A lot of our special education directors and already be able to get a lot of those frequently asked questions out to the field. We already have resources posted on the OPI website. We also have a Montana specific DLN website with accommodation, administration support, and additional resources. So already getting that robust amount of materials ready for our field in September. And we also have that DLM interactive module for anyone who's interested ahead of a facilitated training or test administrator certification training. We talked about one of the great things about DLM is we are actually able to facilitate training for test administrators. And so as part of our STC workshop series, we will be able to facilitate that training, and then test administrators will be ready to go. Coming up at the end of July, we have our big MAST standard setting event. This is really the culminating event out of our first operational year. This will be held at Bozeman High School, July 28th through 31st. It will be facilitated by our New Meridian partners. The standard setting plan has been presented to our technical advisory committee numerous times in December of 2024 and January of 2025. And since reviewed, we had a TAC meeting this last week where we brought up a few other things as well. The discussions in this will help identify those proposed achievement level scores for math and for ELA. And we've been really intentional with our standard setting committee members to represent a diverse Montana educator pool to ensure that we have our school size, location, are fully represented across those content and grade levels. And so I provided a map there of where we have those educators coming from. There's been a few adjustments due to some last minute cancellations, but we are ensuring that we have the best educators in place to ensure that those cut scores that we bring back are based on high educator professionalism and their experience in the field. We will also have an independent observer during our standard setting event. That is Will Laurier from the Center for Assessment. He will be providing his own standard setting report that will go back to our technical advisory. So, just a quick update on our science CGSA. We've been talking about this the last few board meetings. Our theory of action work with our educators has wrapped. It concluded in June with a total of 4 virtual meetings and 1 two-day gathering to develop and review that theory of action. We have a draft in place that we are reviewing. Just a reminder, those task force participants represented a variety of roles, including our superintendents, middle school principals, curriculum directors, and middle school and high school teachers, higher education, and profit organizations. Like I said, you're currently in the final review, and we should have that published at the end of July. We are subsequently at the same time doing some framework development with New Meridian using preliminary theory of action information to create that framework, because we are looking to go to that small scale pilot in the spring of 2026, hoping for about 4,500 students in grades 6 through 8. But our 8th grade students will be required to still take that summative Montana Science Assessment. And then one last thing to note, as usually in September, I come to you presenting our statewide assessment data. That will be moved back due to mass standard setting. So we are currently getting all of our other statewide assessment data. So our ACT, Montana Science Assessment, our alternate science information that is back at OPI, making sure that it is getting reconciled. But due to the standard setting process that is happening at late July, we will be reviewing those cut scores with our technical advisory committee. We will be reviewing those at OPI. We'll be bringing those to you in the September board meeting. And then as soon as those are all clear, that we feel solid about those, we will be releasing those masked individual classroom, school, and district reports in late October, and then being able to move to our statewide data release, hopefully in late October for that week of embargo, to ensure that our districts are able to see the data first, understand it, for us to be able to provide that support. And then after that week long embargo, be able to move to public release in November. So that was a lot of information in a short amount of time, but I will stand for any questions.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Cedar. The question I have is is this the first standard setting for MAST And if so, how have we reported scores? I mean, how have we reported proficiency levels on math up until now?
Mr. Chair and Member Quinlan, that's a great question. So the great thing about math is there's two levels of reporting. So the Tesla reporting that we've been able to report out throughout the year is based on performance bands. And so we've put the very clear guidance that the performance bands, band 1, 2, and 3, have been based on comparative data from pilot performance. So the bands that a student receives, if they were in a band 1, they perform similarly to a student performing in the pilot. And so that is not proficiency, that is just based on their comparative performance on that test list. We have, during that time, we've also been working towards looking at our statewide achievement levels. And so the TESLA level information is not required as part of our state and our federal reporting. The kind of extra bang for its buck and math is to be able to provide that through year information, but then we're also able to provide that achievement level that we have to have for state and federal requirements. And that's where we come through that standard setting. And so the information provided throughout the year is not part of our state and federal reporting, but after we go through that standard setting based on the information from the school year, that's where we can have those proficiency achievement levels that will feed into our statewide reporting and then into the accountability system as well.
So remind me, when Smarter Balanced stopped and how many years we've gone without that ability to report as a national comparison.
Mr. Chair and Member Quinlan, so we were never had a true gap year in terms of reporting achievement. In the 22-23 school year, all of our students took Smarter Balanced, and so there were the scores that were reported in our achievement levels were for all students. In the 23-24 school year, that's where we had that federal waiver that waived testing for pilot participants. So that's where we had about 45% of students that we did not have reported scores for, but we still had 55% of students that I was able to come back and I was able to report achievement levels for. And if we look at that data, it was a pretty representative sample of our students across demographics and school size. And then this year we will be back to be able to report all of our students again. So we have no gap in achievement reporting. But one thing to note is we were never able to compare on a national level. The blueprint that we're using for Smarter Balanced was very unique to Montana. The only other blueprint that was using, or the only other state that was using that blueprint was Connecticut. Really, the purpose of our statewide assessment is to compare longitudinally and really make sure that our students within our state are perfect according to our content standards, not necessarily make those nationwide achievement comparisons.
Right. Okay. Thank you. So when you we had the waiver year in 23-24, and then the data that obviously standard setting will be set against will be the 24-25 school year.
Exactly, and we'll be able to release that data in November.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Member Schmidt.
So, Cedar, as I understand it, we approved MAST so that we wouldn't have a gap year. But was still some continuing efforts to be able to measure growth from testlet to testlet. And have we made any progress on being able to measure individual student growth within the year?
Mr. Chair and Member Schmidt, that's a great question. I'll be able to talk a little bit more about what we have in place for reporting in terms of progress that will be in place for the 25-26 school year when I talk a little bit later today. And then some of the development in terms of growth. There's a lot of different ways to measure growth that our psychometric team is already in and our TAC rate discussions with currently. So we will have a progress reporting availability for 25-26, but we still want to make sure that we are dealing with the exact right model for growth before we roll that out. So we'll have a little bit more of this upcoming year Then hopefully by that 26, 27, we'll have an 8-year growth model to be able to provide to our students.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cedar. I appreciate it. And like she said, we'll dive deeper this afternoon. And really glad that we had great participants at the Summer Institute during the mass sessions. It sounds like those went really well. So excited to, I was excited to hear about that, and that it seemed like a lot of teachers felt heard and got their questions answered. And our team gained a lot from that experience as well. So that was great. And then I just want to mention also at ECS, everybody was talking about masks. And so it was pretty exciting. A lot of people were asking, a lot of people knew about our standard setting and we're excited about that. So I think there'll be quite a few people there to kind of see how that works. And it was nice to speak to leadership at ECS and other states about masks and kind of our journey that we've been in on this, and talk about, you know, it is exciting and innovative, but it has came with challenges as well. And so they said, we should have had a section on masks at ECS. And so in the future, maybe they sounded very interested. And I said, you know, they said, you're really leading the way and kind of navigating these waters. And so of course you're gonna, you know, have some learning opportunities and those things. So it was nice to be able to talk to them about how we're now working with you guys and the Board of Public Ed's assessment committee, as well as our partners and everyone around the state to overcome the obstacles, because it is the way that assessment, you know, is heading across the nation, and other states would like to learn from us as they are, many of them are now entering into this 3-year model journey. So that was kind of exciting to get to talk about, and how, you know, we are working on different approaches and working to increase support to teachers. And just want to thank you guys for continuing the hard work and working so hard to get those grants. They are not easy. They're very competitive, and you guys have done an incredible job. So I know it has come with some tough days, and I appreciate you pressing forward, because you know how important it is. So thank you for that. And next I will turn it over to Marie. She's going to give us an update on content standards, and she will focus on math, and then a brief discussion on ELA and literacy. World language is English language proficiency standards. And later in the meeting, we'll go deeper into ELA and literacy standards. So Marie, I will turn it over to you, and Mr. Chair, after Marie, I'll turn it back over to you if that's all right. Step up for a short call.
Thank you, Superintendent. Good morning, Chair Thorpe and board members. My name is Marie Judish. That's Judisch for the record, and I'm the Senior Manager of Teaching and Learning. Today, I have a brief update for you on the different content areas, like the superintendent said, and that begins on page 72 of your packet. So I'm going to start with math content standards. Our team has been working really hard with Katrina Engeldrim at the head of our math instruction there. On the website, you'll notice the Montana Pre-K-12 Mathematics Content Standards Guidance documents. I do want to note that that link is broken, and it is live on the website, and I can drop that for everybody, but note that it is updated. We just are continuing to make improvements on the documents and edits so that it is more accessible for our users. And I also wanted to take note that we did include Chapter 10, Title 63, which is those early learning standards, including numeracy. And of course, we will be meeting here soon, looking at the House Bill 338 work, and we will update those as needed in the guidance documents as well. One of the most exciting things that we have going on is the professional learning that has started many months ago, but will be full-fledged here for this school year, with an implementation date coming next summer. So Katrina has organized a video webinar series digging deeper into the mathematical practices. As you know, there are 7 mathematical practices that are not fully in alignment with any set because of our unique set of practices, including our cultural connection. So she's done a wonderful job breaking down each one of those for educators to have tangible ways to use it, understanding the background and the meaning behind them, and also the research behind them. Moving on to the implementation webinar series beginning next month, we have several sessions there that aren't just focused on here's the standard, go ahead and teach it. The team was very thoughtful in why are we making this change as a state? Why did the Board of Public Ed approve these standards? Looking at the different structures, again, the mathematical practices, the big difference in fluency when it comes to the language of flexibility that was built in those standards when it comes to math facts, aligning curriculums and different things that they might mitigate, as well as the EFA component that they've worked really hard on. And then you'll see that registration link there. We're going to make sure we get the word out so everybody can attend those early and often, not only asynchronously, but synchronously as well. And I know that they're working on facilitation guides. So if people cannot attend live, they can take these webinars. And she is building facilitator guides. So whether it's a curriculum director, if it's a grade level lead, or whatever that might be, they can have this facilitated packet so they can go through those webinars themselves and then work through that as a team in a PLC fashion or whatever that might mean for their PD. So a lot of really intentional and thoughtful work behind that. You'll see the list of guidance documents. Many of them are in progress or already completed within the guidance documents, with potential for expanded documents based on what the field requests. So grade level progression, corresponds to the Common Core standards, because of course a lot of our districts still utilize those within their programs. Looking at how we can align to assessment, course recommendations, and particularly those recommended pathways for high school students if they are going into the trades or post-secondary college, whatever that might mean. So a lot of outlining of those standards to really help guide those teachers. And Katrina has done several sessions already, whether it was she was in Helena a few weeks ago, and she was also at the Summer Institute, and a lot of great feedback from those educators on what they are receiving so far for PD, but what they also want in the future. Quickly for the other three areas, ELA, I will be there in person with you tomorrow to discuss the economic impact statement, as well as any support I can provide when it comes to questions around the proposed standards. And then we do also have the live documents for the Montana K-12 World Languages and English Language Proficiency Standards on the website, and those links do work. So with that, I stand for any questions that you may have about the content standards updates.
Anybody have anything for Marie? I just signed up for the math implementation webinar series, so look forward to following that. And is that gonna, I guess, how deep into the weeds is that gonna get, since that's gonna kind of for K-12 as a total?
You know, we can share those plans, and when you register, I believe she'll have more there, but it's really not super into the weeds on each individual standard, more of a comprehensive look at the standard. So practical guidance, job embedded strategies, how to align the work, and then how to engage with your professional colleagues on that as well.
Renee?
Just curious about how much we'll use the same phrasing into the weeds, session 8 on EFA and cultural relevance and EFA integration guidelines. How into the weeds are those? How practical are they going to be for teachers?
Board Chair Member Rasmussen, my apologies. You know, we have worked, I showed you guys some glimpses of Katrina's kindergarten examples where she was going specific each by each by each. She is very close on that very large comprehensive document. And we are connecting with Macy. I know that an email just went out wanting to make sure that they looked through all of those to make sure they were non-biased, that they were accurate, that they had historical depictions correct, that they were also mathematically correct. So those guidance documents will be the big component. For us, it's more so making sure that they understand the cultural relevance behind it. And it's not that these examples will be, you have to use these examples, but really you need to understand the culture within your own community, as well as the tribally specific local to you, so that you can support your learners in the classroom on those standards.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Superintendent Hedlund, do you have anything else from your office?
I don't. I would stand for any questions though, if there are any. All right.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving on. Item number 9, Commissioner of Higher Education, Mr. Teal.
Chair Tharp, members of the board, happy to be here again. Joe Teal, I'm Deputy Commissioner for Academic Research and Student Affairs, or otherwise known to this group as Angela McLean's poor substitute. Angela wishes she could be here. She was nominated to be a member of the Western University Commission on Higher Ed's Academic Leadership Academy. She's in Boulder, Colorado, attending their launch meeting. and from what I hear, having a great time. But I'll do my best to substitute. Quite a lot going on that I think is exciting and connects to the work that we're doing. We had a fantastic meeting with the superintendent, her team, and MUS educator prep deans last week. I think a lot of exciting ideas flowing from that conversation. We've been excited, Chair Tharp, you mentioned data modernization for the Data Governance Committee. One of the recommendations from the research group of that committee was to explore how we can better communicate college opportunities to high school students around the state. We've been working particularly with Cedar Rose and the superintendent's staff to explore both general communications as well as we've done in the past, and then to set some of the groundworks for how can we better inform students where they're admitted to college, what college might cost, using some of the data that's available across state government. Other states have done that. We think it's a great way, using some of the infrastructure that we stood up through Apply Montana, the college career access portal for the MUS, to get students connected to college careers, college pathways. There's lots of options around our state, and we think that there's a pathway to help students understand, hey, your college material, or if you want to avoid burdens when you actually get on a college campus, here's how to use your senior year, or to structure state financial aid in ways that maybe can give folks some earlier warning about what the cost of college might be for them. We had a really successful legislative session as higher education in the state of Montana. Very grateful to legislators and the governor's office for their support for higher education. Good support for present law adjustments for the state play plan for the buildings in the university system. Two areas that I'd like to emphasize in particular: renewed funding for the Grow Your Own Educator program. Representative Thetis Crow supported a bill that brought back funding for that program that had been funded in the 2021 legislative session. During that biennium, supported a number of dual enrollment pathways to get started on an education degree that included work-based learning. That inspired a number of, I think, pretty exciting pilots that continue to operate around the state. The new legislation is providing $500,000 over the coming biennium, which will support two further projects. Applications for those grants close tomorrow, and we know that we're going to have a very competitive application pool of interesting ideas that can support dual enrollment pathways to become an educator, 2+2 partnerships between tribal colleges and MUS campuses to become an educator, or work-based learning apprenticeship pathways towards teacher licensure. And then second, we're excited that 1-2-3, the state's dual enrollment program, for the first time has base funding. And for the first time has base funding that will support the program's expansion to Montana's community colleges and to Montana's tribal colleges. Fresh data, last year, we had more than 9,000 Montana high school students complete college coursework through 1-2-3. The typical dual enrollment student is completing more than 6 credits. And so just think about the overall value of that. Those are tuition-free credits, giving you a jump on your college education, meeting high school standards in many cases. And also to recognize now 47% of those credits are in career and technical education fields. So this isn't just math, writing, general education subjects. It's also career exploration. And part of where that connects, I think, is the future ready payments that are a component of the STARS Act. We're actively assessing where our institutions have dual enrollment pathways or dual enrollment pathways mixed with industry credentials that can help high schools as a model for how can you have a well-structured pathway that can help your high school achieve this payment. And I think there's some fantastic models across the MUS. Something that Angela McLean has led for the past several years is the privately funded Montana Future at Work program that supports exactly that type of credential. So it's a grant program that's a partnership between a college and a high school to get students to an industry certification that can involve dual enrollment by the time that they graduate. We've had great pilots in CDL and CNA, CMA, cybersecurity technicians. And we're just now awarding the next round of those grants that will support 5 further projects around the state. And on that subject, I would love to offer an invitation to our annual Montana's Future at Work Committee. We meet with the dual enrollment coordinators across MUS institutions, high school partners participating in future at work partnerships, industry partners that are part of those as well. It's a fantastic gathering. This year it will be held October 2nd and 3rd at Flathead Valley College in Kalispell. And we'd love to welcome any and all who would like to attend. In summary, Mr. Chair, excited by fantastic partnerships ongoing with the superintendent. Excited to work with all of you on some of what the legislature provided in its judgment. You know, we think it's an exciting time for improving these pathways between K-12 and higher education in the state of Montana, and lots of exciting good work. Happy to open if there are any questions.
Yeah, Joe, can you talk a little bit more about the Grow Your Own? And like, how much money are we talking about? How is that going to be going? What's your decisions on the applications?
Yeah, so Chair Tharp, thank you for the question. What I'll say, from our perspective, we will have more quality applications than we will have. We have worked creatively, I think, with Julie Mergel, with the superintendent's office, residency funding, to think about how the different streams of funding that are targeting different pathways into and through an educator program. Some of our campuses are receiving sub-grants from the superintendent's office to better incorporate the residency model into their typical educator model so that more students can take advantage of that. We supported online course conversions this past year to make it so that more licensure pathways can be part of the residency model. The Grow Your Own Educator model, we have $500,000 by end. Based upon the last time this operated, that will support 2 to 3 programs over a biennium startup. And a lot of that is direct support to students, and then a scholarship component that students are eligible for when they matriculate into an educator prep program. Applications close tomorrow, and if I know Angela, it might be a week and a half. We should have some decisions.
I guess a question for both you and the superintendent. The governor's office, there was a press release earlier this week about internships for teachers. Are there any connection? Or I guess it was a surprise to me. I hadn't seen anything before. So I guess how does that all fit in with the big picture of all of what we're working on with the Grow Your Own? Within our body, we've got the core charter school in Great Falls, a similar sort of approach. So what kind of work is going on with the governor's office on that funding?
Okay, so the commissioner did let me know when they were working on the efforts for that apprenticeship program and the funding for that early in the fall. So before I was in this seat, they did let me know about that, and then we got busy with session and everything, and then they got the award notification that they were successful in that. And so they did reach out as soon as they found out, let us know, and they are going to be putting together a steering committee and working to launch that program, and did ask for us to be highly involved. So it was something that they applied for before I was at the OPI, and have now been asked to be at the table and participate, and look forward to that opportunity as a more formalized apprenticeship program like our other apprenticeship programs that run through the Department of Labor, but obviously has a direct connection to all of us. So I look forward to being on the steering committee or whatever they choose to call that, or board, whatever makeup that ends up being. My understanding is they're pulling all of that together and going to be in close communication and reaching out soon. So I did hear and have an opportunity to speak to the Commissioner Swanson before the press release went out, but it was exciting new news that what had been talked about for many, many months. So that's my understanding of that program.
Chair Tharp, similarly, we've been in contact with OPI in the fall as they were submitting the application. I mean, PLI. They're the eligible agency to apply for these extended apprenticeship grant dollars. We've submitted previously in partnership in the past and have been successful. So we're excited that this one's successful. And we think the core school that you mentioned, a couple of other apprenticeship-like programs within the MUS and prep programs that just aren't yet at that point of being a registered apprenticeship are a really good building block. So having some of the startup funding support to get students through that type of model to support districts thinking about how this apprenticeship that includes a credential and a degree and a licensure path as part of it. I think it's exciting. But yeah, next couple months, a lot of details to work through.
And just that grant, it only emphasizes what I was sharing earlier, that the various governance structures around the country, in some states, the governor's office is the primary education leader, and that's why those grants, would make sense to go through the governor's office and their people. So that, since the licensure comes before this board, making sure that everybody's properly informed and we know what we're part of it. I think this is great. I mean, the apprenticeship approach again is and just with the grow your own, I think these are all great things and a lot of different things happening. And just make sure that we got all the right people at the right places to make sure that they're all successful. It's impossible for us to anybody individually to do all of this work. And so I appreciate the governor's office putting on that. And yeah, like I said before, Sarah Swanson's a rock star in that. She's going to continue to do some great things with that. And it's a big partnership between the agencies. Thank you.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, I would just like to add, thank you for mentioning the programs at the colleges. I did get a chance to sit down with Dr. Seifert at MSU, and they're really excited about expanding the teacher residency program that has been very successful on the Western campus. So they are really building that up at MSU now and excited about that. So it was fun to get to visit with her about the progress they're making and the additional funding that's going to support more opportunities for future educators through their program. So that was great to hear about. And then thank you for mentioning data modernization. I can't believe I didn't talk much about that this morning because that's something that I'm really excited about as well. I did mention earlier we have research topics that we're looking forward to tackling together to really make a difference in student outcomes. I know there was some hesitation previously. I'm excited that you're going to be on the 949 board, Dr. Tharp, because we have a lot of opportunity. Data is powerful and we really can't, make informed decisions without this data. And so having all of our data in a way that we can, still with under FERPA and with very careful consideration, but we can do research to see what is causing our students to have high, math remediation rates and what we can figure out is maybe a recipe for success for our students to avoid that. All of those important research items we've been talking about at the 949 board meetings. So we're excited about that, as well as we did get the contract updated and renegotiated with Power School for the dashboards, and those will be the public facing dashboards that were contracted with Power School. We work at the OPI and Power School, and all of our partners have been working very hard to find a solution to make all of this come to reality. And that takes that sharing of data. There was some hesitancy before But we found a way to use direct connectors, so whether a school is Infinite Campus or Power School, their data can feed into the data lake and into the dashboard systems to populate them and actually make them meaningful and provide information to you, to the legislature, to community members to see how schools are doing. Which I also struggled with slightly because I really wanted to make sure that that funding also provided something meaningful to our school districts that they could use in a way that teachers and school administrators could use on a daily basis to impact student learning. So one of the changes that we made was to add the MTSS module, which will multi-tiered systems of support module, which if the schools choose, it's an opt-in to use the direct connector to share their data. They will have more function and more information on their dashboards. They will also then have a functioning MTSS and risk system, kind of like the early warning system was, with updated algorithms and information. And they will be able to see from the data that's coming in, from attendance, from academic components, if students are at risk, and then there will be suggested interventions within that system. It's really cool. We'll have to get a demo in for you guys. And then they will be able to log what they are working with those students on. So Lexia is a popular one in elementary school, for example, for early literacy. So if they're using the Lexia for 20 minutes a day with this student, if that student's making progress, then it will be able to all be logged in there digitally. And if that student transfers to a different school, Infinite Campus or Power School, all of that data will go, and that school will be able to see what the previous school was using to support that student and be able to continue that or try something new. And all of that can be tracked in there. So really something incredible for our schools. Some of our schools were utilizing ESSER funds previously to purchase very expensive systems that was doing something similar. Now everybody will have access to that at the state level at no cost. And it'll be more functional if they choose to use these direct connectors. So we'll have information going out to the schools about this data agreements and MOUs for the direct connectors. But I think it will be I'm really excited about it. I think it's a win for our schools across the state. And we also wrote into the Department of Education asking if we could utilize some funds that we had previously for the gym system, which is now being replaced and kind of migrated to the new technology system, where's Lucas when I need him? The Insight and Analytics and Insights platform, which is the 949 project. He's got the data vocabulary that I need. So in the Analytics and Insights platform, then we'll be able to really take all of this to the next level. So we're really excited about the progress we've made in the last 6 months. And through that request to the Department of Ed, if we are allowed to repurpose those funds, we will then try to use those dashboards and that current updated system we have also as the Every Student Succeeds Act report cards. As we're updating we're going to open our Every Student Succeeds Act and start working on updates to that. At the CCSSO meetings I've been at, I found out we're one of the few states that hasn't updated that since the first submission. And we have found some items that we believe we can improve and update. So that's one of them.
You did that first submission, so you should be full of it.
Yeah, I'm well familiar, and I know it can use some updates. So look forward to taking that on again.
Well, yeah.
Don't know if I'll be on the road show this time, but I don't know if I'll be the SL lady this time. But
Well, I'm excited about that data analytics.
sorry, I did not mean to take that much time, but you got me excited about that.
Well, anybody who's ever seen that, I remember having Brett Carter go through and you take a look at the at the predictability of just, looking at a student's attendance and scores, and things like that, just the dropout predictability just within your individual one student. And then take a look at the predictability that we can have once we start tying into all these other data points as well, and how much we can recognize, how we can impact a child's life and intervene sooner. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead.
thank you. First of all, Superintendent Headland, that's all great news. We're now 20 years into having a statewide student information system. So it'd be great to have more powerful use of our data and more integrated use of our data. So I'm really glad to hear that. And then I have a question for Joe. Joe, on the agenda, it says you were going to talk about the STARS Act. And I was curious, what components of the STARS Act affects higher education?
Board Member Quinlan, Chair Tharp, most directly, the component of the STARS Act that we've been discussing are the future ready payments. So the future ready payments are proposed to be payments to districts for when students achieve at high school graduation different combinations of post-secondary credit or work-based learning or industry recognized credentials. The Act charges OG to work with the Office of Public Instruction on what forms of public post-secondary credit could count towards that. So we have some clear board policies on academic credit through dual enrollment. We're also working to align some of our credit recognition for AP and International Baccalaureate across the system, but that is to apply. And then the Department of Labor, working with OPI and OG and a broad group of stakeholders through rulemaking, is charged with identifying what other experiences could count towards that. And so that could look like a non-college credit industry credential. It could look like a high-quality work-based learning experience. Frankly, it's a tall order to define exactly what all that might look like. But what I will say is that these are things that are happening. We have, just through our colleges, lots of non-college credit training that occurs, and college credit training, as you just heard, through dual enrollment. What this is providing when institutes an incentive to districts that if your students achieve different thresholds of that training, they'll have some money that flows back to them.
Great.
And so our goal is to make sure that we're both providing what's required in STARS, but also to think about, okay, we don't just want those post-secondary credits to be a random accumulation of 15 credits. Ideally, we'd like to think about, hey, what's a good set of, a sensible training pathway that districts around the state might be able to adopt.
Great, thank you.
Questions related to that, what do we, maybe for one or both of you, I don't know who it's appropriate for. What do we see as reporting requirements for schools to obtain those funds? Is that coming like from colleges, or is it coming from the schools and reporting on the college coursework? That's a college specific question. I understand the industry credentials might be directly from the school.
Priorities, happy if Superintendent Headland wants to contribute. I think some of that is still to be determined. So these funds won't officially flow until fiscal year 2028.
Right.
December is the first kind of guideline of what's our first cut of what we think will count. And then there's going to be a lot of work on how do we get accurate information that allows funding to flow.
And the funding is coming in arrears, right? Like for previous years.
It's coming for graduates the prior year.
Right. So we almost need to know a year in advance.
And that's part of, I think, the reason of the long lead time. And you saw as the legislature was considering this part of the payment, the year that they thought it would flow, extend, I think, as IPL, IOG all indicated, there's gonna be some necessary conversations as to how you get the accurate data that allows this funding to flow, how we're defining what can count towards this payment.
Right.
I do think that for some of the work that we're doing on data modernization or some components of the post-secondary credit might allow for that to be reported in different ways than it was previously. But it's also recognizing that AP, IB coursework, that's not currently stored in MUS database. There's other sources of post-secondary credit. Goodness knows there's other sources of industry training, work-based learning that, that we'll need to coordinate on how districts gather, how we report, how those funds then flow.
So at the higher education level, is there information sharing among the universities in regard to 1, 2, 3? That could be built off of to track the students who are who are moving past 1, 2, 3, and obviously they're moving into paid status.
Remember, yes, we have a shared database of all MUS and community college dual enrollment credits.
Okay.
6 out of 7 tribal colleges have now signed on to
Awesome.
data sharing agreements that we think in future will let us track their dual enrollment credits. But again, that's not going to be comprehensive of post-secondary credits awarded.
Yeah.
So I think we're making a lot of progress, particularly, and this is in part supported by that SLPS grant that the superintendent mentioned. Incredible progress with tribal colleges on how do we get more of their data into these statewide databases so that we can do research, and also so that for operational purposes like this, we have have some simpler ways to understand what funding should flow where.
Thank you.
Any other questions for either Joe or Susie? Well, thank you both for subjecting yourselves to that. Quite honestly, it's burning a little bit of time because we got word the governor's office representative was not going to be here. So I wanted to, anybody had any, a little bit of extended opportunity to work with you too. So I continue to really appreciate the great partnerships and look forward to more great things with everybody working on the same page. So thank you so much. Any board members have anything else for the good of the order at this point? I believe lunch is here. It is exactly noon o'clock, and so we will now stand in recess for 75 minutes. We have time to reconvene at 1:15, where we will take up a couple of licensure issues. So the Board of Public Ed stands in recess. Meeting back to order. Time is 1:15. Today is Thursday, July 17th, 2025. It's the regular meeting of the Montana Board of Public Education, and we are meeting at the Montana School Boards Association building in Helena. We resume with our agenda, and our next three agenda items are under the licensure committee, so I'll turn the gavel over to Dr. Slinger.
Thank you, Chairman Tharp. So item number 11, we have an action on the initial review of BPE case 2025-02. But I believe we have an update for the board on this, so I'd ask that Mr. Craig, please update us on this.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, thank you for seeing this today. This morning, we received the original copy of Mr. James C. Germany Jr.'s affidavit of surrender in mail. It is our practice, just in general, to wait to submit a notice of surrender and motion to dismiss until we have the original copy in mail. This just goes to how lawyers operate. I believe we have passed around a copy of the notice of surrender and motion to dismiss. However, if you'd like, I'd be happy to read some of the record.
I think we have a copy of it. I don't think we need to be read in. I think we can move forward.
In that case, I would just like to move, due to the receipt of the original affidavit of surrender, temporary surrender of Mr. Germany's teaching license, we would, the Office of Public Instruction would move that we dismiss this case.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, I'm here to make a motion. Please do. I move that we dismiss the Board of Public Education number 2025-02.
Got a motion? Is there a second?
Second.
Board Member Quinlan. Discussion. Mr. Craigs, we can read, but can you expound on temporary, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the so the way the temporary surrender works, this is the same thing that similar situation we had to Mr. Roush last year. The way temporary surrender works is that this individual, Mr. Germany, is currently going through a deferred trial relating to the initial charge that was brought against him for assault on a minor. The way that the temporary surrender works is once he goes through the period of his pre-trial diversion agreement, which involves analysis from a counselor, certain anger management, and going for the time period of a full year without breaking or violating any other Montana laws, without having any contact with the victim or their family. After that time has passed, assuming that he successfully completes that pretrial diversion agreement, Mr. Germany will then be able to apply for reinstatement of his license. And just to be clear, the surrender will still be reported to NASDAQ.
Other questions for Mr. Craigs? Board member comment? Any public comment? All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll move to item number 12, items of notice of surrender, Board of Public Education case 2025-03. Mr. Craigs, could you update us, please? Sure.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, this individual was a teacher who engaged during the course of his regular teaching duties, engaged in a pattern of unwelcome physical contact with numerous female students, which was inappropriate, resulting in students dropping classes, filing numerous complaints, including with Department County Police. It resulted in a letter of reprimand from the school district. We received numerous complaints about this, and after performing an investigation, we were able to successfully obtain the surrender of his teaching license.
Thank you. And board members, this is just informational for us because this never did proceed to an actual case. So thank you for the update. I greatly appreciate it. Next up, we'll be moving to item number 13. Action on practice regenerated test review and qualifying score for elementary education. Crystal, hi, good to see you.
Good afternoon, Chair Tharp, Chair Slinger, and members of the board. Crystal Andrews, ANDREWS, and I am the accreditation and licensure senior manager at the OPI. I know you like to keep this moving.
It's okay, take your time.
No, we went over it last month, so we can summarize.
We took care of that time thing with Mr. Craig, so.
I've learned that now we just this is an action item. We've already gone over most of the material, but I will summarize. So in May, I shared the Montana's educator preparation code that they would like to, offer the 5,001 elementary education multiple subject test where there are 4 separate subtests for each content area. And we are talking about praxis, I didn't even say, so yes, we are. I provided an overview of the tests, the data that included the recommendation, recommended qualifying score, other states that have adopted the test and their qualifying score, the expert panel's recommendation for each test. All of this can be found starting on page 80 in your packet. Since the last meeting, the Montana Council of Deans of Education submitted their recommendations for each test. I've included a copy of their memo in your packet on page 84. To summarize, the Montana Council of Deans of Education have unanimously voted to offer the elementary education multiple subjects test 5001 with subtests 5002, 5003, 5004, and 5005 in place of the current test 5018. The test will need a qualifying score set for Montana. This is a request for action after hearing an overview of all 4 subtests in May. The Praxis Working Committee and Montana Council of Deans of Education have unanimously recommended the same qualifying scores as the expert panels. Would you like me to say the scores or you
Please,
got them?
yes,
Okay.
please.
So for reading, subtest 5002, the qualifying score of 157. Mathematics subtest 5003, qualifying score of 157. Social studies subtest 5004, qualifying score of 155. And the science subtest 5085, qualifying score of 150. So once the exam has been approved by the board, we can offer it in the state of Montana, starting as early as this fall. That I have, talked with the EPs and we will be offering it for any fall. Anyone in the fall that would like to take it, we will still have the 5018 as a test also. So if they're wanting to take it sooner than it's then this one is released, they can. But then starting spring semester, so spring of 26, this will be the test. If approved, this will be the test that will take its place and no longer have a test.
Thank you.
And with that, I stand for any questions.
Mr. Chair, would you like, I am prepared to make motion. Would you like to do discussion first? Or
I'm going to make the motion.
Okay, I move to approve Praxis Regenerative Test Review and qualifying score of 157 for reading, subset number 5002. Qualifying score of 157 for mathematics subset number 5003. Qualifying score of 155 for social studies subset 5004, and qualifying score of 159 for science subset 5005.
For the motion, is there a second? Second by board member Rasmus. Board member discussion.
I want to compliment Ochi and you on, I love the presentation that you give us. I love being able to see what are surrounding states, comparables. I also appreciate the work with the deans on coming up with a consensus that really does help advise us on this. I think it's very easy to see. It gives me a really good snapshot of states I never want to move to. So I just want to thank you because this really does help me quickly analyze and also consume the information I need. So thank you.
Crystal, 2 more hours of tests and then more to question. Is better?
Chair Tharp, I think that's up for debate. I would say my personal take on it is yes, I was a struggling math student. And so it gives the opportunity if, say, I don't pass the math section or even a section of the math section, a subsection, I can then just retake that test, which would then be a lot cheaper and, you don't have to do the whole test again. I think, I'm not a college student anymore, but I think that that would be a draw. Yeah, it's longer, but I think if they pass it and they're done. But if not, it gives that opportunity for, taking just the area that they did not pass, and it really breaks it down, working with ETS, that it tells them exactly what area, so then they can go back, just study up on that area and that they take, so to me, that's worth a little more time, and more questions, but again, others may feel different.
So if you were to take so right now, if you're gonna take the test, you're taking 5018. Then in spring, you're taking 5001. Is there the cost the same for those two, or with the 5001 series of 4 subs tests being longer, does that cost more initially for the student?
I think, Christy, if you remember, I think it does cost a little bit more, but then if you're taking the subtest, it's a lot less, I mean, by subtest. But together, it would be a little bit more. I'm pretty sure. I think I said it at the last meeting, but I don't know. See, I thought we were just gonna go. Yeah, growing.
Well, it has been since the Reagan administration, since I took the NTE, so I'm just trying to see what's different, so.
Sorry, no, I understand. Thank you. She wasn't born.
She wasn't
Yeah.
born.
I can go back and look for you too.
Okay.
Bring it back to you, Chair.
All right, any other board member questions on the praxis? Great, any public comment? Anybody online? All right, all those in favor of the motion as presented to set the scores for the elementary praxis test, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Dr. Short, I'll turn the meeting back to you.
All right, our next couple of items are the MSTV committee, and we'll have things over to our MSTV liaison, board member Schmidt.
Thank you, Chair Tharp. We have Paul Berthmeyer online. Where are you? Can you hear us, Paul?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, where are you?
We are in DC. My son's playing in a lacrosse tournament in Maryland starting tomorrow all weekend. So we are out on the East Coast sweating to death.
Well, thank you for joining us. Would you like to give an update on what's happening at MSD?
Sure would. And I'll start with things that aren't in the packet as things started moving fairly fast towards the middle of June. But I'm happy to say that the governor's signed House Bill 2, and what that means for MSDB is that pretty much everything we asked to be in the governor's budget was in the governor's budget and approved, which included now all of our staff have longevity, which is going to be a big deal when it comes to recruiting and retention of some teachers and specialists. Also in there was added from the interim education budget committee about 60,000 for the next 2 years for educational interpreter training. And if you're watching the news, I think they put it all over the US or the Montana news last week, but we actually started training with the Rochester Institute of Technology in New York, where we had 9 interpreters from the state of Montana online with 5 of their instructors, and then their instructors will be coming out to Montana next week to do 4 different workshops. And what's nice about working with them right now is the workshops, they're geared to STEM, for science, technology, engineering, and math. And so I sat in on the workshop online the other day, and it was interesting because you never think of how do you sign beta or delta or alpha, and all those are things in science and math that we need to learn to sign. So our educational interpreters taking the training are getting some really quality training from RIT. So I'm excited for that and that to continue. And then not only is that the PD that we've had, and then we will have next week, but that also includes a mentorship for all the interns for the entire year. So they'll be matched up with an RIT faculty member and have a membership that goes through this entire next year, working on science and math interpreting. So that's really exciting for us. One, because OPI or the Board of Public Ed, I'm not sure whose role it is, but says that there needs to be 16 PD hours a year for educational interpreters. And there has been no specific interpreting training since then. And so now this summer, the educational interpreters are actually getting some good PD in educational interpreting. So we will build on this and continue going forward. Of course, we are hoping that there would have been 50 signed up, but I don't think there's 50 educational interpreters in the state. And that was part of this, why we did this, to kind of find out how many do we have in the state and where do we start developing a program. As a quick reminder, the University of Montana did put a proposal together on our behalf, not just MSDBs, but educational interpreters around the entire state. Neither the university system nor the Board of Regents picked that up. And so it was not funded in the legislature. But until we get a program in the state of Montana that allows for us to develop our educational interpreters, we're going to have to do what we're doing. And so it's exciting that that has started and will continue for the next 2 years. And hopefully when we go back to the state legislature, we can show to them the need that Montana needs a program for interpreting in the state. Also during that time, we've been doing quite a bit of negotiations we have 2 unions on campus. One is the UFCW, which is everything other than our teachers. And with that union, we were able to settle with them in about 45 minutes and ended up with a very good product to put forward to you. I can tell you that when I first started MSDB, the mentality of what they were doing was to place every new employee at the minimum. So with the state of Montana, they have what's called a market analysis. It updates every 2 years. And then we as agencies need to stay within that market analysis for positions that are in there. And like I said, when I previously started, the habit was to go to that minimum salary. I can tell you that in the CBA that is signed for the UFCW, every starting position is now at the max. So we are given the max pay to anybody that comes into our state employee positions. And then we haven't signed, but we have agreed to principle with the teachers union, which is going to raise our minimum wage pretty much to $49,000 next year, which was exactly what the House Bill 252 was supposed to do. And plus we got the longevity in there as a result of House Bill 2. And overall, I feel like we have a good product. The union feels we have a good product. So the legislature is done. Of course, the governor signed what he has signed. And as a result, we've been able to finish our negotiation with our 2 unions. And that's pretty exciting. Just a couple of other quick announcements, and I'll ask you to take actions on a few things. Just as I think Superintendent Neeskens, I think Whitehall as well, but we were able to get the Montana Reads grant again for the next 4 years, which is kind of exciting for us. It's just over $1 million, or it's like $12,000 between now and September, and then it's $250,000 every year for 4 years. So that's exciting to continue with the training that we've been doing with the Montana, the reading program through OPI. So excited about that. I will ask Chris or McCall, someone to send you the link to our new website. If you do have your packet and you click on it, you will see that there's a final site webpage. We're slowly getting that done. Our hope was to have it done the first day of school, and that's still our hope. So we will continue to keep working on that. It's already coming useful with the website. There's Final Site also has a program called enrollment, and with that enrollment package, we can link right to our website. So for example, we just had another family move in from out of state that would like to have their student look at our school for possible placement. And they used the inquiry form that was on our webpage. So basically what happened is we had someone move into the state right away. They were able to inquire about our services, and we're already talking to them about what we can do. So that is really exciting as well, to streamline the trying to get students into our services and into our care when we can do that. And then one last thing I'll mention before I go to the action items is two things, I guess. OPI accreditation, you'll see our report there. Proud to say that MSDB was able to receive regular accreditations for both our schools, and we will continue to do that. As also, when I started as superintendent, that was not the case. And it really comes down to the new philosophy of the accreditation now, and really trying to show that we're moving individual students and not group of students, which to me is a good thing for us, because we're always improving our students in our school. It might not be at to what a norm should be or whatever, but we are improving those kids, and now we get credit for that. The last thing I'll say is with House Bill 151 passing, which now allows us, school districts in the state, to receive some funding for educational interpreters. That also had our transportation tied to that bill. And so with the passage of House Bill 151, MSDB now, starting July 1, can start transporting kids to their home district and back to MSDB throughout the year. So hopefully our enrollment will go up probably around October, November. It takes a while to get those referrals going in. And then we get those referrals and we do our 10 days. But hopefully by October, November, we start seeing our enrollment go up as a result of that. Now, that is also creating a little problem, which for everything that's good, you always have that one thing that you didn't think about, is we've been in contact with the Montana Transportation Department, and to be classified as a school bus under the school bus safety standards, they have to have 5 stars. Well, the state was able to get some fleets of Jeep Wagoneers, and they ended up being 4-star vehicles. So it looks like we, as an agency, are most likely going to have to purchase our own vehicles instead of leasing them from the state, which is going to cost us 2 to 3 times more than if we were able just to lease it. But hey, we got transportation. We can get kids to our campus. And talked to, I just missed McCall the other day, but did talk to the foundation the other day. And they said they would help if we have to purchase them outright right from the beginning. Because we do have 44,000, I believe, maybe 45,000 in our budget from House Bill 2 that will allow us to purchase 1 vehicle, but we really need to purchase 2 in order to make this happen. So before I go on to any agenda items, are there any questions?
Mr. Chair, I don't have a question, but Paul, your website looks great and I love all the pictures. So it's encouraging.
Yes, thank you, Board Member Quinlan. It's actually the pictures aren't like 8 years old. They're within probably 3 months, and that's our goal as every month new pictures go up and really tell the story of what we do there at MSDB so other people can see what we do. So thanks for that comment. Any other comments, questions? Well, I will move on to
Excuse me, Paul, hang on
Yep.
just a second.
Sorry.
Superintendent Hedlund has a question.
Thank you, Member Schmidt. I just want to say thank you, Paul, and I am excited to see you are out this summer with your family, and well deserved.
Thank you. You need to get out. We all need to get out. That's for sure. I've told McCall and a few others, but 24 years in education, I just went through my hardest years. So this summer refreshing has been kind of nice. I'm glad my son's not glad he's going to be a senior and going on, but he's kept me busy traveling with the cross. So it's been good.
Excellent. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you. Would you like to continue on to the report that we have? Is that where you're going next?
Yep, absolutely. Just the action agenda items. I kind of covered some of the others, but ask you to approve the personnel action report, which has some just basically hires that have been reassigned. So Alyssa Klein has been a teacher for us. We'll be going to assistant student services director to work under Jim Kelly as he is getting ready to retire, and we'll have big shoes to fill and want to start that transition. So she'll be doing that. And then Rena Roberson, you will see on here as a hire and a resignation, but Rena has been a paraprofessional, and with House Bill 2, that was another thing that the governor put in his budget for us was an outreach administrative assistant, and Rena's going to do a great job with that job, and we're excited. Again, all that is to help us. That and the final site enrollment is to help us not have kids falling through the cracks with districts around the state. So some new hires that'll be new to the district is Carrie Jones is going to come work. You'll see it's workplace and life skills teacher. She will work with our LEAP program, as we actually have 3 kids in LEAP again next year. For those new board members that aren't aware, LEAP is a program for students that have graduated high school that just aren't ready for whatever's next. And so this year we have 3 coming to do that program. And what's exciting is all 3 of them are going to do a program at the MSU Great Falls and work on secondary education of some sort. So that's exciting. Usually our LEAP participants have been those going into the workforce or things like that, where these students will be working with them to have them start their career next step in education. Then we have Amanda Vandersdale. I think she's out by, I think she lives in Glendive, is the speech and language path. We're excited to have her. And then, you know, we have to have a lifeguard, and Max Hale has applied for that. Resignations, I've already talked about Alyssa and Rena, and then we did have 2 late resignations from outreach consultants. One was just offered more money through a district. I wish she would have waited before we would have finished our negotiations, because now our pay is higher than what she will be getting, but I understand. And the other one had to move out of state and take care of some family things. So wish her the best of luck, and actually all of them, and glad to have 2 of them with us. So Board Member Schmidt, that would be the personnel action report. I will ask you to approve. And then I would ask you to approve 3 out-of-state travels. One is for Megan De Silva, who's a counselor in our cottage program. And with our cottage, we train all of our staff in RCYCP, which stands for Residential Child and Youth Care. And she is going to go get the train the trainer trainings in October down in Oklahoma. That happens once a year in different parts around the country. And then we'll get Miss Klein there next year. Then I'm asking you to approve sending Sherry Devlin to Denver, Colorado in October. Sherry Devlin is our transition coordinator, and actually we have moved her duties a little bit to oversee the LEAP program and the transition program in our schools. So she is taking on more duties, and we want to get her to this international transition conference. And then every year the outreach director, Miranda Briggs, and I go to the Cosby, which is Council of Schools in Services for Blind, and then also the American Printing House meeting. They are at the same time in Louisville, Kentucky, and actually mandatory for Miranda to go. So those are the out-of-state travels I'll ask that you approve. And then the other part, I meant to mention this too, is approve a raise for our 4 admin: Jim Kelly, Donna Schmidt, Julie Dialt, Miranda Briggs. As they are not part of the union and they're part of a pay plan 61. You can see notes there from the governor's office giving permission for these raises, but as a result of House Bill 252, we now get money for, well, Donna, we've never received money for, and we all know the story about how House Bill 252 and what it's done to budget it. So I ask you to improve a $5,000 increase for those 4 administrators. And with that, Board Schmidt, those are my 3 agenda items, and we'll answer any questions.
Does anybody have any questions for Superintendent Bernhardt?
Yeah, Paul, I think we've asked this before, that mandatory attendance at the American Printing House meeting for Briggs. Can you expand what Miranda does there?
Yeah, so with the APH, it's actually one of those federal programs. Everybody has their holding their breath for right now, but it's for APH is for blind and those services. So it actually comes out of the Department of Health and Human Services out here in DC. And so what they do is they pay this APH to make products for blind and low vision services. And then they sell it to schools at a discounted rate. And Montana has 3 different accounts. We have an account at MSDB. That money goes straight to our kids. We have an account that goes to all students around the state, and that is actually goes through us as well. So if a consultant knows that someone in, let's say, Three Forks needs a specific device from APH, we order it for them, and they get it through these funds, so it does not cost the school anything. And then also, we found out we have never done anything with it, but when Miranda and I were there last October, we found out there's an actual account for students that have graduated, so adults. So we have started working with DPHHS in Montana to make sure that the adults in the state that need services have access to that. So with that, someone in the state of Montana needs to be the authorized rep, and that is what Miranda Briggs does for the entire state. I know it's not Superintendent Headland, but I think it was Superintendent Arnson that signed that to be Miranda's duty, and before that it was Carol Clayton Bye's duty. So she's the one that has to submit all the numbers, the census, and everything to APH and make sure that the kids meet criteria, and then we work and get that money and spent on the kids.
Thank you, Paul.
I have a question. Paul, I just want to understand, and I'm looking at the string of emails that were exchanged related to the pay raises for the exempt positions. So is the governor's office saying that it's not the board that approves those, but the governor's office has to approve it? Or is that only because of the quality educator payment piece? I'm confused by what you said.
Yeah, and it does get kind of confusing, but since you are our authority board, basically by law, you have to approve it. What we wanted to make sure is that we went through Nancy Hall and the budget office to make sure that we could show them that the money was there, and the reason the money was there was through House Bill 252. So we just wanted everybody in the loop, so we kept the governor's budget office in the loops, but ultimately it comes down to you as our board to approve those raises. And just wanted you to know that the governor's office has been in the loop. So.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Chair, I'm prepared to make a motion on the MSDB out-of-state travel.
Okay.
I move to approve the MSDB out-of-state travel request as listed in the agenda packet.
For the motion to approve MSDB's out-of-state travel, this I believe is for 3 out-of-state travel events. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
Or a second by Board Member Rasmussen. Discussion? Any public comment? Okay. Seeing none, all in favor of the 3 out-of-state travel requests signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Schmidt.
Chair Tharp, I am prepared to make a motion on the MSDB personnel items.
Go ahead.
I move to approve the MSDB personnel items, the hiring and the resignations as listed in the agenda packet.
A motion to approve the MSDB personnel action report, which includes 5 hires and 4 resignations. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Board Member Quinlan. Any discussion? Public comment? Aye. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Board Member Shrink.
And finally, I am prepared to make a motion on the pay increase for the MSDB employees.
Right.
I move to approve the HB 13 pay increase for MSDB employees in the paid plan 061.
Motion to increase the pay for those 4 administrative positions. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Board Member Skiggs. Discussion. point of clarification from what Board Member Quinn brought up earlier. It's we are the decider, but Paul's in that weird position where he has to make sure that it's okay to use the money for that through the DOA, and so he's kind of has dual folks he needs to report to on making sure that the money was indeed going to be available to the stocks, and so appreciate his diligence and crossing all of the T's and dotting all of the I's on that one. So any further discussion on this? Any public comment? Comment online? All those in favor of approving the pay increases for those covered under 061 signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Alrighty. Paul, do you have anything else we need to know about?
No, Board Member Schmidt, unless anybody has any questions, that is the end of my report.
Any other questions? Thank you so much for joining us from the hot and humid DC area. We appreciate your time.
Good
You
luck,
bet.
have fun.
Thank you.
Turn it over. Oh, no, next one is still on MSTV. This is the action on the MSTV Foundation. We have a call with this.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. At your May meeting, the MSDB Foundation Board came to the Board of Public Ed and asked that we look into revising the MOU to provide a little bit of wiggle room when it came to audits that the foundation was required to do, is required in this MOU. And so the Board of Public Ed MSDB committee met with the MSDB Foundation Finance Committee and came up with a few solutions that would work for them. In your packet on page 141 is the revised MOU. I took the liberty of formatting this in a way that to me seemed more to align with today's practices, I guess. We also didn't have a PDF or a Word doc of this, so I had to do it by hand anyway, so I was gonna make it what I wanted it to be. And so I'm gonna go through sort of the major pieces of this. I'm not gonna go through the sort of formatting pieces, but certainly if you have questions about them, I'll answer. But really the major changes to this exist under number 2, Articles of Incorporation. In fee, we really updated this language to reflect the current practice that Superintendent Berthmeyer currently does, which is that he brings forward the foundation financials. They're typically in our packet. So, in there it says that he'll present a quarterly report to the board. Well, that's typically in his packet. So we actually get that more often than not. But we just sort of aligned that a little bit more so with what he currently does. Next, under the foundation duties and responsibilities, we added another section that says the foundation shall annually review the agreement and make recommendations to the board at a regularly scheduled meeting. We thought it made a lot of sense for the foundation to be at that meeting that we had at the School for the Deaf and Blind in May. Certainly they can come to any meeting, but when we're on MSDB's campus, it makes sense for them to also be there and to interact with the board. That was a really easy ask for them to come and say, hey, this MOU is outdated. Can we change it? And I mean, that took one meeting for us to do this. So I think having more regular communication with them, and if there are other recommendations that they have for this board, it just seemed like a good practice to sort of put this in our MOU and make it a more regular practice. So we added that in there to make it current. And then under C, this is where C number 2, this is where you'll see that change from the required audit to what is considered a review. This is not my wheelhouse, so I will not be able to answer questions about what the difference is. But according to the finance committee of the School for the Deaf and Blind, this foundation, this seems to better align with what they're what would be a better practice. They like the idea of still being required to do it once every 2 years. And it would be more of like a desk audit rather than like a full in-depth audit, and it would not be as expensive. And so this is the language that they had proposed, and they seem to think it made much more sense. I will tell you that I joined the MSDB Foundation meeting on Tuesday, and I was able to present this to them, just like I did just now, and they approved it unanimously as well. And so it has been approved by the foundation. You're all going to see it here today, assuming that you all approve it. I'll get signatures on it, and then we can get it out the door, and it'll be a new MOU. I think it's really exciting, and like I said, I think it was really easy fix, and certainly at MSDB committee members, if you guys have anything to add, I'd certainly turn it back to you, Madam Chair, and see if there are any questions.
Does anybody have any questions? Ready?
Just one question I had. Generally, when you do an audit, your auditor comes and presents that audit, you get to ask questions of him, that kind of thing. Are we going to have a chance to interact with the reviewer during this yearly, once every 2 years, so we can ask any questions, or some kind of interaction, whether that be, via something, so that we can do our due diligence?
I think that's a great question, Madam Chair Board Member Rasmussen. I would tell you we weren't doing that anyways.
I know that.
But I think that we certainly could ask them. And especially if we're going to formalize having the foundation at that meeting in May, if there was something that we wanted them to present that was more formalized from that review, I think that would be a great time to have them come present that, yeah. And I think the folks on their finance committee, I mean, I got the impression that like they are people from that finance field.
Yes.
So I think that they would be people that could answer those questions for us. And we could bring in whoever the reviewer is. I think that makes a lot of sense.
Thank you.
I think they'd be delighted.
Mhm.
And one of the things that I really appreciated was when they joined us in person, and if we had an agenda item or a reason for them to be there, that would be helpful, and you every other year would certainly be beneficial to all.
Yeah, if I'm gonna review, a monetary document, then that implies that I will have some kinds of questions to ask, and I need somebody to ask it.
Any other questions?
I don't really have a question. I said gratitude. Thank you very much for having above and beyond to retype the entire document and format it. I know you're the formatting, so, but thank you, because that really does, now we have electronic version. I mean, it just moves the whole thing along. And so just very grateful for that.
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead.
I just had one comment because it's my understanding that whether you have a review or an audit actually is driven by the entire budget of the organization. So I think this language is appropriate for what they're dealing with now, but it is something to watch over time, because if they went over whatever threshold that is to put them into audit, then this language would be appropriate. It's true.
Good point.
Any other thoughts, comments, questions?
I'm glad that they had a chance to review it first, because I would, want to recognize their autonomy and thank them for all the work they're doing. And we certainly don't want to have any oversight over them, but we do need to, we're all working together in the same mission. And so, I appreciate giving this update. Moving forward with it.
With that, I am prepared to make a motion to approve these revisions.
Go ahead.
I move to approve the revisions to the MSDB Foundation Agreement as has been presented.
Got a motion to approve the MSDB Foundation agreement between Foundation and the Board of Public Health. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Helena. Is there any further discussion? Any public comment? Comment on mine. All those in favor of approving the revised MSDB Foundation agreement, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Alrighty. My chronometer, we're about 15 minutes ahead of schedule. We did keep rolling. Do you take a 5-10 minute break? How we doing, folks?
It's roll.
Keep rolling? All right. Assessment Committee, Board Member Rasmussen. We're item 6.
This concerns the reauthorization of the newly formed Early Literacy and Numeracy Advisory Council. McCall, could you please explain the details?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Initially, we had talked about the Early Literacy Advisory Council that you all had authorized in September of 2023, which wouldn't require reauthorization because it is a 2-year authorization. So my assumption was that we would be able to get the work done before September 2025. But because we're doing sort of some additional work and, you know, we might need to do some work over the year, I thought it made sense just to sort of solidify a literacy and numeracy advisory council. We did add some additional members, so I thought it made sense to also just incorporate those new members on there as well and just go with that. So just sort of for your information on this list, the folks that I've added to this that were different from the Literacy Council are Marissa Graybill. She was is a sort of math specialist. She's done a lot of work in school districts, and so she has been working on this with us. Melissa Nicolakakos and Melissa Romano, both of them are legislators and carried early numeracy legislation this last year. And we're really excited to work on this in the interim. And so we asked both of them to actually participate. And then Allison Wilson that works in our ed prep programs and early childhood education. And so all 4 of them we've added to this list and have been great participants so far. And so I also thought that it made sense just to sort of update the language of the council to be literacy and numeracy. There's also 2 people that when we were sort of re-upping this to be numeracy specific, we asked each of them if they wanted to continue working on it, right? Like, I know it was a very literacy specific council when we started. We're going to be sort of shifting to do numeracy. And there were 2 people that said, not my bailiwick, like, you know, I'm not going to be working on this. So we left them off with the numeracy work. But again, as we continue, I'm assuming there's going to be a lot of different things that this council might end up taking on over the next couple of years. So it made sense to me to sort of just bring them all together in one council. There might be different factions of the people that are included in here that we call on over the next couple of years. So that is why I've sort of brought them all together. And so that's why you see them all here. Assuming you approve them today, that's why you see the July 2025 to July 2027. It is a 2-year council according to the statute 2-15-122. I will then file with the governor's office and secretary of state. Back to you. I'm returning this to you. Back to you.
I'm prepared to make a motion. Right. I move to approve the Early Literacy and Numeracy Advisory Council and member list as presented in the agenda packet.
For the motion, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Board Member Quinlan. Discussion on this. Yes, Mr. Slayer.
Mr. Chair, I absolutely support this and look forward to voting for it. I would love for us to still look for some more Eastern Montana representation. We have 1 person from Culbertson and no one else further than Great Falls. So there's a large part of the state that's represented by 1 superintendent. So if Dr. Thus could bring his little Rolodex of people and I'm hoping there's an opportunity in the future to add a few, maybe 1 or 2 more representatives from the eastern, at least the eastern third of the state.
And I will say, I mean, this doesn't totally get to filling the entire state, like you said, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair Slinger. But we did have a superintendent from Lambert on there, and she's no longer the superintendent there. And so she had asked to not participate any longer. I mean, she was a great participant, but wasn't able to continue. So she's only 1 person, so I understand your point. But certainly if you have other people that you'd like to participate, doesn't mean they can't still come and participate. Weigh into the discussions. We include frankly anyone. Who am I looking to?
Well, Colin, is there a standalone document that is kind of a one page or well, whatever, a description of the Early Literacy and Numeracy Advisory Council? I see that you're changing, we're amending dates, we're amending a purpose, but is there a longer document somewhere that lays out tasks or whatever?
That's a good question. I don't have a document specifically. We do have a website. I mean, on our website, we have a tab that is specific to advisory councils. And so we do have information on there. That's pretty specific to the work that was done for early literacy. That includes all of the work, including the rules and the guidance documents. But specific to what you're talking about, I don't necessarily have something like that. I could put something together.
I think it's helpful that there's a section on the website that people could go to and see what's going on.
And I'll be updating that as well. I mean, that also has like when our meetings are, you can find all of them on the front page, but you can also go there and find, past meeting dates and recordings for all of those. Because there is an official advisory council, we do have to record all of those. So you can find all of that information on our website.
I guess I'm curious, like when we form advisory councils, do we give them a charge with an outline or?
Yeah, that's a great question. Madam Chair, Board Member Quinlan. If you remember back in 2023, there were quite a few things that came to this board. And what we did initially is we brought each of those bills to the committees and we said, okay, committees, let's put together scopes of work.
Right.
And so each of the committees put together scopes of work and then we said, okay, how do we now want to tackle these? And for a couple of them, this one in particular was let's put together the Early Literacy Advisory Council.
Okay.
And so there is a scope of work. Yes, there is a scope of work on that website, on that webpage that's specific to that. Now, I don't have anything specific for numeracy because the bill didn't go into great detail. It just, where it said literacy, it added numeracy. Where it said reading, it added math. And so there's not a lot of great detail as to a different charge. It just was now add a separate content area.
Well, I think it's a good solution to have it go through one of our committees and then they can nail it down. I don't think the board has to take action on it per se, but it's good to know that there's more detail going into this.
Okay. Any other questions? Discussion. If you haven't reviewed it, I invite you to take a look at the code 215.122. It's really kind of the authority that individual departments within government can do and what we're allowed to do with these, with creation of advisory councils.
Well, and if I can add to that, sorry, the reason we go this route too is because it's the way in which we can compensate them for their work. It's really hard to compensate people for doing work on the board's behalf. Right, thinking about them coming together, they're gonna travel to Helena and do work. It's sort of our justification for paying them for their travel, for their lodging. There's a lot of folks down there that don't ask for reimbursement because they think of it as part of their job. But there are some people that they do take the reimbursement. And so making it an official council helps us do that. It's unless an advisory council member is a full-time salaried officer or an employee of the state or any political subdivision of the state, the member is entitled to be paid an amount to be determined by the department head not to exceed $100 for each day the member is actually and necessarily engaged in performance of the council duties and reimbursed for travel expenses. And says members who are full-time salaried officers or employees of the state or any political subdivision of the state are not entitled to be compensated for their service as members, but are entitled to receive reimbursement for travel expenses. So some of you get honorary, some of you don't. And as you can see through this list of members, many of those are people who are part of different advocacy groups who would view this work as just a part of their responsibility for the group that they serve.
Right, they'd still get
Pretty.
They would still be eligible for it if they chose to submit. So. Very good questions. Do we have a motion on the floor? Is that correct? Okay, any further board discussion on this? Any public comment? Any comment online? All those in favor of taking action and approving the Early Literacy and Numeracy Advisory Council as presented, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Item 17, this is still under you, Board Member Rasmus.
We're gonna look next, like he said, at the mass stakeholder feedback and next steps, and that will be Cedar Rose's expertise. So Cedar, I'm gonna turn it over to you.
Thank you so much. You have a handout for today, so I'm
It's not. Yours is not. It's right. Sir, you have to be an extra one, half of mine is upside down.
You just have to turn it like this.
Yours is upside down.
Mine's
Here.
not.
You want one that's not upside down?
Yes,
That's fine.
but it's, she's not.
Okay.
Then you do yours. Some people would say that would be just fine, but thanks.
Hand on your head.
Thank you, and this committee chair, you should get one themselves.
Thank you, Gary.
All right, thank you, committee chair, members of the board. My name is Cedar Rose, I'm the principal at ROSC. I served as assessment director with the Office of Public Instruction. Over the last year, we have had a myriad of stakeholder feedback opportunities pertaining to MASC to really drive the improvements to the MASC assessment and ensure it progresses towards its ultimate goal of fulfilling instructional usefulness for educators in order to fulfill or in order to support student outcomes. So what today we're going to be talking through is sharing with you the findings from 3 of those opportunities. We have student surveys that were conducted by New Meridian, teacher surveys that were conducted by New Meridian, and then implementer interviews as well. As well as I will be sharing with you some emerging themes that we picked up on, as well as the implications on how we're taking those feedback we've received and those things into action in the upcoming year. In your board packet on page 154, you have a report of these findings. It's much more straightforward, but I wanted to provide you with handouts of the slides. You will see that the slides have much more a lot of graphics and a lot more educator and student quotes in there. I'm not going to place each one of those, but they work pretty hard. We'll get the chance to read those. So first, we're going to go through the student surveys. So student surveys, the way that we were delivering these was through the Kite portal. So the way that the students regularly access their MASC testlets. And we delivered these in window 2 of the last year's administration window, the 24-25 administration window. So as this was the second window of testing, surveys were administered from January 13th through February 21st. So most of the students were already experienced a full window of testing. And the survey was really intended to be the last testing activity that the student experienced within that window. Each student was presented with 6 questions for that survey, 5 multiple choice and 1 open response. And those were spiraled from a larger think of questions. So you'll notice when we get to the responses, it's a smaller subset that were answered for each one of those questions. Altogether, there were 35,000 students that participated, and I provided a link in your board packet to the full set of questions. They talked everything about from the initial clear action, preference, testing time, how they feel like MASC is helping support them learn, and how they are getting their results. So I'm going to carry you through a few of the really powerful things that we've heard from our, or that we received in response to those student surveys. One of those key topics that we were able to measure from those student surveys was preference. Overwhelmingly, our students answered that they would rather take a few small tests over the year than one big test at the end of the year. One student responded, I would rather take a small test over the year than one big test, because if you take smaller tests, you can normally finish before the class period is over. Then I don't have to worry about finishing them. I can focus more on the class assignment instead of worrying about a big test. That was also very interesting when we divided that out by grade level. The preference for one big test at the end decreased by grade level. This could be due just to the fact that as our students progress, our older students have more experience with end-of-year summer testing. We had a variety of questions on learning. Two of these questions provided insight into the student perception on learning relation to math directly. 79% of students stated that they think they learn more taking several tests throughout the year instead of one big test at the end. And when asked specifically about math, and do you think taking testlets like these can help you learn? 72% of students responded yes. On the topic of preparation, because one thing that we've heard just anecdotally is that students were potentially taking testlets on things that they hadn't covered in class. So students overwhelmingly did respond that they could answer all or almost all of the questions because they remembered a lesson or activity they did in class, with only 2% of students responding they could answer none of them. Students provided responses such as, I felt pretty prepared to take the test. I kind of wish I was more prepared. And I was mostly prepared, but some questions were hard. As someone who works with our test developer a lot, having hard questions is a really good thing because we're able to identify students along the spectrum of learning. So reading that response made me really happy about the questions as you're developing right now. Students were also really optimistic that what they would learn in class next would help them answer more questions on the next step plan. We've had a lot of conversations about timing and addressing timing challenges, and I know that we've talked to the board about reducing the testing time from the pilot year to the administration year. So in response to timing, 92% of students shared that they were finishing the test list before or close to the end of the class period. Looking at results, what was really encouraging to see is that the large majority of our students, 83% responded that they look forward to knowing how they did on testlets, with 84% of those wanted to improve and 35% just being curious. An 8th grader shared, I usually don't care much about the scores on testlets, but I really want to know how I did and what I need to focus on to get a higher score. But student responses show the results are not getting to students regularly, with 53% of students sampled responding, saying that they have not seen their score reports. It seems as though there are some students that are getting some insight in what to improve on, with a little over 50% of respondents sharing that their teacher tells the entire class at once what they can do to improve. 77% are told in small groups, and 25% are told one-on-one, with 17% responding that their teacher doesn't tell them. A 4th grader shared her teacher, quote, shows me how I did, how good I did, and then what I can improve on, and then I try to work hard to improve. While a 3rd grader shared, we haven't used the score reports. Just to summarize our student survey themes, overall, our student survey responses are showing that students do prefer and feel like they learn more taking small tests throughout the year compared to one large test at the end. And most students feel prepared for testing and think they can do better next time. Additionally, most students want to know how they do on testlets, but aren't receiving individual feedback. We'll look at our teacher surveys next.
Can we stop at the student survey and address some of these things? Because the fact that they are not getting any feedback from their instructor defeats the entire purpose of the whole thing.
Yeah.
So to gloss over that or just to continue on is beyond me. So over 50% said they didn't get any feedback, didn't see their scores. So how do we address that? And I'm not, I know I'm angry, but I'm not, relax, I see you're like, I don't know, it's okay. I'm not asking you, I'm asking all of us. How? This is exactly what we're in with why we have low test scores. Because we're not doing the work. And then I got a bunch more of the similar type venom when I see some of the teachers' comments on some of the stuff. So when I was reading over this the other day, I was losing my mind. So I'm just putting it out there.
Can I respond to you?
Absolutely, please.
When I moved to a school to become superintendent, I found that it was a previous test iteration, but it was supposed to be shared with teachers. The previous superintendent locked it in a drawer and would not share it with teachers. So I don't know if you come across that, but I'm sure you have. Okay, so I would say that it's not all teachers' fault.
No, absolutely, I'm not.
I would also add that it's really new to some teachers still. And so when you hand them the score report, even if I show it to them, they come and they go, well, what did this mean? And then how do I break it down so the kid understands? And I've noticed that the teachers, like, if I don't understand it, I can't, like, they understand, like, oh, they struggle with this area. But then they're like, what parts in there and exactly what questions did they mess up on? How can I explain it to a third grader in third grade language when I'm struggling to understand it in adult language? And I think a lot of it, just like you saw with MAPS testing, the more teachers do it, the more they understand it in depth, can sit down and work with the kid and work on, oh, your goal next time is this. I think part of it is it's just so new that teachers are still kind of, how do I goal set with my kids? How do I explain parts of it to my kids? I think it's still a little bit new.
Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. I just want to say, I think this data literacy journey that you go on as an educator is really important. And I think first you have to become like literate and have confidence in understanding the data yourself and interpreting it. You have to be able to explain it at the parent teacher conferences, which is the next step, right? But it's a really interesting thing and something that I learned actually a couple years maybe into my teaching career, to talk to my students about the data, especially in elementary school, like little ones. How do we share this in a meaningful way that doesn't lower their self-confidence, but helps, like you said, set a goal? And I remember with STAR, for example, there was a quadrant chart that I found really helpful to show the students, and figured out a way to have those conversations with the quadrant, because there's different ways you can move through that. You could be at grade level but not making progress, right? Or you could be making progress but not be at grade level. And so I always loved using the quadrant because I had some high performing students, but I was showing them that they could still have a goal to move into the next quadrant. So but I had to have someone coach me and get me to a point where I found that to be a powerful tool and get to that next step in being an educator. So I think those are definitely the goals that we have, is having these data conversations with the teachers. And even yesterday we were talking, with the Macy folks about those best practices we would hope to see in some of these schools moving forward, and with MTSS teams and data team meetings, where the teachers are having grade level data sharing meetings to look at all of the students. And then, then you're learning how to do that together as a team, and then how to take that to the parents and to the students. And those are all very important things. So yeah, we need to get there, I think.
And I also would like to add, a lot of, at least my teachers are really used to growth model things. So it's really easy to explain a growth model to a little one. Like, oh, if you get 10 points higher than you did next time, like you worked really, So my teachers, when I've handed them the reports, look at it like they didn't, half my class got a 2. They're not quite where they need to be, so on this standard, so I didn't teach it well. So they're using it to inform that they didn't teach well because it's not necessarily growth. They're used to using growth model. This nest isn't yet. And so they use it to look at themselves, and I don't think that they're ready to shift that onto, okay, now with the kids too. I think it's a brand new thing. It's hard for them right now, but they'll get it. Once we're used to it more.
I have 2 thoughts. Number one, don't the teachers get this within a week? They get the results within a week. So it goes directly to the teachers, right? So there's no superintendent putting it in a drawer.
No,
right?
Yep, and I will say that there is, one thing that we've noticed, we'll point this out in some of the teacher survey data and implementer data is the training of being able to access the score reports and the model that we originally took, like a train the trainer, us working with our testing coordinators and assuming our testing coordinators would train our teachers to do that. And that not necessarily carrying out the ways that we thought that they would. And so us being able to shift our messaging and our lines of communication to be able to get that information in the hands of teachers. So regardless of the administration, regardless of if you have, testing coordinator turnover who's learning that system, educators can really be empowered to find their own score reports regardless of what is happening in their districts.
And this needs to be pushed out to them. They don't need to go find it. So my next question is, what's the timeline so that teachers can get this so that they can share it with the kids? Because you can spin it to be a positive thing.
Yeah, score reports are delivered the Thursday after the week of the students testing.
And so what's the timeline for you to teach the teachers how to interpret this?
So we've already started that process. So we put in sessions in the spring, last spring of the 24-25 school year. And as soon as we saw the field making that transition from needing the technical support, which we knew had to be in place, if we couldn't administer the test, we were never going to get the data. So we spent a lot of time in the summer and the fall, making sure we could get into the platform we could administer. But right around that window too, we started shifting into how do we use the data. So we had sessions, weekly sessions for educators to come up with big score reports. We had sessions to talk about how to develop mass reports within your daily practice. But one of the things that is just a systemic challenge is teachers have a lot of things on their plate. So even offering those opportunities, a lot of our teachers have other things that they have at that time.
Has OPI expressed the expectation that the kids will know their scores?
We've talked through, we've encouraged, I think most importantly, we've talked about first parents getting score reports. We've established a parent portal. We are moving towards how that looks to communicate with students. But we are really pushing about how can we talk to students in that way and putting in place data chat frameworks and talked about that in some of our institute, and I'll talk about some of the sessions that we had. And then some of the things that we're putting in place to talk more about how we talk to students about data. Because for a summative assessment, students, this is the first time that a statewide summative assessment has been used in a way that can't be accessed by students. And so, like Member Maxwell said, it's a new practice. And so we are providing that support as our field is ready for it as well.
But once again, the whole point of doing it like this is so that kids can know. And then next is measuring growth. I mean, we've been through a whole big shift, but so far we're not implementing the purpose of it. So
I would say that we are moving towards that. I think that Superintendent Helena spoke about this when she was talking during her report. This is an extremely new process in the assessment world. I think that we have learned a lot of lessons, and we'll talk about how we're taking those lessons forward. I think that there are a lot of assumptions in which we thought things would naturally happen that weren't going to necessarily naturally happen. And so we're taking those lessons, we're adjusting, and we're getting that support out as quickly as we can for educators.
Can you tell me what a score report contains when we haven't done standard setting yet? So is it just telling the kid or the teacher whether they got the question right or not? Is it right or not?
So score reports look different for math and for ELA. Both of them have a component for it. So this is for through-year reporting. Both of them start at the top with our bands. And so each score report has, we talked about that during my presentation this morning, is a student in band 1, band 2, or band 3, and that's just how did that student perform compared to students who participated in the pilot. So that is just a quick snapshot. If you need a group of students, if a student, doing comparatively well, maybe is comparatively struggling. For math, it goes ahead and it also breaks things down by standard. So how is your student performing on each standard? And then in math, that also gives misconception data. And we'll talk about that, something that our educators see as a complete value add, because that's not something they're getting from other assessments. So based on the pattern of student responses and in terms of the distractors, we can see what misconceptions across standards students are able to see, and we're able to report that at the individual level and at the classroom level as well. So you can see the student, what are the misconceptions, and then as the classroom, what are the common misconceptions. We also provide on each one of our reports item level information. Now, we are not at the point where we can release items because item development is tedious, but we give a description of each item the student took and if they got it right or wrong, or they didn't attempt it. For the ELA, we also, since ELA score or testlets are assessing multiple standards, multiple times throughout the year. So unlike math, where each testlet is assessing different standards, our ELA testlet has the same standards increasing in depth throughout the year. So we're reporting on clusters of standards. So each one of those clusters are reported in each one of those score reports throughout the year. So I've heard of educators who are taking those questions and saying like, hey, craft and structure, you really struggled. What is our goal for our middle of the year testlet? What's our goal for our end of the year testlet? And then for that ELA, it also goes into the item level that you get it correct or incorrect.
So, I mean, this sounds like a very detailed report. What kind of report does a third grader get a chance to look at? I mean, my question would be, if they didn't see the report, would they, if they did see the report, what would they comprehend about it?
I think that depends on how the educator is presenting that and what information they can pull. Like, we are also in the process of looking at student-friendly reports now that we are getting to the point where we are getting out the growth models and the progress monitoring and those sort of things, and the interactive reports that we're pushing out next year as well. I think it's all along the progression of assessment development, but I think we have heard from educators that being able to use these with 4th and 5th graders. I'm not sure what that looks like at the 3rd grade level. But I think that you could pull out, like maybe not looking at the score report, but having a conversation with the 3rd grader of like, hey, I noticed this, what could you do that?
Any other? I want to draw your attention on to one thing. You notice that the first question that upset you has far fewer respondents than the other one. So, it's not sure. Yeah, but I agree. So, any other questions on this section?
Well, I wonder, how do you communicate with a child of man? Yeah, they're used to ABCDF or U or S. So yes, that's make it complicated to try to explain to a child where they're performing.
I'm thinking about math and English being somewhat different in how you communicate about the scores, because particularly for the math subtests, it's not like there is another chance to do better.
Yeah.
So it's a postmortem. It isn't really actually, you can't really say to the kid, you'll do better on perimeter next time, because they don't see perimeter a second time. So I think that concept works somewhat for English. It does, it works better for English than for math.
But I think part of the growth model that you're developing is so that they can go back and review perimeters, correct? Is that right?
I think that is an option we're exploring, but I think that also comes with the trade-off that there is more testing if we go back and reassess standards.
So the test was not designed to be a group test. There's different.
But when we were talking about this last year, you guys were all talking, not you, because you like that, but the discussion was we're going to incorporate growth because that's one of the things that we need to measure. And I haven't
Right.
seen that happen for you.
There has been, there are components that now show growth. And so there has been discussion about that. But when I met with the Center for Assessment and other folks, I gained a lot of understanding on how these things come to be that I hadn't had the knowledge on assessment before. And a growth model assessment is the whole structure and formatting is very different than the, what is this one based? There's two different standards based. So, and that's why those other assessments like maps and those do not qualify for the federal requirements because they do not meet the standard of assessment. And then when I spoke to the superintendents in certain areas, I found it really interesting. The ones that had a deeper knowledge of assessment than myself, they understood those components and why like it has to be this way. So some of those growth, that level of growth like we see in a MAPS test or on like a STAR report, we're never going to see in this format of assessment. Because you can't have both.
Okay, so, and I understand very well about learning how things don't work the way we thought. But the promise of MAST has always been that there will be less testing because we can measure standards and growth in one test instead of seven. I mean, why are we doing this?
That was a misconception, I think. I don't think that most educators realized it wasn't a growth test until they were already administering it and then got the reports back and realized, oh, this isn't what we were told it was. Or
Right, so we've done a
didn't
bait and
understand
switch.
it. Well, and I think it was the previous OPI leadership that didn't really explain to the educators at large, what the test was really measuring. I think there was a small subcomponent of people who understood that, but then the concept of there being less testing, you would have no growth measure if you stopped doing that testing. You would have no interim assessment that measured growth. So a lot of what this results in is districts double testing still.
Exactly, which is what we were really trying to get away from.
But there is some component in ways to show growth, and there are some assessment and metrics organizations like that I spoke with at ECS that have figured out how to add some components to these. This is all very new in the assessment world, and it is being designed and developed like as we go. And so there is hope and there's ideas and potentials, but I agree to some regard. I did not understand when we first moved in this fashion. I kind of thought it was going to be like maps, more like a traditional growth. I gained a lot of understanding learning from these guys and the experts at the Center for Assessment, and those folks I've gotten to have these more in-depth conversations with and understand what was really created here. However, I also then understood like we can't do one of those and have it count as the test.
Right.
So is this better because it's still like through year and we're still getting these things, some things that we can use throughout the school year rather than nothing. And then it is even more extreme of Hannah's example, Brittany Skin's example she just gave, what you get it next fall, the results. So yeah,
I would like to clarify, the goal of MAST is to provide instructional useful data throughout the school year. That is the ultimate goal of MAST, and to not have to wait until the end of the year for students to receive feedback, not even at the end of the year into the fall when students come back.
Right.
And to be able to meet state and federal accountability. As the superintendent said, math testing, I-ready district interim assessments will never make peer review. We will lose our title funding if we ever wanted to go down that route. So first and foremost, MAST is used as an instructional tool. And while we have areas that we need to increase to make it go that way, we have seen districts who have moved away from their interim assessments And we have started to have conversations with districts of, are those interim assessments really driving student outcomes?
Has Department of Ed offered any recent guidance on exactly what you're talking about, title accountability? Because the way it's being framed, when you speak to people and we see is that there's going to be a lot more put on states to develop their own accountability systems, and that perhaps this idea of federal accountability, which has existed for since title's inception, they're kind of rolling that back to the state level accountability model. Has there been any communication to OPI about that?
So assessment funding is still continuing to receive our assessment funding. I think there will be flexibility for states in terms of waivers. I know there's been additional conversations about waivers that we've received in past administration. But I think that there will still be the need for assessment systems. I think you will see more states moving to systems like this. I think there's been fear of moving to 3-year assessment systems for things like peer review. Montana has been leading the way as we got our waiver. That was a huge signaling that the Department of Education was opening the door to 3-year assessment systems and would be able to be willing to move away from a summative assessment model. They're submitting for peer review in January. So I don't think that the requirements for assessment or having a statewide assessment are gonna change. I just think there may be some added flexibilities, but I don't think those flexibilities will be moving to a MAP or an iReady or a district-based assessments. I think there will still be a cohesive statewide assessment program for every state for the statewide accountability.
We're gonna have to move on, otherwise we'll be here till 10 o'clock. Julie, you had a quick statement here?
Yes, thank you. Board Member Rasmussen, I just really wanted to be sure that we understand the proficiency-based model. In particular, when we look at like a traditional interim assessment, sometimes like a MAPS, they test that same test 3 times throughout the year. So at the beginning of the year, they test every standard, whether students have been taught it or not.
Right.
Then they come back and they teach it, then they test the exact same test, everything in the middle of the year. And so you might see growth, right? Because the students actually had some instruction and received that instruction, so they're showing up on that test. That might be false growth. It might not be actually that you grew from test 1 to test 2. It's just that you actually received formalized instruction on it. And then again at the end of the year, right? And so it's really important to understand in this model, we're not testing everything for mathematics at the beginning, middle, and the end of the year. We're actually testing what is taught in real time. So you teach these particular bundles of standards, and then we're measuring immediately, are you proficient on what you just received? And so then that equates to adding all of that up to the end of the year to get a summative. So I think what's really important is that our teachers have not always seen you guys the end of the year summative of were their students proficient on the standards in such close proximity to when they were teaching it. I think we got to really be looking at models where we're saying, if this is the curriculum you're using, whatever that math curriculum is, this is where that standard is going to show back up in upcoming places in your curriculum. And I think we really have to start helping determine who needs to be retaught or who has yet to receive proficiency. Cedar did share earlier today, we are looking at this school year, putting on the score reports. They'll start to show up here this spring. Progress of showing, are you making progress to be proficient at the end of the year? So that teachers are able to see that adding up. And then we are moving to look to put in some growth metrics come 26, 27. So I just really want to share with you guys that we see that we're moving that way. We had to first meet that component for proficiency because it is a summative assessment, knowing that that's had to happen first. So I just wanted to just kind of share a little bit of that clarity. I'm happy to kind of talk through more of that at some other point, but I think it's just something we've got to continue to just come back to. What do we have right now? And what do we further seek to have as we build it out so that it continues to provide the instructional utility that we want for our teachers and for our students centered.
So Cedar, I'd like you to kind of double time if you can, pick out some of the best stuff, and then if you, are you sure?
We're up to like 3:15.
Okay.
I think we're good.
All right, 3:15, got a half an hour.
Okay.
So if there's anything like Ron, if there's anything that any of the rest of you had to comment on, please. Yeah, go ahead.
I addressing what Dr. Murgle was just talking about, I'm curious if OPI and Cedar, maybe you can answer this too. If OPI has identified which, I realize curriculum selection is a local control decision, so I realize that, but there was notations in here about the spiraling math curricula and curriculum misalignment. Do you have information on which curriculums districts are using and kind of which ones are matching and which ones are not?
So Madam Chair and Member Neeskens, so we have that curriculum probation. This is the first time we've been ever able to understand math curriculum that are used across the state.
Right.
I'm gonna talk a little bit more about some of the reasons why we're seeing misalignment and talked about spiraling curriculum a little bit with our districts. We've received some guidance and worked with our vendor. At the end of the day, with those spiraling curriculum, there are still key points where students should be demonstrating proficiency throughout the year. So we will continue to give that guidance, but I will talk a little bit more about that alignment throughout and if there's any follow-up questions. I can address.
Yes.
I might not be so bold to suggest that possibly you need marketing and communications people involved here. Because there's a lot of angst in the field, not just to my left. There are teachers that says, I think they were sold less testing time. Oh, they're right away. You didn't even need to tell them anything more. I would venture to guess that a significant minority even have an idea what is the purpose of this. Because we understand summative evaluation, we understand growth models. I don't think the vast majority of teachers or administrators in the state understand what is the purpose of math, what are we trying to accomplish? And to paraphrase Dr. Neeskens, yeah, maybe some people feel like they were sold a bill of goods, that they thought they were getting one thing, we're not getting it, and it's not anybody in this room to take the blame for. We know that we are on the cutting edge of this nationwide, and that is an uncomfortable position to be, because that's a huge risk. It also gives us a huge opportunity, and I appreciate everything that you guys are doing, but possibly there needs to be some sort of a marketing approach, because I know there are people who are leaving the classroom because of this, because of the testing, because they've said, no, just I'm done. And what Dr. Slinger noted, if it's teachers don't know what they're doing with this or how to utilize this, and kids don't know what they're doing with it. It was so easy with MAPS testing to sit down and show the kids, show the parents, I don't know how you do it with this, so. We've got some perception issues to overcome. I think this is the right approach. I have trust and faith in Susie and all of you back there to pull this off, but we need some help marketing this.
I did want to say I really appreciate you explaining with the title stuff, because now I understand and I did before, and I feel confident going back to my teachers that were like, rope measure, why not? Now I can go, this is why it was meant to be an end of the year test, but broken up. I think that'll help them go, that makes more sense. I just think that I just didn't have the words to explain it. So thank you. I appreciate that. I think that'll be helpful.
And Madam Chair and Chair Tharp, I think that what you brought up is a huge thing that we are struggling with, and we have members of our TAC who are superintendents in our state. We need to remember that math replaced smarter balance. It was not intended to necessarily replace math. So I think that is a challenge for us. The comparisons are constantly made to math testing and iReady, but at the end of the day, we replaced smarter balance, which I would say was getting little to no use from our classroom teachers.
Okay.
Going into teacher surveys, and I'll try to be quick. New Meridian Home Support, these as well. It was an opt-in with a $30 stipend for participation. Recruitment for this participation was targeted to specific school districts who are trying to yield representation, representing from districts who have prior mass participation, districts who hadn't, school size, geographic location, and student demographics. Overall, we had 246 total responses, 217 of which were from teachers of math, ELA, or both. And those are the responses that we did analysis on. Something to know, 81% of the applicable responses represent AA districts, and 42% of the respondents were affiliated with districts who did participate in the mass pilot.
Okay.
the breakdown of the district representation, you will see that Great Falls, Billings, and Helena, teachers provided a large majority of these responses. Great Falls was a pilot school, some of Billings schools did pilot, and Helena School District did not pilot. We also had responses from Shelby and Tuffy Finding, Red Lodge School District, providing multiple responses, and then the rest of our native districts provided less than 2% of responses. Overarching perceptions can be really broken into 3 different groups: benefits, potential, and challenges, and I'll dig a little bit more into each one of those challenges. Many teachers from multiple districts, I anonymize the districts, but you can see that there are different districts providing responses in each one of those groups. Saw benefits en masse from their own classrooms, sharing that their students know exactly what they missed so they can get better at a skill. Students are much more engaged because they are being tested on content just learned, and shorter tests provide better retention and grasping of concepts. Teachers also report saying that potential en masse, saying it's huge, that it can also give a check to make sure that students are on the right track without having to wait to receive results. Teachers also shared some of the challenges that we've talked about, including topics being too advanced to content that is not yet covered, students in most groups being 1 to 2 years behind grade level, and not learning at the root of the syllabus, leading to falling behind in content being covered on mass testlets, and teachers reporting and seemed irrelevant to instruction and feedback. We've talked about scheduling, and this is where I think we'll talk about some of the different perspectives that we're seeing. Scheduling was identified as one of the challenges identified by our teachers, with 73% of teachers responding they were not able to schedule testlets within the window in a way that well synchronized with their syllabus. Educators stated that math did not align, was too advanced for grade level, and students rushed to complete and do not care. Another teacher believed it should be given at the end of the year for all standards to be taught, and noting there is no Montana curriculum to follow to match the testlets. Another teacher shared, the reports are not accurate due to the assessed skills have been timing of math tests and windows. And while teachers shared the testlets are, a teacher did share that the testlets are aligned with curriculum pacing, and the test can be used as formative assessment. Another teacher shared the tests assess what students have already learned, but they aren't going back to those skills again. When it comes to training, about a quarter of educators respond that they received sufficient math training to give useful feedback to their students. Teachers noted they received foundational training on administration, with many educators requesting further professional development, especially around making test results actionable at different student levels. This has been a recurring theme this year as we transition from the technical to the instructional supports. On the topic of reporting, it's a fairly even split on score reports being easy to interpret. One teacher shared that they were unaware of how to meaningful reports for students, and another teacher shared their students would appreciate a student report and receiving feedback. A teacher's quote on the bottom gets to the issue of access once again, with the teacher being able to access classroom reports, but not knowing how to access individual student reports. Realizing that the detailed reports can provide personalized feedback for students. Heard a lot about the testing time, and most of our teachers reported math will result in more testing time in their school overall. But the reported overburdening testing stems from a combination of multiple assessments being administered to each student. Many teachers identified district dependence on other testing along with math testing as a reason why students are feeling disengaged, and why teachers feel like they are constantly testing without the ability to use the results. It is interesting to see that a teacher identified math as an attempt to eliminate some of the long tests at the end of the year and provide feedback throughout the year instead of the end. I will pause there. The implement interviews do have a lot more teacher feedback, but I'll stop there for any questions about the teacher.
I do have one question.
Go ahead.
So with the revised math standards and guidance, will the math curriculum, will those standards help align testing with various curriculum?
So Madam Chair and Member Schmidt, so whenever new standards are adopted, we've already started working on that process of seeing where the standards will change.
So we will do a thorough examination. We're already starting that crosswalk. If there is that substantial change, we will go back and we will change, we will go look at our items, see which items are aligned to which standards, and see if we have to adjust those standards. So we are gonna go through an initial alignment study this fall to see how well our items are aligning to our state adopted standards. Once those math standards are adopted, we will reiterate any new items that we need to, and then we'll go ahead, and if we feel like there's any alignment issues, we will test that alignment again. But it depends on how different those standards are at each grade level.
Thank you.
Okay. So looking at implementer interviews, these came, in coordination with Education First. So they are a group that we have partnered with. They are an external group. So you will notice that there is a change in our, slide theme as these slides came directly from them. I have not changed them at all. So you will see that this is their take on what they received from their interview or from their interviews. Interviews were conducted with a variety of stakeholders in Montana's education system to better understand stakeholder perceptions of the perceptions of and experiences with implementing math, and to understand three key components: what stakeholders understand and believe about the mission of MAST, how stakeholders have experienced the implementation of MAST, and where the strengths and opportunities for improvement are in the implementation of MAST. 50 stakeholders were interviewed over 2 phases. So phase 1 included state leaders and policymakers, including members of a legislative support organization, the governor's office, the Board of Public Education, Education Preparation Program, district curriculum coordinator, a school board chair, legislative staff, and legislators. And then phase 2 primarily focused on educators, including math and ELA teachers from elementary and middle schools, curriculum directors, instructional coaches, and principals. You will also see that represented districts are listed on that slide. And there are numerous findings from these interviews, and you'll see a lot of overlaps from our teacher interview as well. So our first finding is that there is real energy among stakeholders about the premise and promise of MAST, with stakeholders sharing that they see MAST as a one-of-a-kind innovation, and they have heard excitement and pride in the fact that Montana is innovating in a way from folks, and that is both and that is happening outside of the OPI, and that people are hoping that this is going to work. Teachers like that the data is immediately available, and it is noticed that OPI is doing as much as it can to make MAST work well and really implement in an effective way. And there are 2 key components that are really drawing excitement about MAST. First is that alignment of assessment with scope and sequence, allowing tests to be aligned more closely with local pacing and curriculum implementation, and MAST needing to be tailored to what kids are actually learning. The second component that's really exciting to stakeholders is receiving actionable data more frequently, getting data in the hands of teachers and school leaders that will directly shape the instruction, and the ability of ongoing assessment, and the ability to serve as informative and a diagnostic. And some implementers also noticed some really bright spots. This included the added information and math around the misconception data. The other is testing closer to instruction, meaning that teachers don't have to go take separate time out of teaching and learning to review older feedback and instruction, and students appreciated the more routine feedback they're receiving. Also uncovering insights into systemic needs, including gaps in special education support and instructional differences among teachers. And that educators that have a strong data-driven practices already in place, particularly appreciated the routine access to data and felt that they could use it to inform their practices. Interviews also reveal that overall experiences are falling short of educator experiences, the students sometimes being taught on materials not yet learned, teachers not accessing or using data to impact instruction, and that district and school level leaders are not able to access mass data in an efficient, effective way. So these challenges are leading to 2 primary outcomes that are undermining that core purpose of math. So the first, the stakeholders do not believe that results reflect student abilities, including the misalignment of writing scores being tested on content students are just starting to learn and not having ways to retest a student. And secondly, stakeholders are not using data for math, with teachers not looking at the data, not seeing use in data, and math data not being seen as one or more data point without changing the nature of teacher collaboration. And so these two outcomes are linked to a product of a lot of different factors, including not understanding what score reports mean, the inability to measure the in-year student progress, curriculum alignment, school and district level data being unavailable, a change in state leadership, information getting lost in the compass, technical issues accessing reports, spiraling math curricula, significant disruptions to instructional time, and time-intensive nature of doing the score reports. We're going to dig into some of these factors and try to identify some of the underlying conditions that contribute to them. One of the challenges shared is that templates are often misaligned to the true scope and sequence of educators that are actually being used in the classroom. But in examining this further, in many districts, teachers were not involved in mapping when certain templates were administered across the year. And in other districts, leaders scheduled templates based on curriculum used by some, but not all teachers. This resulted in templates administered across the school year in a way that did not necessarily reflect the scope and sequence taught in the classroom, resulting in teachers rushing to cover material before the testing window and or students taking tests on materials they have not covered. And this led to the belief that math does not accurately reflect student abilities. Also contributing to that belief are doubts around the reflection of academic expectations for each grade level due to the exposure of items, a negative prior experience with the testing vendor, or the inability to view test-like questions or student responses. The lack of transparency and conflicting classroom experience have also led educators to question the accuracy of the math writing test, with feelings that it does not accurately represent student abilities due to low scores by strong writers, the challenge to find support materials to understand student scores, and the inability to do test-like questions for student responses. And so looking at why stakeholders are not using math data, something that we pointed out quite a bit today. Most stakeholders found the math score reports difficult to access and time-intensive to review, especially for educators that have a large volume of students. Educators also indicated they cannot access score reports the grain size most relevant to them, and they have trouble understanding the results, leading to data not being used. Many educators are also not using math data because it is not providing information they trust and can use due to data not being in congruence with their needs and expectations. This is due to students being assessed before they have had sufficient time to learn the content, student performance on math being inconsistent with other evidence, and the belief that students can achieve over time. And implementer interviews also reveal that math feels more burdensome and time intensive due to the compressed timeline for makeup testing, the periodic windows, additional administrative burden of multiple windows, and the loss of instructional time. And while math is designed for teachers, meaningful instructional improvements rely on decisions made by school and district leaders. Math currently prioritizes teachers and day-to-day instruction as the primary focus of its instructional utility, leading to leaders lacking easy data access to math data, with school reports unavailable during the 24-25 school year. This caused district leaders to lack the data needed to make informed decisions and time to share instruction and assessment for the next year, and the inability to analyze trends across grade levels and content areas. I will note that school and district level reports were released at the end of window 3 on May 15th, and in the upcoming school year, those reports will be released at the end of each window. And even with the challenges to experience, stakeholders do continue to see the value in math, including students appreciating taking shorter testlets, educators reporting they appreciate that math results are available more quickly, Educators reported the misconception data on the MAST report are helpful, and district leaders indicated the assessment required that the assessment requires that they take a closer look at the scope and sequence that they have across the school. Additionally, stakeholders who participated in the early administration of MAST noted that they have seen improvements based on feedback, including the timeliness and usefulness of score reports, a decrease in testing time, and an emphasis on the responsiveness by OPI to feedback from prior years of implementation. And finally, the stories and experiences suggest that there are additional use cases that would bring the power of MAST to transform instruction to the forefront. Many of the current data uses are happening at the level of school and district instructional leaders. Additionally, many of the needs for better use of the data also require instructional leadership being invested in a 3-year component of MAST, including having a culture of improvement, support for understanding all standards, and a collaboration and data sense-making structures. A district instructional leader shared the following. When we looked at the MAST data across our classrooms and schools, we noticed that although we have a shared curriculum and scope and sequence, some teachers were consistently getting better performance across the classes than other teachers. We were able to diagnose some of the instructional supports teachers needed even before the next testing window. And though we have other interim assessments, the standards level insight on MAST gave us access to something that we had not been able to see before.
It's good.
I'll pause there for any questions about the implementer.
I see in here a lot of indication that misconceptions are based on the difference between standards based on the growth model. And those have to be, I mean, that has to be explained. If it were, if people understood the purpose, there'd be a lot more. And the fact that, you know, if you want a growth model, you're still gonna have to use maps or something like that. There's no way to get around it.
However,
Yeah, I see some of that. I have a background. And so I can see some of the possibilities for growth. I can see that, but it's gonna take a little while.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, you bet.
So I agree. I think it's interesting though, and I believe there was somebody that presented or we talked about it. I'm sure they were able to make it at the Summer Institute. Because isn't it Billings School District that is no longer using their other assessment?
Great Falls School District.
Great Falls. And I think Billings is, or I talked to somebody in Billings that was.
They're having conversations.
Yes, so
They figured out.
some of them are figuring out how to. That have gotten more comfortable with the score reports, so. I don't know, and I agree, and I am, you know, glad we're having these conversations and we're all listening now and changing our approach. But I've, learned a ton, about these differences and we need to fix. Thank you.
I would agree that I think as we become more comfortable with MAST, we're more comfortable moving away from other tests potentially. We're having those conversations in my district and we did map test last year with our MAST testing as well, and we did find 95% alignment in where it was tiering kids as far as the kids that needed interventions. We were able to still identify who was in need of intensive interventions, who was those things did happen. It does move away from the traditionally understood model of growth, which is still difficult for people to understand. But as far as identifying kids in need of intervention, we were able to do so with the reports that existed. So we have considered whether or not to keep the growth model. I am curious if the Montana Reads grant is requiring us to use NWEA as it did in the past. So in the past, we were required to use NWEA for Montana Reads, and so I'm wondering, as I'm sitting here, if that is or if MAST will be integrated into that.
I think that would be a great question for Dr. Cole.
Montana reads.
So in the past, Montana Reads used that required NWEA testing to track growth. I'm curious if Montana Reads is moving to utilizing mass data for measuring.
That really is gonna be part of the discussion for districts to determine for their Montana Reads grant, the different assessments that they're using. Because there's gonna be multiple assessments, diagnostic reading assessments, but certainly math will be used for measuring proficiency. I think that was part of that. I go back and look in detail to find that out, but I'll look in our grant application for sure. Just to be clear on that. I know that was an issue in the previous one, and it's no longer an issue in this one. I do know that, but I'll double check and make sure we get that communication here. I have it here on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great question. Dr. Slinger. Any other questions? Go ahead.
Okay, as the superintendent said, we've already started putting a lot of this feedback into place here at the Montana OPI Summer Institute, to support a lot of those educator needs, already changing our approach to being much more teacher-centered instead of testing coordinator-centered. We put on multiple sessions. We put on sessions about score reports and next steps. That was a 3-hour to 20, definitely under 30 minutes of administration time, and timing data continues to show administration times that are within those estimated ranges. The reported administration times are closer to 45 minutes, making teachers take an entire class period. Additionally, frequent testing and disrupting administrative instructional flow are often tied to how the districts are structuring their administration. So currently, to address this challenge of over testing and loss of instructional time, we have available a local assessment review tool for districts to start looking at understanding, analyzing, and potentially decluttering their assessment systems to ensure all administered assessments have a purpose. The Center for Assessment helped develop that. specifically for Montana, that was used last year, and we hope to continuously support districts this upcoming year. Through professional learning and hub courses and the Math Summit and direct communications to teachers. There's also added promotion of administrative best practices, so how can we structure administration so it's not taking an entire class period, especially for your kids who may take longer to test. They are not taking the whole class period just for the sake of one student. How can we structure that or reschedule that? Right. Looking at potential assessment adjustments to math. The OPI, Montana Technical Advisory Committee, and new Meridian psychometricians continue to analyze items and testlets for longer than expected administration time, and to identify testlets that could potentially be shortened while retaining our reliability standards. And there's also additional research that's going in that could support the use of a makeup test for students that are missing makeup or are missing testlet data. The perception data also reveals systemic challenges, including districts that are locked into multi-year contracts with other interim assessments. We heard that some districts are ready to drop, but they have expanded contracts with those interim assessment providers. And then we also heard a great deal about our students are just on school, so when it comes to making up testlets, it becomes extremely challenging. There are many themes around the score report access and usability, including score reports being difficult to access, interpret, and use, which limits the instructional value. The manual review of testlet reports also make data use time consuming and discouraging, coupled with the static nature of reports and the lack of awareness or training to use them effectively. Instructional leaders are facing similar barriers, limiting support for curriculum and resource decisions and leading to the use for user-friendly and centralized reporting. We have a lot of work around score report access and usability. Currently, there's an increase in training on the Kite platform, including the Summer Institute. We had a session, the Math Summit that's coming up, and free window virtual sessions, just to ensure that all educators know how to access their score reports. There will also be an interactive reporting system. That platform will be launching this spring for educators to support the ability to use both static and digital reporting that we are really excited about. In the 25-26 school year, school and district reports will be available after each window compared to the end of window 3 in the 24-25 school year. There will also be CSP report files for testlet data in the 25-26 school year. To support the usability for teachers specifically, in-person and virtual sessions specifically designed for teachers were already started with the Summer Institute and will continue with a teacher summit in August, and additional contracted professional learning in the form of hub courses and a teacher leader cohort that we are starting this year. Looking at potential assessment adjustments, we want to leverage that assessment implementation committee to help inform future improvements of reporting. Looking at what can we put on that score report to help them be more instructionally useful. Additionally, we are exploring additional lines of communication directly to districts, schools, and teachers. Also had preliminary conversations about what a student score report look like directly for the students. In addition to those adjustments, systemic challenges such as teachers having limited time to analyze data and competing educator responsibilities decrease the capacity for score report access, review, and instructional planning.
Can I ask a question? I don't understand that this bullet that says school and districts reports shared after each window. Aren't they, I mean, I thought they were getting it after each testing window.
So there are 4 different levels of reporting for our testlet data. There's an individual student report. There's a classroom report that aggregates up all the students within a roster. Those were being provided throughout the school year. In the 24-25 year, the school district reports for the testlets, those were not released until window 3. So after all the testing was finished, you then would get a report for how all your students within your school and all your students in your district did. This year we'll be able to release it after each window.
And is any of that tied to the standard setting that you're about to do?
So there will be an adjustment to the bands due to standard setting. So in the 24-25 school year, because we didn't have that specific proficiency level set, we were using those comparative on a third, middle, third, high, third.
Okay.
Now that we will have our standards set, those bands will be tied to those proficiency levels.
Thank you. It'll be interesting to see if they do a better job identifying students then.
They did a very good job at this point.
Thank you.
Many educators shared alignment of Tesla's were a challenge, especially with spiraling curricula, resulting in reduced trust and results and a shift to content coverage over depth. Additionally, MAST plays areas for instructional improvement, but leaders lacked the clear ways to engage with MAST, leading to MAST data being not used to inform instruction. Testing windows have already been extended from 6 to 8 weeks to allow for more flexibility in distribution and alignment, as well as testing further into the spring. This has been a huge hit already with our teachers. They are very excited to be able to not just only test longer per window, but also to be able to administer testlets farther into the school year. There's also a heavy focus on educator involvement and testlet scheduling to ensure that their input is being used when it comes to schools scheduling their testlets. And additional curricular options are added to the schedule for the upcoming year for districts to be able to base, but once again, adjust from that curricular to best scope or best meet the local school sequence. Many challenges are highlighted by MAST, including students performing multiple years below grade level expectations. State assessments have to be assessing grade level standards for those students who are performing significantly below grade level standards. That is going to be a challenge regardless of the statement assessment that you are using. And compounding review periods leading to a delay in coverage of grade level standards. We heard a lot of teachers who said we can't give tests at the beginning of the year because we spent 6 to 8 weeks covering what the student did in the last grade level. And finally, the call for monitoring student progress, especially for students who are below grade level, would support some the individual student progress and not just the proficiency measures. This could support instruction and motivate students and teachers. So for the 25-26 school year, we will have progress reports available and delivered after each window. I put a sample of that on the slide there. So this will produce a generated predicted summative score based on the administered testlets. So if a student after the window has taken enough testlets, it will show how they performed on each one of those testlets, and then an estimation of what their summative score would be based on those administered testlets. That will change obviously after window 2, and then in window 3, after window 3, they will get their actual achievement level. There continues to be additional reporting metrics and design, things that our educators have asked for, to measure that student, to measure progress for our students, including the exploration for in-year growth measures. We kind of tackling, like I said, this week, we talked a little bit about student growth percentage and the traditional growth measurement that is used in MAST and iReady is not something that we can use due to not assessing the same standards over and over and over, but in collaboration with the Center for Assessment, the Meridian Psychometricians, and our task, we are looking into any option to be able to add that because we know that would be an value add for our students. With that, I will stand for any additional questions.
Thank you. Did any of this help you have a better understanding of how much teachers pay attention to standards or know standards? I mean, they're working on curriculum. I don't know how well those products are indicate what the standards are, but I guess, you know, is there a piece missing for a significant group of teachers about what the standards are? Which parts of the curriculum tied to those?
Not sure, remember Quinlan, I think that for this first year, I think a lot of administrators did the scheduling for teachers based on a curriculum, and I'm not sure that, I'm gonna make a gross overgeneralization. I think that our educators weren't necessarily pinpointing out where specific standards were being mastered within their curriculum. So I know that when we had a scheduling workshop within the Summer Institute, when we were able to pull out these are the testlets, here are the standards that are assessed in every single one of the testlets, that alone boosted the awareness of standards. And I think that was a huge impact on those educators within that session. So I think moving to this And knowing that Tesla's are aligned to standards and their standards are what you are teaching, that you are teaching standards, not a curriculum. I think that is going to increase the knowledge of standards as we continue down this road. So I think it is a positive move and something that's going to force the knowledge of standards as we continue down this.
One follow-up, so, I'm hopeful that the change in the English language arts standards that we're gonna be looking at, moving away from the domain and getting and organizing it by grade levels, that will also help practitioners put all these pieces together.
Madam Chair, Member Clement, I would say that anytime that we're adjusting something, it's a good time to highlight and be able to provide that development towards us. So I think that in correlation with that will be very positive opportunity for educators to focus on this.
Great, thank you.
Were the sessions that you referenced, that brought clarity, were they recorded? Are they available like in webinar form for teachers?
So Madam Chair and Member Neeskin, so the OPI, Summer Institute, those are not recorded sessions. We are working on developing sessions that are asynchronous and that educators can go in at any time to be able to access. So it was a good chance to positive feedback. So now we're in the process of turning those into sessions that educators can use at any time. But that Teacher Institute the Teacher Summit in August, that will be recorded and we'll be able to post all of those for teachers who are on it.
And Cedar, I just want to thank you for what you just went through with the explaining all that. I really appreciate that there's these feedback loops that are set up. I think they'll be very helpful for us. Thank you. We are all very concerned about how assessment works and the amount of time and effort that goes into it.
I don't suppose this will be the last we'll be hearing. Right?
No.
I'll be interested to see how it moves along and how the new feedback compares to the old, in kind of general terms. So we'll see if we're making progress.
And Madam Chair, I would say that half of our state experience mass for the first time this year. So
Yeah, that's right.
We've had a lot of conversations about any sort of change is hard.
Yeah.
When we moved to smarter balanced, it was hard.
I remember.
And now we are not changing from a summative assessment, but we are changing from summative assessment to a 3-year on a different platform. It is unfreezing routines that we have ingrained into educators for years and years and years. I am extremely proud of where we are and the questions that we are fielding now. And we are positioned in a great place to shape education in our state through our assessment, and I'm really excited to be here.
Don't throw any of this away. Other states are going to want to look at it.
They already asked for it.
Mr. Chair.
All right, well, thank you. And Cedar, you seem to be very well aware of the challenges you're facing and the feedback that the field is giving us as well. So, all right, let's move on. Charter School Committee, Dr. Slinger, the next 2 items are yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So item 19, update on Community Choice Schools Commission. Is Kathy here available? Hi, Kathy, good to see you. Look forward to hearing from you.
Good to see you. Thank you for the introduction, Mr. Chair and members. I would like to present to you the update from the Community Choice Schools Commission. So it's just some general updates. Last report, I notified you of our intent to sole source with the National Charter Schools Institute, and we have since solidified a contract with them and are well underway in our work. We've been making great progress with them, building out all the aspects to support the application and contracting cycles for both Community Choice Schools and other potential authorizers. So they are tremendously helpful with resources that they provide us that they have worked with other authorizers, and then we are customizing those to meet the requirements of the Montana law specifically. One of the pieces of that contract is a secure software platform that we'll be using to communicate with potential charter applicants and then overseeing contract as as schools are approved. So we're currently building out that platform with our annual chartering cycle and all the documents to support our oversight of the schools. We also are working on another RFP for assessment services, and this is, kind of a unique need that the commission has. So the law does not require schools to use the MAST assessment. It allows them to choose any assessment that they like, and the commission feels it would be more valuable and I guess more practical to them to provide some recommendations for assessments. So we have an RFP out currently for an assessment consultant to identify a handful of valid and reliable assessments, making a recommendation to the commission, which the commission then would pass on as a recommendation to the schools for assessments to be used in their performance measures. So we could potentially see a few different assessments being possibly piloted by these choice schools that maybe OPI would like to look at in the future. So opportunity there, perhaps. Moving on, so a big part of my role is to leverage some national resources, and I've had an opportunity to do that since we last met. I attended the National Charter Schools Conference, which is a gathering of about 5,000 charter movement leaders. It's an excellent conference. I attended the state leaders strand of that conference, so I had the ability to connect with other charter authorizers across the state, other charter association leaders, and gleaned a lot of information about work that we have ahead of us. One of the sessions that I found especially helpful was on guidance along application for the federal charter school program grant. So we'll be following up with that. In addition, the commission joined the National Association of Charter School Authorizers with a membership there. And that's kind of commonly known as NACSA, but their mission is to advance and strengthen the ideas and practices of authorizing so students and communities thrive. So we are now members of NACSA and will benefit from tremendous amount of resources that they have for charter authorizers, including toolkits and rubrics. They host a couple monthly webinars on authorizing, one of them specific to financial oversight. And I plan to attend their annual convening this fall, and hoping some other members of the commission will as well. The other big project we're working on is grant funding. As you're aware, we still do not have any funds allocated to the commission, so we're reliant on grant funding. We are in the process of submitting an application for 2026 to continue to fund the position and the work of the commission. The bulk of that work would be developing what's kind of known as a year zero or a startup program for charter schools. So, starting from scratch is, essentially like being an entrepreneur and building a business from scratch. So helping charter founders who have already been accepted in the application process build out their academics, their cultural, their operational, their financial models, and secure their facilities, et cetera, all of those pieces that need to be done before the doors are open to students. And we held our June meeting. A couple of pieces to report out on that is we had some training for commission members from the National Charter Schools Institute as a part of our contract on mission-specific goals for performance contracts. It's common in chartering to get so focused on that annual assessment and the results in that sometimes schools will lose sense of their mission. And we want to ensure that that is still captured and reported in their performance framework. So the commission will be looking at potentially adopting that and fitting it into our framework. The other piece that we had in training was a presentation from the Montana Community Foundation about how governing boards and potential founders can start building their philanthropy, as that will be a major role in the choice sector. Our next commission meeting is September 9th via Zoom. We always encourage any of you to attend. And then finally, I just wanted to add some perspective on yesterday's conversation regarding the achievement gap that exists with our American Indian students. I heard many frustrations and specifically around the lack of student learning and accountability or lack thereof for learning. And I just wanted to let you know that I share those concerns. And really, it's that passion for the kids most in need that drew me into the charter sector. So I was happy to hear that one of the solutions that was discussed was charter schools. And while we currently have more options for students with our district charter schools, our true charter school movement, the community choice school, is still held up in the courts. Community choice schools are a true charter school model based on accountability that allows educators the freedom to try something that is currently not being offered to students. If the community choice schools had academic results, as the OPI report mentioned yesterday, this charter would be revoked and the school would be closed. And that's, I think, a key difference in accountability. This is something that can't be done with a traditional school district. And I did hear that as a suggestion yesterday. And the problem then, of course, is, well, what do we do with the kids? they need school. So with community choice schools, students would have another public school option. And I understand the idea of introducing competition into public schools as a sensitive topic. But with competition comes increased accountability for performance for everyone, not just the community choice schools, but also the district schools. And studies do prove that students in district schools where a charter school has opened, their academic achievement does rise as well. So, and by charters, I mean Montana's community choice schools. And finally, I just want to let you know, so there is a tribal member in Fort Peck waiting to open a community choice school. She is a school design fellow with the Native American Community Academy Inspired Charter Schools Network. Their mission is to build a movement of students, families, and educators to create excellent schools relevant to the communities they serve. They work with fellows who are committed to Indigenous communities to establish schools throughout the country that will create strong leaders who are academically prepared, secure in their identities, healthy, and ultimately transforming their communities. So here we have a Montana tribal member connected to tremendous national resources waiting to start a community choice school. And I'm hopeful that this law will move it through the courts so that the kids of Fort Peck can benefit from the opportunities that she is looking to create. I thank you all for your time, and I especially thank the members of the BPE staff who are very supportive of my work and the work of the commission. And with that, I will stand for any questions.
Thank you. Does any board members have any questions? Chair Clark.
Yeah, Kathy, same question I have every meeting. What's the report?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Chair Tharp, we have not heard anything. We are still waiting on the district court judge.
No indication when he's going to decide.
Nothing.
Board member Rasmussen.
No matter what way that comes out, will there be a challenge to that, do you think?
Mr. Chair, Member Rasmussen, yes, I believe there will be a challenge. I think we believe in the opportunity for community choice schools and what they can provide for, some of Montana students. And I think there's a growing body of folks that will support that, hopefully in the next legislative session if it comes, or with revisions to the law as we hear results, depending on the results we hear from the courts.
Any other board members? Seeing none, Kathy, thank you so much. Appreciate your update.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to item number 19. That is review of public charter school annual performance reports. I will turn this over to McCall, who worked tirelessly on this report for us. So, McCall, I look forward to hearing you describe, and rest assured I have many questions for you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what is in our packet on page, let me just make sure I have this correct, starting on page 161 is sort of an abbreviation of the document that you all have in front of you. And there is a requirement outlined in statute, specifically 20-6-809, that requires the Board of Public Ed to annually publish a report specific to the performance frameworks for each of our public charter schools. And so I figured I'm gonna have to put together a really beautiful a performance report for our legislature this fall, so we might as well put something together and get it done right for this summer. So what you have in front of you, I'm gonna go through, like I said, the beginning documents are in the packet, so they're not any different than what we have in front of us. But really the first page is just an introduction of what is required of the board, sort of the initial processes that the board has gone through to approve public charter schools, what our goals are, etc. And then what I did is I included in there the accreditation overview of each of our public charter schools. That is something that's going to be required of the board when we have to submit this information to the legislature. And so I thought it made sense to include that. You'll see that the first group there is under provisional status. You all approved that at your January meeting. And so I made sure that we include those. And then you'll see that the rest there are under the regular accreditation statuses as you approved them. And I don't mean regular because there are a couple under advice, but I just mean the statuses as you approved them. And then we really get into the performance framework. You'll see the ratings there. They're different than what we consider for accreditation. And I want to make really clear that performance framework is different than accreditation. Performance framework is the ticket to renewal. Performance framework, and we'll get to that because the performance framework as we outlined it was prescribed in the law. And so we'll see that too, because I did include it in here. But it's really meant to give sort of a culmination of the work that each charter school does and provide you a synopsis of the work that is somewhat separate than accreditation so that you all have an idea of the sort of continuous improvement that is separate from accreditation, because not only is it academic, but it also includes financial and organizational measures. And then that's what you will use 5 years down the road to decide if it merits renewal. So keep in mind that they are very much separate. And so I just want to preface that before we get into this, because I think it's really important. So you'll see that we did, I tried to sort of compile these as best as I can. So if you have any questions on some of the abbreviations, please let me know. But please take note of the rating system. I think the colors are really important because you'll see that sort of throughout the document. So you'll see our elementary schools are sort of on that page 5. And then we get into the middle schools, and then you'll see the high schools. You'll see a lot of blank spots in there. The elementary and middle schools have the same blank areas. Obviously, there's some information in here that we don't have data for because we need 2 years of data in order to get the information, specifically for elementary and middle school about attendance, graduation rate. Post-secondary readiness is obviously relevant to high school, and then that reoccurrent enrollment. Same thing for high school. There's a conversation that actually needs to be had around proficiency and growth and those subgroup for high school. That's an area that we actually don't gather data for high school. And I think it's a conversation that we're going to be having with folks at the Office of Public Instruction and the accreditation group, because we don't gather that right now for accreditation. But I think that may be changing next year. And then again, you'll see here under high school, attendance, graduation rate, recurrent enrollment. Those are all because of 2 years of data. And then the support for transitions is a K-8 measurement. And then for the numbers at a glance, I thought it would be nice to sort of some information over the last year that we really gathered in the quarterly reports. I tried to put together or pull together the data from the school and mission specific goals that each of the charters had to submit. I tried to pull together some of the information from the open-ended questions that they submitted, from the site visits that we went on. So that's where the numbers at a glance really come from. And so you'll see that information in there. And then On page 9, this is really where we get into that performance framework. This is the framework that was developed last summer with the public charter schools. And as I said, you'll see on page, or on the first page of this, it says public charter schools shall identify a performance framework as prescribed in 20-6-809. That came directly from the law. These are the sections, these first sections that came directly from the legislation. And then the performance framework work group said, you know, I really think it would be worthwhile to add in a few other sections: graduation rates, student engagement, and support for transitions. And so we did add a few extra measurements in there that we thought made a lot of sense. And so there were 3 additional sections that we added. And so you'll see as we go through this that the rubrics for each of those sections. I will say that we are meeting with, as I talked about, we're doing some webinars with our charter schools. On the 31st, we're actually going to be going through this with our charters again. There's a couple of suggestions, I think, around sort of some lessons learned, specifically the numbers that are in here. It was incredibly confusing, I think, for charters, like what does a 1 mean, what does a 0 mean? Because at the end of the day, we don't actually like add up the scores to mean anything, right? Because we look at the color, you know, the colors actually are the meaningful part. And so there are just some lessons learned that we've gotten from this. And so again, I think it's really important to note for the performance framework, it's separated into 3 sections: academic, financial, and organizational. And then at the end, I want to point out the open-ended questions. This was something that we, as the performance framework work group, added in there. They really thought it was important to think through like why they're innovative, why they wanted to become a public charter school. You know, how the public charter school is flexible and nimble. They wanted a chance to sort of reflect on the work that they were doing as charters. And so as you go through the reports, you'll be able to see the information that they submitted. And I think actually there's some really good nuggets in there of information. And so as we work with our charters in these webinars, I'm hoping that we'll sort of revise these and think through some additional questions that we can continue to ask them, because I do think it's also good information for us to sort of help us think through how we continue to potentially change things as well. So now as we get into the reports, oh yes.
Just one quick question. Do you foresee that there might be different questions, different open-ended questions for year 1, year 2, and beyond? Because maybe different questions would be applicable first year or the second year?
So I think that's a really good question, Reverend Rasmussen. I think it could be challenging to do that only because the way in which they submit this information is through the accreditation system.
Okay.
And so, I mean, I don't know enough about the system to know how you would wall off schools in that way. But I think we could probably write the questions to be relevant to both existing and new schools. I think we would want to revise these a little bit. And I think we're lucky that we've had both existing and new charters that have been attended that webinar, and I think we could work with them to make sure that they're relevant for both.
Okay.
Are you planning to go through them one by one, or?
I'm not going to go through each of them. I was just going to give some highlights.
I really love the roadblocks section. And then check, because it makes me think of questions to ask the next time we do applications, like, oh, have you got, like, this is common problems, what is your answer for this? I really like that.
Yeah, does anyone have any questions, I guess, before I jump into?
I have a question that I'd like you to address as you go on. I don't understand, I'm looking at student engagement, and I'm on the performance framework overview for high schools. How does this process determine, for example, that somebody exceeds the standard in student engagement? How would we know that?
So the rubric says the public charter school has met the minimum requirements and has provided evidence that they have gone significantly above and beyond the minimum standard. The minimum standard says the public charter school has provided at least 2 pieces of relevant and reliable evidence to show that students are engaged in their learning.
Okay. So it's basically from this summary report for each charter school, you found those 2 points of evidence and said that exceeds the standard.
So Board Member Quinlan. Schools, public charter schools had to submit all of this data in the accreditation process. So like accreditation, folks from the Office of Public Instruction, and I scored a few of them as well, had to go in to the system and use these rubrics to score these different sections.
Okay.
And they used these rubrics to do so. So I'm assuming that, because I didn't score them, so I can't speak for these, the people, the folks that did this, that they saw 2 pieces at least or more pieces of evidence of relevant and reliable evidence to show that students were engaged in their learning.
Okay.
So this is a summary of the evidence. It is not the evidence itself, which is, I think, what Madeline was asking is, was there additional evidence submitted beyond these reports?
You're asking. Well, that's a good question. I mean, somewhere they had to get it, so it's either in this summary. I mean, the people who were scoring had access to everything they provided.
Correct. Board Member Quinlan, these summaries are what I pulled from the reports. I didn't get the information. So the information was part of the accreditation reports. They saw the actual evidence. They did not see the summary. They were scored based on actual evidence, not the summary.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions before I jump in and sort of give some examples of the reports themselves? All right. So I'm just gonna sort of pull out a few examples here, just to sort of walk through some of the different pieces of each of these reports. And I'm gonna use Billings as examples just because they're the first ones, and then I'll scroll to a couple of the other ones. They're B's, so they come first, that's just how it goes. So on page 19 of the report, or I guess page 18, the way in which we really put these together was provided an introduction and then the school overview. One of the requirements in the statute that required how we pulled these together was that we really highlighted the school mission, the grades served, the enrollment, and then any other sort of, information specific to the charter. So like the name, where it's at. So just sort of some general school information. And then what we did is we tried to summarize the indicators and measures for the performance framework. And so you'll see here, and I know this one's in black and white, so I tried to make some of the colors in here so you could actually see. But this is a high school, and so they received all green, which means they met the standards in every single one of the categories. And then they had the summary of open-ended questions, so you'll see that we added in all of the responses in here. And then you'll get to the statements of assurances. There's a requirement in our charter contract that they assure to the Board of Public Ed that they are in compliance of everything in Title 20, all of the local rules, regulations, policies, and procedures. And they're also in compliance with the requirements outlined in their charter contract. And then finally, we are required to ask if they have any changes to their charter, specifically the education program, the mission and vision, and their organizational structure. And so the way that we actually went about doing this was I compiled the information was because I had access to it from the Office of Public Instruction and then sent it back to them and said, here's your report. They needed to then fill in the statement of assurances, charter school changes, and you'll see there's another section, you'll see it when we get to it. So this is what sort of a general one looks like. This one's pretty straightforward because they met all of the requirements, they met all of the standards, pretty straightforward. So go to the next page, you'll see page 22, Billings Multilingual Academy. They have 2 schools. They have a middle school and a high school. This one's in color, yay. You'll see their middle school They did not get all green. They had 3 sections, in fact, that were below meet standard. They had 1 that was above meet standard. They did excellent in student engagement, so you'll see that in green. One of the things that we required is if they were below meeting the standard, they had to provide context as to why. And so you'll see under that, there's a box that says, please provide context as to why you did not meet the standard and how you plan to address those concerns. And so for any of those schools, there is sort of an explanation and a plan for how they will do better. For some of these schools, frankly, you'll see that most, if not all of them, it is in the proficiency section. If you go back and look at the overviews, you'll see that they're in the, is that what your question, Dr. Slinger, is going to be?
So, well, my question would be, how does high school currently, who's not being expected with any proficiency measures at all, not always reach the, hey, you're great?
Yeah, and I'll get to that.
Okay,
Yeah.
because I'm really frustrated that
Yes.
I don't have a clue how any of their kids actually did in the classroom.
Yeah, I'll.
So,
And so you'll see that most of the approaches standards were in the proficiency sections for middle school and elementary. And for some of them, it was like, we didn't provide the right data. And I can't say that even if they had provided the right data, they would be out of it, but that was the answer for some of them. So it'll be interesting to see if next year that will score differently. But as you go through, you might see a common theme in some of those. Also, you'll notice under notes, I added in there, some of them were under provisional accreditation status. So you'll see that there in red as well. And then I wanted to also call out on page 81. So let's go all the way there. All right, well, I guess page 8, we'll start there. So these are our core ballot schools. Now, before I get into this, remember they are under provisional status, and that was by design. So it looks, I realize there's lots of red on these pages, but they got the provisional because they knew this was going to be the case. So for Corvallis, they are having some challenges with finding a valid and reliable tool. Frankly, they didn't have an assessment tool when this started because some of their students they were using for the digital program, the distance program, their students were online. And they didn't have an assessment tool for to test those students. And so they did the provisional status by design because they knew that they were going to need some time to figure this out to get those students on. So you'll see in their explanation that they have a tool, that they're working with those students, those families, they're getting them all online. They have a plan moving forward. They've actually been working very closely with the Office of Public Instruction to get this all straightened out. So I wanted to make sure that I sort of highlighted that one for you because I assumed there could be lots of questions and wanted to, ensure that you had sort of some context for that. And then to your question, Dr. Slinger, I think it's a really good one. I will say I am maybe a little ignorant for this. I did not know that the high school did not submit data for those sections. I didn't realize that. So when we went through the work for this, I didn't know that that was the case. Until I got a call from one of the charters that was like, hey, I'm working on my submission, and I was like pulled it up and was working with him. And, I said, you need to submit this one and it'll transfer this one. Because one of the things that we did was if it overlapped with some of the sections from the accreditation process, we just tied those together. So you didn't have to submit the same data twice, which was great. Right. And he had said, I don't do that one. I'm a high school. And so I didn't realize that. And I think that's just because I'm not an educator. I know that. So that's probably on me, frankly, but they've never done that, I guess, in the system because they take the ACT. So they have college and career indicators that are different than what they do at the elementary and middle school. But the good news is, because we figured this out and because it seems very, very different, and I think the scales are very different, we've had lots of conversations about how we make this more equal.
Yeah.
And yeah, and so I think that we probably will work on how to align this better with what the elementary is doing. And I think the group on the 31st is going to probably have a discussion about how we figure out what those indicators need to be to ensure that we can get that data. And actually, even earlier this year, the accreditation think tank was having those conversations, and I see people nodding their heads in there. So that's a conversation we've been having, and I'm glad you brought it up because my stomach kind of dropped when I found that out. So I was like, ooh, that's gonna be a lot of blank space on those.
Yeah, I mean, it's just all administrative stuff. It's like, oh, yeah, we did all the administrative side of things. That doesn't mean a kid learned a thing.
Yeah, and I mean, the high schools look really good.
Yeah,
Well,
no.
there's
A lot of green.
they look really great. Yeah, so I do think there's definitely room for improvement there, and I'm really grateful to the partners who also recognize that, like, oh yeah, we definitely need to figure something else out because that's not equitable at all, and we needed to figure out
I mean, their
some.
students have proficiency scores,
Yeah,
right?
No, they don't.
They don't?
They only take the ACT.
Yeah.
That's all they take.
Some high schools will take maps just for their school to use just because they want that data, but it's not required.
Assessment is the ACT
yeah.
in 11th
Yeah.
grade only.
And maths, you might only take till 8th grade, or maybe you'll take it till 10th grade. You know?
In Ohio, we take tab all the way through, but it's not.
Thank you.
So those are the
Paramount, accreditation, affairs. I just, this whole system is so screwed up, guys. I mean, honestly, everything we're hearing today and everything, we look at the reports and yeah, I mean, you have teachers like the last one, we had teachers talking about, well, they're 2 years behind. Well, that's because we know it by 3rd grade, they're only 50% proficient in math. So yeah, guess what? They're not gonna do well on it. And no matter what assessment we give them, they're gonna do terrible on. You know, we gotta do better. We need to be in the 90s plus in kindergarten and 1st grade and 3rd, 2nd grade. I mean, we're starting way too late on everything. We should just be dumping every effort in kindergarten and moving every grade beyond and trying to change all those numbers in the chart on the front end, because eventually they'll, I mean. So anyways.
But it's been a big change. It hasn't been that many years since interventions weren't really started until 3rd grade, you know, because you gotta wait and see how the kid pans out. And so the move to back down to kindergarten is not an old move. It's a more recent move within my educational experience.
I mean, that's a 10-year chart.
Yep, that's right.
Number on the front end hasn't changed.
That's right. You're right. I can say that for most schools now, interventions happen in 1st grade or kindergarten. And with the advent of what the legislature did, the early reading and the early intervention stuff, now that'll happen more and more pre-kindergarten. But the problems are complicated, you know.
Yeah.
But this gets back to what's the real issue, and the real issue is beyond the school. And so do we expand the schools to address those issues that are social issues or emotional issues, or do we keep on teaching?
Well, depends if we got a really good basketball team.
The answer is both.
I would say change.
And neither.
I was really done cheering and eating popcorn.
Well, Mr. Chair, that was all that I had for.
I really appreciate you explaining the high school thing,
Yeah.
while I was looking through this. I was
Right.
like, well, why?
Can I take the print copy home?
Yes, you are all welcome to take this home. I'd imagine that as we get the 4th Q4
Yeah.
report, that we will likely add those in here for the report that we put together for the legislature. This is also required to be published on our website, so I will be adding this to the public charter school webpage. If you have not checked it out, there's lots of good stuff on there, including some of the things that are in this packet, so.
So for year two, did we change the number of times? Are they still required to do quarterly reports, or did we change that?
That's a great question. I think that there was sort of a conversation last time we talked about that we would only do quarterly reports in the first year. I think that it's yet to be determined what we're going to do in the second year or how we're going to collect that financial data. And that's something that maybe we probably, I mean, I talked to Shelley at Masbo a little bit about this, of like where we can get some data from them and what we can likely collect. I know that the Office of Public Instruction collects some financial data, but I think the timing is a little off there, so, I think there's still some research that I need to do on what's out there and how we can collect that without duplicating efforts, but maybe we do need to do that, and that's okay too.
That's okay. So I'm looking at, I quickly perused some of the comments in the open-ended questions. And will we ever have schools that are gonna say, I drop out, year one, I can't do this, year two, I can't, are we gonna?
We had two already.
Yeah, I know about those, but that was kind of before we got started. So, are we going to have schools that are saying, I can't meet the proficiency here, this is not gonna be possible?
Or they don't have to.
Or they don't have, are we going to see that?
Appears to be the bigger problem.
Yeah, Board Member Rasmussen, actually, that's a really great question. I would direct you to the Connect Academy, which is
I don't think I read that.
in the C's.
I think I didn't read that because it was in the C's.
They're actually dropping, part of their page 43.
Oh, thank you for that.
Their plan to serve grades 9 and 12 only next year, and they had previously had a middle school program.
9 and 12 or 9 through 12?
9 through 12, okay, sorry. They're no longer going to serve grades 6 through 8, and that was due to low enrollment. And so though they're not dropping complete charter school, as you would think of it, they are dropping part of their program. You'll see on page 48 as well as the letter that they wrote to the board. And so I do think that we will see some schools sort of pivoting. What that looks like, I think might be a little bit different. And I think too, is they see their data in these performance reports. I think that may lead them to maybe rethink what this looks like. I think obviously enrollment is a big piece of that. Because enrollment needs money.
And you have to have a base enrollment to you make the cutoff.
Yeah, and so I do think, I think that could definitely be a part of it, and.
Well, the enrollment is an easy thing to identify. I was just wondering if there was conversations about, okay, we intended it to do this, we see that we are not yet capable of this, or, or we intended it to do this, and we're gonna have to write a new charter because we really need to be doing this. Those kinds of conversations, any of those kinds of conversations coming up.
Yeah, Dr. Slinger, if I may, having the conversation earlier this week was a really good one because we had provided an opportunity at the beginning of the meeting for our year one charters to sort of provide some lessons learned. I think we gave like 15-20 minutes just for them to sort of speak openly about, some of the things that they've learned over the last year. And a lot of them talked about it being harder than they had thought. And one of the things that I say all the time is that innovation and flexibility means more accountability. And I don't think that people always remember that. The amount of reports and documents that I'm asking for is a lot. And it's often. And so I think that is often forgotten. And so I think, and it's not just the things I'm asking for. I think it's also the way in which they have to document information at the Office of Public Instruction. And if you're a school within a school, I think that has been a lesson that has been really difficult for a lot of them. And I just think there have been a lot of lessons that for many of the charters have been realizations that they thought would be much easier on the front end. And I think we thought that as well. I mean, there have been lessons learned for us too.
Absolutely.
But I would say that has been a really big piece of this. And I also want to make a comment on the previous question about potentially schools closing. I also think this process is meant for the board to provide feedback to schools. So if we see schools that are continuously not getting better, our job is to tell them that. Our job is to write them a letter and to let them know that we expect them to do better. They have 5 years until they reapply to us for renewal.
That's gonna be my question.
Yes.
Because I was just like, how long do we let them go? We got 3 of the 6 elementary schools that are substandard or failing. Meeting their standards. We have 6 of the 7 middle schools that are below standard on their academic support. I mean, did we just create a bunch more schools that are underperforming by this? And that's not what this was meant to be. So 5 years, 5 years to come back for renewal.
5 years, and you
That's
know,
not gonna be here.
I think you're one.
That's good. Hopefully someone else will be on the board that's angry and we'll pull their vacancy.
Year 1 was a learning year. I think we all learned a lot of things in this year. But I do expect us to grow.
I appreciate that though. I wanted to know that window because I was like, how long do we let them fail?
20 years.
Well, no, yeah, well, no, it's not crazy.
I do have a serious question, sorry, about being smart. So as a charter realizes that they to evolve or change things or how much can they change before they need to reapply? Can, you know, if the academy says, you know, we're gonna drop 6 through 8, okay, but what if they say, gosh, you know, Hardin's doing a really cool thing and we could use some of those pieces and incorporate them, when do they need to reapply?
So Mr. Chair, they wouldn't need to reapply because they've already gotten the charter status. It would be a change to their education program, and the way it's written in our contract is as long as they give us notice, they can change their programs.
That I want them to be able to be flexible.
They would need to still, like, that's if their charter governing board would have to take up, they would still need to do that. But they wouldn't necessarily need to come back to us.
Okay,
Yeah.
good, because I think as you point out, they're finding out some of this stuff isn't really working for us.
Good news is the high schools are killing it.
Yeah, no joke, I love it. Well, what is the basis for year 1 proficiency data? Because we don't have proficiency data for 23-24 school year was waived. In 24-25, the cut scores haven't set. Now there isn't.
Oh, that's a great question, board member Quinlan. This was based off of their own individual. They could use whatever assessment, as long as they had a valid and reliable tool and they could prove that it was being used for teaching and learning. And that was the case for every school district. Okay, it was not masked.
And not knowing exactly what they use, one thing to remember is a lot of the charters were based on kids that were already struggling and already not proficient. So them coming in just a few months, they haven't had time to help these kids become proficient. I mean, it takes years to get them caught up. And so it might seem scary now, but many of these kids are entering 3-4 years behind, and they may have got 2 years advanced, are still not proficient, so.
Great, it'll be great when Mr. Longitude, 2 or 3 years. Okay, well, they're moving. It's a good point.
And that's a great one to remember, because a lot of these charters were designed for kids that needed something else.
I'm assuming that anybody who's considering putting in an application, I would hope that they go through every one of these with a special eye toward, what roadblocks or challenges. That's what I'm finding the most interesting as I read through is that self-assessment of, what did we not expect and what is, and it's amazing how many of them are staffing issues.
If you need to do a document like roadblocks that they've said you could almost hand out, these are roadblocks they've all seen so far, just like a living document to pass out to people that are applying, just so you know, before you apply, here's what's to think about.
Bet you could plug this baby into AI and get something.
Yeah.
And how, you know, how much longer is it before our next round comes? You know, and we're gonna be in round. I know.
I will tell you, I'm very grateful the legislature is limited in number.
Yeah, so much.
The bottom line. And so, I mean, I think we're gonna have a much better product. I think we went crazy the first year because it's like, and then trying to be supportive of all these ideas that we did better last year. I think we need to really sharpen our game. Really ensure the viability.
The applicants are gonna have sharper pencils.
Oh,
We're gonna, I'm hoping we're gonna be choosing among the best of the best at that point, and not just, that's innovative and it fits the definition, so here you go.
So, and I, just so you know, I'm not just bashing K-12 education, higher ed also. I was just doing a thing earlier this week, I was asked to submit some information to this one editor about something, but I mean, here's the example I used to them. I said, yeah, it's getting gutted with Department of Ed and all that stuff, but we haven't done the work either, okay? I mean, there's a reason why the state legislature of Indiana passed a law forcing them to cut low enrolled programs because the university system is not cutting them. The colleges aren't cutting, so they're cutting now 250 programs because they're legislatively mandated if you're below X enrollment in the program. Well, it's because they haven't. And like my point to the writer was like, well, it sounds like you're like supporting that. And I said, what I'm supporting is you actually doing your job, which is your job is you're supposed to have a strategic master plan, academic master plan that looks at enrollment, viability of programs, and are you still serving that? And when you have a program that you have 3 faculty members in and there's only 7 students, guess what? You should have cut that years ago, and you haven't, okay? And there's a variety of reasons, I know, but I'm just saying, there's a business model involved in this also. It's not just completely altruism. So, luckily the editor agreed. So, but I'm just saying, and that's just one example. I mean, that's just one. I mean, we run into it every year, even though university systems, we have common course members who are required to take our classes and dual enrollment transfer. Every year we fight. We have students come to us and say, oh, so-and-so is not accepting this class. And we have to fight with that university or college and say, no, that's not how this works. You have to take that class. That class is this. And every time we win, but I keep thinking about how many of my students aren't even doing that.
Right.
They're just accepting the fact that they're losing those credits, then they're bashing us because they lost those credits. When that's not how this works. You know, so yeah, they're higher ed, so got some issues too. So,
I'd like to make one final comment about this. A long time ago in a country far, far away in a far distant time that I can barely remember. I was a younger educator, and I visited with.
Hey, Skywalker here.
That because I'm feeling kind of like you know, old age. I visited with legislators and asked them some questions real similar to this. They had to do with funding issues and things like this, and that particular legislator said, you know, when we fund, we also look at communities, you know, and we realize if we close a school, we're closing a community. And so, you know, I think that there's a lot of things that play into both the building of a charter school in a community, as well as that old advice. I don't know if we still follow that advice, You know, I don't know if that will play into any of our decisions that maybe will have to be made. But I think that you know, if we're relational people, that, you know, is something that we will always be on the back burner.
Well, I couch all those side comments on the evaluation of our charter schools and what we're hoping. But thank you for letting me know. 5-year window, that's great. At least we know that window then, and let's see. It's hopefully move them along to higher proficiency levels, and we see that growth. That's what we're looking for. It's one more success. Mr. Chair, I'm done reading.
All right, well, the most distressing thing I heard you say is the belief that in 5 years you're not gonna be here. So I. So perfect first.
Remember, this is not indentured servitude. Okay, I get a choice also. Yeah, I appreciate it.
All
I'd
right,
be happy to represent you on that.
brings us to the conclusion of our agenda items for today. Any board members have anything to go to the order? Not on the agenda, but do we have any public comment? All right, tomorrow we've got some heavy topics as well. We will revisit IFA and accreditation. And continue to do our absolute best, Dr. Slinger. This was within our scope and our governance of what we can do. With that, we will stand in recess until tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m.
Watch this like good business.